Now let's wait for this thing to update. There we go. Sup, ladies and gentlemen, Akalon here, and welcome back to each one of you. And of course, if you're watching this over on YouTube, please remember to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, but more importantly, hit the link in the description down below, because it is always better when it's live. After all, you are watching just a collection of VODs, to be honest. It's just so that I can keep track of everything, you know? Because Twitch deletes things after a while. So this is really the best you can do, is just upload your VODs to YouTube and have them there forever. As a way to look back and for me to be able to sort of track my progress. Am I getting better at the streaming thing? Am I sort of the same as I've always been? Who knows, all right? There is no knowing these things. So yeah, I really hope that you will join us. We have an interesting episode today planned for you all. Lunari, how are you doing? Welcome to the stream. You are actually first, really early. Go-Kart Mozart, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Did really appreciate it. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bikarku, how are you doing? Very happy to have all of you here. Very happy to have you all here. We've got some interesting stuff to react to today. We've got some interesting stuff to talk about today. So I'm looking forward to this. And then, of course, we have some Stormblood to play, which I'm actually looking forward to most. I really cannot wait. Oreb, how you doing, brother? Back to the #1 spot. Oh, yeah. Incubus, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very happy to have you all here. We'll be hanging out as we always do until people have filtered in, found their seats, got their coffee or their tea or whatever they're drinking. I'm drinking water, and I have some cookies and cream tea. No sugar in it. It just has cookie and cream taste, which is a weird flavor for tea, gonna be honest. I'm still not sure if I like it. Incubus, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Officially now one of the DJs. Which race do you play in Final Fantasy XIV? Here, however you pronounce the human race. That's what I'm playing in FF14. Drakets, how you doing? Doth Achilles, how you doing, brother? How's your foot? The foot is great. Couldn't go to the gym today. Completely overslept. And so I'll be going to the gym tomorrow again. You fucker, I was just about to nap and turn stream on, and you turn stream on? What am I supposed to do, kids? It is what it is. You know I always stream at this exact moment. Like, this is the time where we start streaming. Moonkeeper, Mikoti here, Catboy, Femboy. Hey, there you go. There you go. I'm assuming Final Fantasy is a pretty popular game for the femboys, because they can actually be whatever the fuck they want to be, and there's a lot of races that is very feminine, even as males in Final Fantasy XIV. Plus the twins, I am told, break reality quite a bit. I'm alive, but I wish I wasn't. Apocalypse, are you still sick, bro? It's still yesterday for me? It's not yesterday, though. It's still it's the same day. It's Wednesday. It's what it is. Weird 14. I don't know if it's good. Like I said, when you taste it, you think to yourself, oh my god, I expect it to be sweet. Because cookies and cream you expect to be sweet. Because there's no sugar in this. It's literally just the flavor extract. It's confusing. It's a confusing taste. Dave, how you doing, bro? I'm not actually a fanboy, but love elegant males. Dude, whatever floats your boat. Whatever you enjoy. That's the good thing about Final Fantasy XIV. It's one of the reasons I preach Final Fantasy XIV is exactly because of that. It gives people the freedom to play the way that they want to play. There's so many options in that game. You don't really feel like you're always going to feel restricted, right? No game can cater to every single person on the planet, but Final Fantasy has so many options that almost everyone will find somewhere in the game that they can sort of slot in, something that they can do to make themselves look however they want. So I kind of like that. Aqua is obviously an elegant man, male, like, yeah, well, obviously, you know, I'm literally the poster child for elegance. Fizmanan, how you doing, brother? First time on live stream. Thanks for all your content, mate. Dude, it is my absolute pleasure. Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate having you here. Very, very happy to see all the new faces. We've gotten so many new faces over the last few weeks. It's insane. So very, very happy to have all of you here. Can't wait for Stormblood, bro. Dude, I'm looking forward to Stormblood. Like, no one's business. Grade A, waifu material, not Master Matoya S tier, though. Wait, who's grade A waifu material? And Master Matoya is not S tier. We've had this discussion. CDJ, how you doing, brother? You are slacking, CDJ. There's so many fuckers already here, hanging out, chatting. Look at that. We've got a whole conversation going already, and you come prancing in like a little fucking fairy. Hey, guys, I'm here too. You know, usually you're among the first. What's going on, bro? Well, what's happening? I also like all the dog badassery and waifus. You stole a S tier. Oh, Minfilia S tier. You stole a close second, but still not S tier. I would put Minfilia S tier, like top S tier, S plus maybe even. And then I would say Hilda would probably be also S plus. And then Yestola at S. Finally made it with a new time. D-Rocker, you bastard. How you doing, brother? Dreneman, how you doing? Tatiana, how you doing? Shay, how you doing? Good morning to all of you. Very happy to see all the new, well, not the new faces. These are old faces. But some of you I haven't. Shay, I haven't seen you in a while. Although that is partly my fault, because I haven't been streaming in a while. Tata Racer, because she's a bro. You can't do bros as S tier. That would be a tier list for bros. And we are talking specifically about waifu tier lists. Apocalypse, yes, you are a new face, indeed. Saw you literally 5 minutes ago, made you main mod of the channel and all that, because you just have a trustworthy name, you know? I saw your name, I thought, this guy means destruction. Let's make him the mod. I don't know who Sadu is, Incubus, so maybe don't go any further with that line of discussion. I've been doing a lot of spring work. Can't make it often. Nah, that's fine. Look, guys, I try to stream as often as possible. And you guys come in, you do what you do, and then you go. I don't expect you to be here for every single stream. I do expect it, but I won't say it out loud, you know? I'll be... vocally, I will be understanding. Did you watch the Battle of VOD on how the Primus was supposed to be the end bad guy in Shadowlands, but it was cut due to time, so they added Inzval? Yes, D-Rocker, we already reacted to it. It should be up tomorrow. I'm expecting that video to be up on the reaction channel tomorrow. Voicey TV, how you doing, brother? Apologies, my mouth is all sippers. Dude, you do not have to apologize. I don't view names as spoilers, but when you said the name, I was like, I don't know who that is. So that's why I said don't keep talking. I don't expect every single person to know exactly where I am in the MSQ. You know, all I say in the title is Stormblood MSQ. So people could assume I'm almost at the end, right? And therefore I should have already made XYZ character. So I don't consider names to be spoilers. I mean, the timeline makes sense. Look, everything in that leak makes sense. I absolutely agree with that leak. Well, actually, Apocalypse Ballilar wasn't, like, he was covering a leak. So there's this leak on 4chan where a Blizzard developer was talking about everything that was supposed to happen in the Shadowlands. So basically saying the story was completely rewritten about 6 months before the launch of Shadowlands. And so all of the plans that they had were cut as a result of this. So this wasn't Ballilar coming up with his own speculation. He was covering a leak, and I was covering Ballilar covering a leak. Someone took my name. I'm so sorry to hear that. How you doing, brother? Guessing people already has told you about it, but have you gotten the chance to look at the Primus being the actual jailer? Huge post on it, of it on Wowhead. I have seen it, yes, and I was a little triggered because I made that video first. Like, we speculated on that, like, at the beginning of Shadowlands. I would say just before 9.1 came out, we speculated that the Primus is in fact the jailer, the Rune Carver is the jailer, and the jailer is sort of a putz. Like, he's a patsy for the Primus, and I still hold true to that, although I change it now. Dude, I'm not saying this so that you have to apologize. Listen, degenerate fucks in this channel, listen fucking closely. I don't want apologies, ever. I say shit, you say shit, we just hang out, right? You don't have to apologize. I don't get triggered by people not knowing every single fucking video I put out or shit like that. There's no way. I put out way too many videos for anyone. I don't even know what I've put videos out on. Most of the time, whenever someone covers a theory that I have already covered, it will be one of my mods that will go, excuse me, did you see this guy covering this thing and you already made a video on this? And I would be like, did I make a video on that? Oh yeah, I guess I did. You know, so I can't even keep up, and I'm the one who makes the videos, so don't worry about it. We're just on hyper alert because a lot of people are sensitive. Dude, I am not sensitive, and there is no place for sensitivity in this stream. None whatsoever. If you are a sensitive little creature, you shouldn't be here. I have no time for political correctness. I have no time for people walking on eggshells. Say whatever the fuck you want. If it triggers someone or if it offends someone, that's really a them problem. You know, I can't know whatever I'm gonna say who is gonna be offended by whatever I say. You can't know who's gonna be offended by whatever you say. So just say it, and if someone is offended, what are you gonna do, right? They have to get over it. Boobas and Gore, let's go. Dude, we do not call this the degenerate chat for nothing. No, it's not. I think we all died a little bit inside when we saw what they did to Arthas. Yeah, I mean, fuck. How could you not? You're a delicate flower, Akalon. That is true. I want to be treated with the absolute respect. Whether I deserve it or not is not of consequence here. I'm emotional for sad cutscenes. Does that count? No, I mean, that's fine. Why do you like how they handled Arthas? I mean, is just because they could have done? Mega Man, what do you mean? I don't understand your question. I still really like the Night Fae, though. Too bad Shadowlands turned out the way it did. Shadowlands had a lot of good going for it. Look, I said this from the very beginning. I've been saying it for months now. It's not that Shadowlands is bad. Shadowlands is a good idea. It's a great idea executed poorly. And that really is Blizzard in a fucking nutshell. A great idea executed poorly every single fucking time. No matter what they do, they somehow find a way to screw it up. Which is annoying, because they're always just on the cusp of greatness. Always. Every single fucking expansion, Blizzard is on the cusp of greatness. And then they find a way to fuck themselves in the ass. It's insane to me. It's insane to me. Blizzard is the equivalent of a guy doing a No Nut November, and on the 30th of November, an hour before it ends, he nuts. That's Blizzard every single time. They can't get through a single No Nut November without nutting in their pants. It's embarrassing at this point, but there is a reason for it, and we've discussed it so many times that I feel like I'm just repeating myself at this point. There's no direction. There's no one in that company that goes and sits down and says, look, that's literally what makes Final Fantasy so successful. That is what makes Final Fantasy so successful. It's not some magic wand that Final Fantasy has that no other game can touch. Yoshi P is a proper director. It's what he does. He understands that for X to happen, you need to start at A. So you have to go A, B, C, D, E, F, G. You can't, for X to happen, start at fucking H and think that it's going to work. You've missed the first letters of the alphabet. You're not getting to X. It doesn't matter how you try, and when you arrive at X, no one's going to fucking understand what you just did, because they didn't get A, B, and C. that's the problem with Blizzard. They don't understand that in order to reach a specific point, you have to start at the beginning and you have to figure out, right, how do we get from point A to point B? And then once you're at point B, you think, okay, how do I get from point B to point C? Never forgetting that you actually want to fucking get to point X. The issue with Blizzard is they start at point A, yeah? They have no idea what point X is going to be. So they've not planned that far ahead. They start at A, then they sort of go to B, and then they think, what are we going to do again? Oh, right. We want to go to D. Let's skip C, we'll go to D. Where do we want to go next? Let's go to C now. So it's a mess. It's a mess because no one actually sits down and says, right, let's plan this shit out. Let's figure out where we want to go. And let's then make it happen. I don't even think they know what B was supposed to be. They don't have a fucking clue what the alphabet is at this point. Like, I've said it before, Ian Azikostas has got to go. He is not a game director. He simply isn't. And this isn't an insult towards the guy. I'm not trying to be insulting because there's things that Ian obviously do very well, but he's not a leader. He's not a strategist, which is basically what game direction is all about. It's strategy. It's applying a strategy. It's figuring out where do we want to go, how are we going to get there. Blizzard right now seems to be a company that is just bogged down by mismanagement. It has no management people that understand what the game is supposed to be, that understands what they think the game is supposed to be. They can't even figure out who the fuck are the people that's going to play certain things within their game. You know? Like, if you can't even look at a piece of content that you're designing and go, okay, this piece of content is going to go best for casuals. You have no fucking chance. If you can't even figure that out, you have no chance of making a good video game. Let's be real, right? So, yeah. Also, FF14 owns sexuality and still has powerful females without political bullshit, as well as fun sexual content. No prudishness, like when Blizzard removed the painting in-game because of sexy women. The thing with Final Fantasy XIV, or the thing that makes Final Fantasy XIV tolerable, I think, for the crazy people on Twitter, because let's just be real here. The vast majority of normal people do not have a problem with sexualization of characters, do not have a problem with men or women, do not hate sexuality. It's only the sort of very weird fucking people on Twitter, you know, the non-humans, the NPCs of the world. It's only them that have a problem with just about everything. Did you guys see, for example, the bullshit around Hogwarts Legacy? I don't know if you guys saw that. Like, there are, like, Twitter is effectively outlawing Hogwarts Legacy because it's the game that has to do with J.K. Rowling's universe. Now, I don't really give a fuck what you think of J.K. Rowling. She is an incredible author. Her books are insane. It's very well written. The world that she created is amazing. And yet, for some reason, I don't even know what her views are on trans people. I know she has trans characters in some of her books. Like, I don't think she is anti-trans or anything like that. I think she has specific issues, if I'm understanding it correctly. By the way, I don't really focus on crap like this. But if I understand it correctly, her main issue is some of the political bullshit that goes on within the trans community, which I can tell you, I have a bunch of trans people in my community, and none of them agree with the political bullshit around the trans community. I have a bunch of gay people in my community as well who do not agree with the political bullshit. Like, I don't know when trans and gay issues turned into political issues. Like, I don't know when I thought those were lifestyle choices. And suddenly it's become politics for some reason. So it's very weird to see all of that happen. But even then, let's imagine that she is the worst person in the world. There is such a thing as distancing the artist from the art. We do this always. It's almost required, because most of the best written works in the world are written by people that by today's standards would be considered racist or bigots. So what? Are we just going to ignore their works? Are we just going to pretend like their works do not exist? It's as if people sort of judge history based on today's lens. It's true. It's a sad fact, and I get it. I 100% get it. But it is a sad fact that 100 years ago, homosexuality wasn't accepted. People thought it was some kind of demonic affliction, right? Today, we know better. We go, right, you want to fuck a guy? That guy wants to be fucked. Be merry. You know, no one gives a shit, right? Today, we don't care. But 100 years ago, they did care. They thought ghosts were real. And they thought if women got horny, they were possessed by demons. So things were different. The world was different. You are shaped by the world that you are born into. If you're born in an extremely racist country where everyone around you is racist, the chances are you're going to be racist and not even know that you are. Because that's just the way of life. Are you really prepared to judge history based on that? Because you can't really do that. I think you're being completely unfair to historical accuracy and to what people are. Most people don't think about shit like this. Most people just go with whatever is at the order of the day because they're too busy with their own lives to actually give a fuck about what anyone else is doing. I just hope that the creators of Aqua's Legacy do not give in to this bullshit. Art is often most the product of its time. Doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it intentionally evil either. No, it's not about right or wrong. So much of our history is grey. I know, not Ian levels of grey, but grey nonetheless. History isn't about being right or wrong. It's about, you know, this is what happened. This is how it happened. What are you supposed to do? Here is fucking gay sex. I approve. I hate to break it to you, bro. I hate, but no, that was a movie. It didn't actually happen. New York is still in one piece, I assure you. Wait, what's happening in New York? Oh, never mind. Chat is having a conversation. No, the Avengers are real. What are you talking about? It's documentary. It's well-known fact. It's just a documentary. Fake news. It's fake news. I mean, if they did make it very diverse, it's set in 1800 England. Yet there's an African teacher and other ethnicities. Kind of weird. I mean, I don't really like. It's magic, so it may be set in the 1800s England, but there was never a school of Hogwarts in 1800s England. Assassin, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I mean, there was no magic, so I feel like in that regard, diversity is not really a problem, you know. I don't really give a fuck about things like that. I don't really notice things like that until someone points it out to me. The only time I will notice is when someone has done something purely for the sake of doing the thing, you know? So you have a movie, for example, that has nothing to do with relationships and love. It's just a gory action film. And then suddenly there's a gay love scene, right? Or even a straight love scene. It's like, wait, why? I came here to see things being blown to fucking smithereens. It's like watching The Expendables and getting a love story. It's like, wait, these don't fit. What is a love story doing in like a blood and gore-filled fucking action film, right? Where things are just getting blown up the whole time. So I will notice things like that whenever there's something that's pushed into something that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It doesn't need to be there. You know, it's a good example of this would be making a character gay and then that character having no, like the character being gay has no real influence on the movie or the plot or the story at all. the character is just gay. It's like, wait, why didn't you just keep the character and let people decide whatever they want the character to be? People will ship characters anyways, right? If you're gonna write something into a story, there has to be a reason why it's written in the story. So if you're gonna have a gay character and there's a scene where the gay character saves their husband or wife, that's good, because now it gives some emotional connection to the scene. But if that's not gonna happen, if there's not gonna be an actual story behind it, then what's the fucking point of the character being gay? Other than you just, like, making a character gay to get inclusivity points. Which most gay people, by the way, see through. Which is the funny thing. The vast majority of gay people see through that and they go, wait, what the fuck is this? Why make a fucking character that, you know, you want us to give you a gold star for making a character gay? Well, what's the point of this? And the short answer is there isn't. They just do it for the sake of it. Well, it's insulting. I would find it insulting. You know, if you made a movie, say you made a movie that is purely set in a gay setting, yeah? It's just, it's a gay love story or something like that, right? The whole story, everyone is gay, and then there's this one straight character that nothing happens with the character. The character meets no woman. The character doesn't have any love interests. The character is basically an aside character to the main plots. I'd be like, well, why did you want to give me some representation in the movie? Because the character being gay or straight would not have changed anything in the story. So you may as well just have kept the character, like, I don't know, let us guess. You know, it annoys me when I see shit like that. Maria the Pigeon, how you doing? We aren't to be collected like Pokemon cards by directors and activists. Dude, you sound like my brother. My brother is gay as well. And he says the exact same shit. He gets really annoyed. The Eternals movie twisted my tit with that shit. Literal robot AIs, and suddenly Hephaestus is gay after giving up on humans. The Eternals movie. Did I don't think I've ever watched that. What movie is that? I appreciate that, Incubus. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Marvel discount Avengers shit? Oh, okay. Then I don't think I saw that. It's one of the new Marvel movies? Yeah, I haven't seen... Like, I haven't watched new movies in a really long fucking time. Echo, how would you and chat feel if WoW made a MapleStory move? In MapleStory, we have a server where the cash shop is only cosmetic, no trading, no auction house, you grind everything on your own, no pay-to-win mechanics at all, while they have servers that has massive pay-to-win in the cash shop, trading and auction house. How would you and chat feel if WoW made two realms, where one is the current WoW and one has no WoW token, no trading, no auction house, just grind things on your own? D-Rocker, so wait, let me first, you say that in MapleStory, they have two kinds of servers. They have the no pay-to-win servers, and then they have the massive pay-to-win servers. And how would I feel if that is implemented into WoW? I don't think it would work. I think World of Warcraft already suffers from way too much division within the player base, and I don't even mean the player base being enemies of one another. I mean the core audience have been divided so many times. You have Classic WoW that stole a bunch of the core audience of retail. You have Classic TBC that stole a bunch of players from retail and Classic. You're now going to get Wrath Classic, which is going to steal even more players from all of these things. So you already have a bit of a mess with how divided the player base have become within World of Warcraft. If you want to subdivide it even further, you're going to end up with servers that is barely playable by the vast majority of people, because there's so many different servers and the people from these different servers can't actually play together. So I personally do not think that is a good idea. Just based on that, just based on the division of the player base as it stands. Also, I don't see any inherent like upsides to doing something like that, because as things stand right now, the people that are still playing WoW are more than happy with the cash shop being the way that it is. They love the token because for some reason they believe buying the token means they're not giving Blizzard money. They're basically idiots, right? So the people that is currently playing World of Warcraft love the fact that the base mount in the game is on the cash shop. They would probably celebrate it if Blizzard started launching armors and shit like that on the cash shop as well. They would think that's a very forward-thinking move for Blizzard to take. So I would say that the current player base of World of Warcraft is so against any change that would make their game better. It's insane to me. It's actually something that I've been sort of playing around with, wanting to make a video on. It doesn't matter what I do. I can make a video where I come up with a solution to a problem, yeah, where the solution changes nothing in the way that they're playing the game. And yet they will go, no, the game must not change. I like the fact that the game is slowly dying. Get your fucking hands off my game. I'll give you guys an example of this. Very recently, I made a video talking about Master Loot versus personal loot. And I said, very simple way to sort it out so that everyone is happy. You make personal loot and master loot toggleable options that is irrevertible as soon as the group is formed. So in other words, for pugs, you have the option to do master loot or personal loot. You have to set this before you start forming the pug. You have to go into the group finder and you have to set. This is going to be a group that uses personal loot. It's not going to be a group that uses master loot. Now, as soon as you go into the raid, that option is locked in. Actually, as soon as you invite the first person to the group, that option becomes locked in. You can't change it. You can't remove it. That option is now locked in. So everyone that signed up knew that they were getting personal loot, and that is what they're getting. No one has any ability to change the loot rules afterwards. Or they can go master loot, and you know signing up to that group has the opportunity for the guy to ninja your loot. And I said for guild groups, you can make that optional as well. So guild groups can either do personal loot or they can do master loot. And obviously you'll say beforehand, we are a guild that uses master loot, we are a guild that uses personal loot. Now, the biggest criticism I got from that is that no one will use personal loot, everyone will use master loot, but that does not keep in mind the actual evidence that Blizzard themselves provided when they removed master loot. Blizzard removed master loot because they said about 95% of all pugs and guilds make use of personal loot. They no longer make use of master loot. Therefore, they don't think master loot is at all necessary anymore, so they're removing it. So in other words, the evidence says if you added master loot back, the only people that would use it is the top 5% of players. Everyone else would stick with personal loot. I'll tell you from personal experiences as a raider, we were a guild that used master loot and we had very specific loot rules and how loot was distributed, but I know a bunch of guilds that never used it. It was just easier to use personal loot. They're not hardcore enough, they don't really give a fuck who gets what gear, so they just use personal loot because it shaves a lot of time off the raid. More killing bosses, less time, having to distribute loot, because playing with master loot took time. You had to have a loot council. The loot council could deliberate sometimes for up to 10 minutes on who deserves what piece of gear more. It was a mess with master loot. So a lot of guilds just opted for personal loot instead. The option that I'm providing you gives you the best of both worlds. It allows you to give people the master loot that wants it and give people the personal loot that wants that. The vast majority of WoW players are like, no. Fuck you. I don't want master loot because I'm a fucking moron that cannot think for anyone else but myself. If the game is not exactly the way that I want it, then I will throw a fit because I'm too stupid to think through anything else. That's the funny bit of the World of Warcraft player base right now. They are intellectually inept and do not understand what, and not all, I'm not saying all, it's not even most. I think it's a small minority of people, and we know this because only about 30% of the entire player base of any game watches YouTube videos. 70% don't even bother. So we are talking about a small percentage within the 30% that actually watches YouTube videos. But these people, the people that is currently making the most noise, are too stupid and too inept to understand that their game is dying, and that small changes that do not affect the way that they play the game will actually help save the game. They're not interested in that. I don't want you changing my game. I legitimately heard this from someone the other day that said if reputations isn't tied to player power, then what the fuck will I have to do in the game? And I was like, whatever you want? Like, are you saying without a whip forcing you to do something, you wouldn't do anything in the game? Is that what you're saying? So in other words, if the game does not force you to do something, you will not do it. Are you a slave? Because that's a slave mentality there. If there is no whip basically forcing you to work, you just will not work. What the fuck is that? Why don't you just find something fun to do and do that instead? But that's the current, it's the sort of diligent farming mentality. I need to diligently farm in order to play the game. That's the problem with the modern day World of Warcraft player base. Okay, Zulo, how you doing, brother? I just watched your video on why Final Fantasy XIV is the best MMO right now, and it was very good. I especially agree on the whole, thank you very much, really appreciate that, on the whole freedom to do whatever you want in the game. I truly believe that that is the number one thing that makes Final Fantasy better than every other MMO right now. Is exactly that. I mean, how many people have seen the video for today? Speaking of someone that just got burned out on TBC and has just come back to Shadowlands and just got his character to 60. It's astounding to me that WoW doesn't have level sync on their old content. You guys could literally weaponize your 15 years... cat in a box. I have made that, that argument many, many times. If World of Warcraft utilized all of the content that exists within World of Warcraft, it would be a game that is literally unfinishable. People would be so spoiled for content, there would be... No game would be able to hold a candle to the amount of content that World of Warcraft has within it. Even Final Fantasy would struggle to keep players as busy as World of Warcraft does. And that's just with the content that already exists in the game. We're not even talking about the content that they could bring to the game, like housing. Well, I'm just using housing as an example here, but like the farms that they could bring back. We've made videos on this before. There's so many things. All the dungeons, all the raids, some of the BGs that used to be, that got changed, that you could bring back in their original form. What else? There's so many things. The garrisons that could be updated and actually made more fun. Guild housing that could become a thing. The Mythic Plus system that could be expanded to include older content more than what it is already going to be in Season 4. There's so much that they could do to make World of Warcraft just basically unfinishable. Like, just as an easy example, can you imagine if they retooled old raids old raids for leveling? Dude, there's so much that they could do. King Julian, how you doing, bro? Barako, if you bring back Master Loot, you will bring back Ninja Looting. Is that what you really want? Because I don't. It was toxic back in WoD and old expansions, and it still is now, so I like Personal Loot. King Julian, but what the fuck did I just say? What did I just say? If you don't want to join a group with Master Loot, then don't join a group with Master Loot. Me bringing back Master Loot doesn't mean that you now fundamentally have to play with groups that have Master Loot on. You could literally just go, okay, this group has Master Loot on, I won't be joining this group. This group is Personal Loot, yeah, we go, I have my group. And you never have to deal with ninja looting at all. I literally just said that. Incubus Industries, I did see the graphic update for Final Fantasy. It's going to be insane. Final Fantasy is going to look so good. It's going to be so fucking good. Hopefully, I'll be an Endwalker by the time the graphic updates come. If it's opt-in, nothing but an improvement. Literally, the system that I would argue is the way that they should implement. Master looting is one that when you want to form a pug, so they'd say, I'm the raid leader, and I want to make a pug because I want to go do a raid. I have to choose, before I sign my group up for Group Finder, I have to say Master Loot or Personal Loot. Yeah? If I go Master Loot, as soon as I invite one person to that group, the option is locked. I can't change it. I can't do shit. That option is now locked. I will use Personal Loot. There's no Master Loot option. If I chose Master Loot, I will use Master Loot. There's no changeable option. Right? It's now a locked-in choice. So everyone that joins after that is locked in. They know what they're going to get. And you can even put a toggle in the group finder for people looking for groups that can literally just go, only look for groups that give Master Loot or only look for groups that give Personal Loot. That way you don't even see the groups that use the loot system that you don't care for. And welcome by that time, all the updates are coming in 2 years. You'd have to super stall not to make it. You must be New Year. Cat in a box. We've been on Stormblood for about 3 weeks now. And we've only now got to Kugani. I would say super stalling is about right. Stalls more than Rich Campbell. Yeah, you must be New Year. We go very, very, very fucking slow. I get distracted by chat. It's chat's fault. I take no blame. We will be busy questing, you know, going at our own pace, and then chat will come up with some bullshit argument that we have to fucking sort out. That takes about 2 hours of discussion. Then we get back, we quest for a bit, and then chat once again says something stupid, and I have to correct them. It's not my fault. Step foot into Stormblood. I know. They're not able to put a filter to show you what role group are looking for, and you expect they're going to make it different for loot type. Well, they would have to. I mean, look, since playing Final Fantasy XIV, my eyes have been opened to what MMOs can do. It used to be playing World of Warcraft and only World of Warcraft. I thought to myself, you know what? This is it. This is as good as it gets. You can't really expect them to do much more. You know, I used to truly believe that patches not having that much content, what else are they going to do? There's so much that they have to work on. You know, you can't expect them to make more content. Now, playing Final Fantasy XIV, you go, wait a second. How the fuck do they get this much done when WoW can't even manage a tenth of this? That's not fair. Stalling way. Akalon took the crystal pearl. Oh, dude, I love Final Fantasy XIV. This is payout day. Same here. The only reason I came back to WoW when I played 14 was my friends. Dude, Eternal Night, how you doing, brother? People should absolutely give Final Fantasy a go if you haven't already. Shout out so chill. Incubus Industries, it's what we shoot for. It can get a bit rowdy every once in a while. Believe me, it can get a bit rowdy. Isn't that just what Kata was? Wait, what was Kata? What they need to do is do a Realm Reborn style of revamp for WoW. Just burn everything and give us WoW 2. So they burn everything twice. Basically what you're saying, Mega Man, is they burn everything, build it back up, burn it again, and then build it back up. and then we get everything new. So sort of 2 fires would be required in order to fix WoW. Is it really in that bad of a state? I don't know. But to just be clear, Cataclysm was the worst mistake Blizzard ever made in the history of World of Warcraft. The Cataclysm rework should have been a way to solidify the early leveling experience so that it can move forward expansion without ever being outdated. Instead, what the Cataclysm leveling experience did was kill the old world. Literally, it killed the 3 expansions that came before it, and for some reason didn't really future-proof itself. So Cataclysm was just horrible. It was just absolutely miserably implemented. And Kamikins, you are correct. It was a mistake in implementation, not in concept. Did you see the leak Balila covered about the original Shadowlands plot? I did. We covered it yesterday. It should be up on the React channel tomorrow, I think. I don't think I trust him to make WoW 2 to begin with. No, I don't either. I only got to Stranglethorn Vale before I woke up with it destroyed. Kata was an opportunity to make the game like Guild Wars 2. Kata was an opportunity to make the game actually make sense. Whereas, I don't know. It's just, it's a mess. I quite like Guild Wars' approach to expansions. Max level remained the same, but content expanded. It made everything stay relevant. We're going to try Guild Wars 2 at some point on the channel. I don't know when yet, but we are going to give it a go. Why would Chromie die in the next X-Pack? I don't think Chromie will die. I don't think Blizzard would kill. Chromie is a beloved character. It's actually one of the few characters that one could say is somewhat beloved in World of Warcraft. What about Guild Wars 2? Make their open world feel alive? There's much. Like, look, it's just... I know, out of topic, Echo, but you not try doing a movie night with followers or such? It's on the cards if I can find an evening to actually do it. But it is on the cards to do something like that on Discord. I only have seen you on YouTube. Good to see your actual streams. Paranoid, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Very happy to have you here. Chromie, you leave that titty-bitty, big titty bitch alone? Jesus. Alpocalypse and his fucking love for gnomes. I like how WoW copied FF14 with their closing of the first story, and yet it wasn't a closing of the first fucking story, was it? It sucked. Fire Lightning, how you doing? It was absolutely miserable. As a closing of the fucking story, it really sucked dick. I'm playing ads right now, so calm down. Zigzags, yes. Seen it, reacted to it. It will be up on the React channel soon. PM. Not gnomes, midgets, sir. I thank you to be correct in your nomenclature. Alright, excuse me. Alpocalypse's love for midgets. It's not a closing if someone comes immediately after. We're never going to get bards in WoW. I don't know if we're going to get new classes in WoW anytime soon. It's funny to watch other companies close the story in an effort to copy FF14 success. They literally, in my opinion, they did it exactly because of Final Fantasy success. Because they saw how successful Final Fantasy was with their final chapter. And they thought that if they sold it as the final chapter, people would have FOMO. I genuinely believe that they thought that they could build some FOMO for people by calling it a closure of the first chapter of WoW. Because people would be like, oh my god, I need to see the final chapter of WoW. It almost worked on me. It almost worked on me. When he said this is the final chapter of WoW, I was like, fuck, maybe I should at least be a part of that. Because I've been a part of the whole story building up to this point. So maybe I want to be a part of the final story. Luckily, everything that they did after that, sort of, I went, nah, fuck it, I'll miss the final chapter. I'm sure it'll be fine. So, yeah, I did not care much for that. There is something that I wanted to do before we continue. There's a new video. Fainshire the Orc. Thanks for the deal and sub. Did really appreciate it. 2 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do you think there will be any hope for 10.0, or do you think the Noosers baby will flop? I think that this was the Noosers baby. I believe that this was the Noosers baby. Look, I don't for a second. Denuser is a fucking liar. Everyone at Blizzard right now is lying like crazy. This isn't Alex Afrasiabi's baby. Shadowlands is not the result of Alex Afrasiabi. He was one guy who worked as the creative director for World of Warcraft. He wasn't the narrative lead for World of Warcraft. He wrote some of the stories, but he never had control of the whole story. And if you tell me that the only story that sucked in World of Warcraft Shadowlands was the story of Sylvanas, I laugh, sir. I laugh. Because no, it wasn't. There were many stories that flopped and sucked within Shadowlands. It wasn't just the story of Sylvanas. The story of Sylvanas sucked because the Nooser didn't know how to save it, even though saving it was literally the easiest thing you could have done. I've made multiple videos explaining how you could save the story of Sylvanas without doing whatever the fuck the Nooser ended up doing, right? Whichever that was. So the whole point of 10.0 being the Nooser's baby is bullshit. Shadowlands was the Nooser's baby, and he fucking wrecked it. If there has ever been a trial by fire, it was Shadowlands. If you are a good writer and you know what the fuck you're doing, you'll be able to save it. You will be able to figure it out, because you're a good writer and you know your job. Steve the Nooser is just not good. So I do not believe that 10.0 is going to be anything good. I do not think that 10.0 is going to salvage whatever WoW is going through right now, because I genuinely believe that 10.0 is going to be another dumpster fire of the Nooser-esque implicit writing. The dude doesn't know how to explicitly state a single fact within the game. He loves the words wait and see, even when he's fucking writing. He tells himself, wait and see. He'll sit there and he'll write a scene and he'll be like, so what's the point of this scene? Well, wait and see. Because he doesn't even fucking know. He just writes shit on a piece of paper and then goes, well, I will do. I don't know where this is going to go. I don't know what this story is going to turn into, but hey, that'll do, pig. That'll do, to quote Babe. It's copium. It's hopium to believe that 10.0 is going to be anything different than Shadowlands. It is complete hopium. People are holding on, and it's interesting to me that people keep holding on to this dream. BFA sucked dick. Shadowlands sucked dick. In what universe do you believe that 10.0 is going to be good? What evidence do you have to suggest that 10.0 will be in any way, shape, or form better than the 2 expansions that came before it? What evidence do we have of that? Can someone tell me what evidence there is that they rely on to say that 10.0 will be better than 8.0 or 9.0? Because so far, World of Warcraft, Ian Hazzikostas specifically, is 1 for 3. He managed to pull off Legion by accident. You want to know how I know it was by accident? Because everything that worked in Legion got fucking destroyed in BFA. Everything that didn't work for Legion, they kept in BFA. Like, they literally transferred all the bad shit from Legion into BFA, and then couldn't figure out why BFA isn't working. And then they take all the shittiest parts of BFA and move that into Shadowlands, and again can't figure out why the fuck isn't it working. Cat in a Box, thanks for the prime tip, dude, really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It is insane to me. Ian Hazzikostas doesn't have a clue what he's doing, and people are going, well, 10.0 will be better. In what world, sir? I ask you, in what world? The dude has done nothing to earn my trust. If anything, the only evidence I can see is that Ian Hazzikostas doesn't know what he's doing. Steve the Nooser may as well be a fucking toddler, because that's the writing style that he employs. If he wanted to pretend to be a toddler, he's doing a good job. He's fooled me. Because I am looking at it, and I am genuinely convinced that it is a 6-year-old that's writing these fucking stories. and probably at school as well, half distracted between eating clay and shoving shit up her nose, she's writing some stories for World of Warcraft. Because no grown human with any amount of talent would write these stories and think, yep, that'll do, pig. That'll fucking do. Paranoid, thanks for the Prime sub, did really appreciate it. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I am sorry, but there is no hope for 10.0. I will believe it when I fucking see it. I have not been convinced at this point that Ian Ezekostas and Steve Denuser or anyone that works at Blizzard has the talent to present and deliver a good game. At least now, and this might be the only sort of spark of hope for this company, is that they realize there's competition now. There's competition now. They can't sit on their asses and do nothing anymore. Can anyone take a guess? Okay, so when do you guys think 10.0 is going to launch? When do you think 10.0 is going to come out? I'll tell you. It's going to be next year somewhere. Quarter 1, quarter 2, maybe even quarter 3. That's when you can look forward to 10.0. So you're looking at about a year of no content. Yeah? About a year that there's going to be very little content for this game to do. In the past, if this was 3 or 4 years ago, what do you think would have happened as a result of this? They can't line it up with FF14. If Blizzard wants to kill themselves, they line it up with the next Final Fantasy XIV expansion. Final Fantasy right now will destroy World of Warcraft. It is destroying World of Warcraft. It is better in every single metric than World of Warcraft, bar gameplay. The only thing that World of Warcraft still has going for it is the fact that the gameplay feels somewhat better than Final Fantasy XIV. Outside of that, Final Fantasy XIV no longer has to stand back and hope that World of Warcraft doesn't release their content at the same time that they do. Yoshi P doesn't have to be scared anymore. In the past, that was actually a threat. If you release an expansion, Blizzard will release a patch and it will take away from your expansion. World of Warcraft is the one that now should be afraid. If they release as an expansion, what if Final Fantasy releases a patch literally in the same week as they release the expansion? They're going to sink. Because I don't think there's anyone that is playing Final Fantasy right now that's going to go, okay, I'm not going to play the Final Fantasy XIV patch, I'm going to be playing the expansion for WoW. That's not going to happen. People are going to play the patch for Final Fantasy XIV first, finish that, and then maybe they'll go try out the World of Warcraft expansion if other people say that it is actually fairly good. In the past, you would have gotten zero content, complete content drought, literally till the next expansion. Blizzard, in the past, did not give a fuck. Now, Blizzard can't afford to do that. If World of Warcraft goes through another content drought, World of Warcraft dies this year. By the end of this year, there is not enough players left and the servers close, or they go completely free to play. So now, Blizzard is finally waking up and saying, okay, wait a second, we have to keep bringing out content. We have to. So they're coming up with Season 4. They're bringing in some of the old dungeons to make part of the Mythic Plus rotation. That's going to be quite interesting. A lot of people might actually give that a go because it's some of the cooler dungeons that they ever made. So that is actually going to work for a lot of people. They're trying their best to give people something to do in patch 9.2.5 with more content and actually content sending you back to the old world. So Blizzard is finally waking up. That is the only light at the end of the tunnel, is that Blizzard finally realized they are no longer the top dog. They are no longer the best game on the market for MMOs. It is now Final Fantasy's title. And Final Fantasy doesn't seem interested in giving up that title anytime soon. Yoshi P literally just announced that they're undertaking over or revamping the graphics for the whole of Final Fantasy XIV. Can you imagine what that is going to do to bring new people into the game? They're making the game more single-player friendly. They're making the game more group-friendly. There's so much that they're doing to make sure that that game will keep on ruining things for World of Warcraft or any other MMO that tries to come in and do anything really, in the MMO space. So I don't see any reason to believe in any way, shape, or form that World of Warcraft is going to be back in 10.0. Do you? What do you guys see that convinces you that World of Warcraft can come back in 10.0? Is there anyone in chat that actually believes that? I'll tell you this much. I genuinely don't care. Missy, how you doing? Cool beans to all. Happy to have you here, Missy. I'll tell you what. I'm not interested in World of Warcraft 10.0. I'm not interested in World of Warcraft in general. I don't really care. We were going through the data mines for 925 yesterday. I couldn't see a single thing in those data mines that excited me at all. Like, not a single thing. I used to live for the data mines. I'm going through it now and I'm thinking, all right. Okay. Does this matter? Should this matter? I don't know. I just got triggered again. But that's for a different video, I think. Cramex, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There is no hope for 10.0. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not convinced. I just got triggered again. So the epilogue campaign judgment just dropped 6 hours ago. The dialogue from Zereth Morta's final campaign. The first line killed me, and I literally saw it while I was already a bit annoyed. Let's go through this, okay? So, we have Pelagos, Sylvanas Windrunner. There can be no true justice without compassion, and I can see your deeds bear the mark of the jailer's influence. An influence we failed to contain. Pelagos. Pelagos is the one that's going to deliver judgment on Sylvanas. Why Pelagos? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you, Pelagos is the least interesting character in the whole of World of Warcraft. Here you have an aspirant that failed every single one of their trials. Every single fucking one. Bar none. You had to help them with every single one. They then become the new Arbiter for some reason. Maybe because the Arbiter has to be the most inept character in all of the Shadowlands. That's how the Arbiter is chosen, because all the good ones actually have jobs to do, whereas the bad ones can just become the fucking Arbiter for whatever purpose. Maybe that's why they exiled the jailer. He was the worst of all of them. He was completely inept. They made him the Arbiter. He was so inept that he couldn't even be the fucking Arbiter, and so they just jailed him inside the maw. Maybe that is the big brain theory that we're all missing. Right? Yeah, literally, Pelagos has been kicked upstairs because they're too useless to actually be a character in the Archon's armies. Okay, so Pelagos is one of the least interesting characters in World of Warcraft. The only thing that makes Pelagos even remotely interesting is the fact that Pelagos is trans. A fact, by the way, that didn't even play into the story whatsoever. And there could have been something really interesting around this character that used to be female while alive and then became male once they could choose. There could have been an interesting story there. You could have explored it. Only, of course, it was tokenized. This was simply a token-inclusive matter. They needed a trans character, they made a trans character. The fact that the character is trans literally had nothing to do with the story, nor did it change the story in any way, shape, or form. If you're going to include something as difficult to understand and comprehend as trans matters within a game, at least do it some decency by writing something that fucking makes sense of why this character would be trans. Because Pelagos being trans changes nothing. Whether Pelagos is male by birth or female by birth changes nothing to the actual fucking story. It just doesn't mean anything. But anyways, Pelagos is apparently part of this. It kind of makes sense because the last cinematic that we saw Sylvanas in, she was the one talking to Arthas. Of all the characters that stands around Arthas' anima globe, right? Sylvanas will be the one to get a fucking monologue about everything he's done and how evil he was and how she turned into him. Excuse me, you have Jaina there. You have Anduin there. You have so many characters. You have Uther there. All of these characters could have provided a lot more fucking insight and emotional connection than Sylvanas Windrunner could have with her monologue. I love Sylvanas Windrunner, but fuck me. Am I done with the idiocy? Trying to use authors to redeem bad writing is so disrespectful. I'm still fucking triggered by that. But anyways, let's go on. Blizzard seems to not have a fucking clue. So Pentecost then goes, then you know in your heart to whom you must answer, entrusting justice to your most fervent adversary. Are there any gathered here who object to this fate? So be it. The jailer did not control me. Death would be a merciful end, Tyrande, however long it takes. What game do you play now, Banshee? The Sylvanas I hunted would never submit to the blade of her enemy. Your newfound remorse might be genuine. There will be no peace before you, Windrunner. The prisoner is in my charge now. Below lies the maw. Every soul lost in its depths, betrayed or condemned, you should find and send forth to the Arbiter. You will toil there under Dorather's watchful eye. This is how you shall bring renewal to your victims. Old friend, watch her well. So Sylvanas is condemned to the maw, to hunt the souls that doesn't belong in the maw and send them to the Arbiter. This is their great redemption story for Sylvanas. But she's not dead. Yeah, they've effectively turned Sylvanas into the Jailer 2.0. You can't think of horrible. Like, there is no worse storytelling than this. You see what I mean? A 6-year-old would have written this. This is just disgusting. Anyways, the time for your judgment is at hand. My actions were mine alone, and I accept their consequences, and I do not expect your mercy. But it can never erase all you have done until there is peace for the souls of your victims. Bring her, an unjust fate to which you doomed so many, and it will be there that your penance begins, to be judged with the compassion all souls deserve, scouring every darkened reach until the final soul is free, and you are all that remains, and my people. Wait, so what? Scouring every darkened reach until the final soul is free, and you are all that remains, and my people. So in other words, she doesn't want her people to be sent to the Arbiter? It shall be done. Dude. It doesn't make, like, you could have done so much more. You could have done so much more with this story.
Reading a thread from a Sylvanas absolutely hating on the excerpt of the Sylvanas book about to come. Like, you can taste the feeling of betrayal in her words.
What thread is that, Mighty Ranadon? Can you share it with us, please? Well, people like this because they hate Sylvanas, and they will literally like anything that Blizzard offers up, because they have to they have to defend Blizzard no matter what. This is horrible writing. Why would Sylvanas be? Well, she's not actually the Jailer 2.0. She's just hunting down all the souls that she condemned to the maw, and she has to send all of those souls to the Jailer. This is basically Blizzard putting Sylvanas on ice, so that they can use her in the future again. This is literally what Blizzard is doing. They're putting her on ice so that they can use her in the future again as soon as people have calmed down a little. When that future is going to be, who knows? I don't see how this happens, though, because she's not actually dead. She's undead, so she should technically not be in the Shadowlands. So what is she doing in the Shadowlands? Who knows? No one understands that. God knows what's going to happen to the undead now. There were better ways that this could be handled. Look, all in all, I'm not saying that this is horrible. It's the best that Blizzard could do with the story that they created. It's just that this story should never have happened. And Pelagos should not have been part of this fucking discussion at all. Just another way for Steve Denuser to put his little pets into a story. You want to know what's funny? This goes so against who Sylvanas is. This is not Sylvanas. The words here is not the words of Sylvanas. The jailer did not control me. Death would be a merciful end to Randa, however long it takes. Sylvanas wouldn't say this. Ever. Tyrande actually says, "What game do you play now, Banshee? The Sylvanas I hunted would never submit to the blade of an enemy." Sylvanas doesn't actually explain what she's doing or why she's changed. She just says, well, nothing. Okay? Sylvanas just keeps quiet, I suppose. My actions were mine alone, and I accept their consequences, and I do not expect your mercy. Who here thinks that this sounds like the words of Sylvanas Windrunner? It doesn't matter that this is the full soul Sylvanas. I happen to know the Sylvanas before she became a Banshee. The lore is well established on who Sylvanas was before she became a Banshee. She was incredibly arrogant, incredibly self-assured, and incredibly stubborn. Sylvanas was without mercy long before she became a Banshee. So, no. Even if this is the new reunified Sylvanas, this is not the words that Sylvanas would ever have fucking said. That Sylvanas would never have submitted. Never would have submitted herself to Tyrande. Yeah, you have to be very stubborn to do dailies for all eternity. I feel sorry for her. The dailies in the Maw is fucking torture. So I do feel sorry for Sylvanas having to be in the Maw for that long. I'm sorry. This is just, yeah, I don't even know what to say. The writing just doesn't get better for a while. This, by the way, is all Denuser. Or do you want to blame this on Alex Afrigiabi as well? Is this the last work of Alex Afrigiabi, or is this now the Steve Denuser work? Because this, by the way, is what we can look forward to in 10.0. If anyone was wanting to know, this is what 10.0 will be. This kind of writing. It's not really dialogue either. It's interesting. There's a whole list of shit being said, but no real dialogue. For example, what game do you play now, Banshee? The Sylvanas I hunted would never submit to the blade. One would expect that Sylvanas would make a case for herself here. If I say to you, the Sylvanas I hunted would never submit to the blade of her enemy, your newfound remorse might be genuine, there will be no peace for you, Windrunner. Some kind of retort? No. Would you just stand there? No, probably not. You would probably have something to say for yourself. Some measure of retort. Not necessarily defending yourself, but also not necessarily just being called a liar. And yet, there's no dialogue in World of Warcraft. None of this is dialogue between characters. All of this is just basically lines that's being said by 3 different characters. 3 different characters are saying 3 different things. Like, they're all just kind of speaking to be heard, I suppose. Liking the sound of their own fucking voice. You could turn this entire conversation... Here's what pisses me off about this. I think I just figured it out. This thing, this entire conversation should be this long. Back and forth, playing on each other. An actual dialogue, an actual narrative that is designed and invented to bring an emotional response from the viewer, to make the viewer understand. The thing here is, anyone that loves Sylvanas is going to think this is a bullshit end. Anyone that hates Sylvanas is going to think this is a great end. You've made no one feel any different about anything that's happening here. And you could have made everyone change their minds here. It's ridiculous. Let me see here. This was physically painful to read. In advance of the release of Sylvanas, the upcoming novel by Christy Golden, Blizzard is saying WoW had an exclusive excerpt from the book. Really? Must I? Alright, I'll do it. I'll do it. Interlude. Okay. As Sylvanas works to secure the loyalty partnership of Anduin Wrynn, she shares previously untold stories of her history and personal journey. In this interlude to the main story, Anduin questions the true motives behind Sylvanas' promise of no more lies. Anduin had listened without interrupting. Sylvanas had not thought in detail about her childhood in years. She was surprised at how clear some of her memories were, even now. It stirred within her the old familiar combination of pain and then anger. But somehow, now that a solution, a rectification of all that had gone so horribly, cruelly wrong in her life was so close at hand, the memories did not hurt or anger her as much. She had not let go of many things, walking this path, and perhaps this weight was some of it. She fell silent, unwilling as of yet to revisit the moments where the tight-knit fabric of family, friends, and a future full of hope began to unravel, and the silence between them was long. Anduin broke it by moving the tray forward with a scraping sound, nudging it with one armored finger until it was partway out of the circle. "Why do you tell me this?" he asked quietly. "You did not know it," Sylvanas said. "Did you hope to play on my sympathy? Did you think your story of a strong, loving, present family would move me somehow?" Of course she had. She'd all but told him that was what she intended. His face was hard, his expression flat, and she could hear his anger simmering beneath his words as he got to his feet. "I'm certain your various spies have ferreted out all the details about my childhood, but let me remind you, just in case there are any gaps in your knowledge," Anduin said. "When I was an infant, my mother was killed by a bloodthirsty mob, people she was standing up for. I imagine you know what a stone thrown in with angry face can do to a skull." Sylvanas did. She remained silent. "You remember how hard your mother drove you? I don't remember mine at all. My father saw it happen. It broke him. He could barely stand to look at me as I grew up. I have no warm, wise conversations with him during my childhood to look back on. Then he vanished when I was 10, and I suddenly became the king of Stormwind. You?" He scoffed. "At that age, you still were using a child's bow." What is this? What am I reading? Okay. He was calm, but also angry, and he was hurt. Anduin was right. She had been fully informed of almost every moment of Anduin's brief life thus far, but it had always been comprised of cold facts. Sylvanas knew what else he would say, and abruptly wished he would not say it. Varian returned full of anger. It took us a long time to reconcile, but we did. "We did," he repeated, more softly, as if to himself, "and then the broken shore. But you know about that." "I do," Sylvanas said, not rising to the bait. "What bait? What bait? Can I quickly ask, not rising to the bait, what bait are they referring to? The fact that Sylvanas had to retreat because the entire horde was about to be destroyed? Is that bait? I don't exactly. Yeah, but the broken shore fell apart because they were completely being overrun. The horde stood no chance. We were about to lose every single leader we have ever had. So there's no bait there. She could literally just tell him, "Look, I did what I had to do for the horde. There was literally no way that we could stay there. We were about to be overrun. There's nothing we could have done." In a discussion. Anyways, "Your life," Anduin said quietly, "was filled with riches. Riches I've never known." Dude, you're a fucking king. Fuck off. Riches I've never known. You're a king. You're literally the richest person in Stormwind. Your world was one of safety and certainty, of harmless pranks and easy forgiveness. You knew both your parents. You had sisters and a brother. Your youth was filled with grace and laughter, beauty and love and support and friendship. And yes, I know that world is no more for any of us, but at least you had the chance to taste it before it was gone. Sylvanas rose now too. Do not envy me, little lion. You have lost much, certainly, but it is nothing compared with what I lost. Wait, is this literally them playing a dick measuring contest? Like, who has suffered the most? This is so not how I imagine Sylvanas would speak to anyone. This is cringe as shit. It is nothing compared to what the Night Elves have lost. Or should I say, what you took from them. And there it was, the burning of Teldrassil. Sylvanas knew he would throw it at her, but had not expected he would do so just yet. I did what I did for a reason. For the greatest reason of all. Her voice rose before she could properly guard its cadence. You became a butcher, Sylvanas, slaughtering innocents, all in the name of self-righteous lies. It was not the petulant cry of a child, but the just fury of what the world would see as a good man. She could not rely on his empathy, not yet. She wondered if Anduin had chosen the word butcher deliberately, but even now, after all that had been done to him, she did not think him that cruel. They stared at each other for a long minute. Okay, Sylvanas tamped down her anger. I will speak of that in due time. But perhaps you will feel better when I tell you all that happened after Illyria left Quel'Thalas. You might not envy me quite as much then. She sank down onto the stone again, indicating that he sit as well. He made no move to do so. Stand if you must then, but I will not. But I will be here for a time, and Sylvanas couldn't resist a hint of smugness. You do not appear to be going anywhere soon. This is literally the only part of Sylvanas that I believe. Everything else that's being said in this, I don't believe at all. They're literally trying so hard to convince the audience of Sylvanas' innocence in all of this. They're turning Sylvanas into something that it has, like, it is literally a victimhood contest. That's all it is. Who's the biggest victim? And the hope is that this somehow sways people into believing that this... like, what? Are we supposed to feel sorry for the victim here? Like, is the biggest victim the automatic winner? Dude, this is just... I'm sorry, but... yeah, alright. I don't think I'm gonna buy this book. Gonna be honest with you, I think I'll give it a skip. It does not... at no point do I think... if this is the interlude, if this is what we're about to see, just Sylvanas and Anduin playing, you know, who's got the biggest victim dick, I think I'm gonna give it a skip. Because it's annoying writing. I'm not a big fan of Christy Golden's writing to begin with. Not her stories. In general, her stories are pretty good, but her writing style isn't my biggest... I'm not the biggest fan of that. And so far, none of this really moves me in any way, shape, or form. It's horrible. This is supposed to be about Sylvanas, and yet it's about Anduin, really. She's having this conversation with Anduin. Are we actually going to get some kind of information about why Teldrassil was burned in this book? Are we actually going to get some kind of reason? Look at the ending of Zereth Mortis. Sylvanas is basically being thrown into the maw as punishment for what she had done, which means this book is not going to provide any real evidence, or maybe Tyrande hasn't read the book yet. Maybe Tyrande will get back to Azeroth and then have time to sit down and read the novel by Christy Golden, you know? Her next trip to fucking Stormwind, she'll pick it up at the bookstore. And then she'll be like, oh, what did I do? I should go back to the Shadowlands and get her out. because I finally understand everything that she had done. What's the point of having this book that's basically trying to show you how sorry you should feel for Sylvanas Windrunner and everything that she has been through, but then, you know, you already know what the outcome is. So you know that she's not going to be successful in any of this. This book has just, it's weird. I'm sorry. I'm so done with WoW, dude. It's not even funny. I cannot bring myself to care about any of this shit. And it should be like Garrosh Hellscream 2.0. She'd do it all again. Dude, that was... I would pay to see that. That would have been the Sylvanas that I wanted to see. I did what I did. And I'll do it again. That's Illidan. That's Garrosh. That's literally the story of anti-heroes. It's this thing of, you know what? I'm not sorry. Why would I be sorry? I did what I did. Go fuck yourself. That would have been the right way for Sylvanas to exit stage left. Before she became undead, I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if that's what he did. I just want to point out, you know that this is literally Ian lying through his teeth. Ian is a liar. An red-handed fucking liar. At BlizzCon, people asked Ian how Sylvanas is different to Garrosh. How this isn't just another Garrosh story playing out. And Ian literally on stage stood and said, do you see Sylvanas begging for mercy? Do you see Sylvanas being thrown into a prison and accepting her judgment? This is not who Sylvanas is. She's not that character. Is she not? Is she not? I mean, it looked like she is. She is literally accepting to be in a prison. She is being judged by others. Ian said she will not submit to the judgment of others. Ian is a liar. Ian Azikostas is a fucking liar. This, by the way, is the dude that is the lead director for World of Warcraft. He is literally the director of World of Warcraft. And he doesn't even know what the fucking story is that they're about to tell. Because I can tell you now, this was not the story that they were meant to tell. Sylvanas was supposed to be the Garrosh. She was supposed to be the one that says, I don't care what you do, I don't care what you say, I did what I did, I'm not fucking sorry. And then Steve Denuser got his untalented little fingers on the typewriter and started writing this crap. Turning her into one of the most pitiful characters in World of Warcraft. Absolutely pitiful. The Sylvanas that used to exist is dead. This new Sylvanas is nothing to look up to. In an instant, they destroyed everything Sylvanas was. Ian Azikostas is the biggest fucking mess that has ever happened to World of Warcraft. He's a liar. He's straight up stood at BlizzCon and lied. He said that Sylvanas will never do the very fucking thing she's doing now. How do you go from never do this to exactly do the thing you said never gonna happen? I am not going to come inside you 2 seconds later, oops, that's Ian Azikostas. It's like, what the fuck? You don't even remember what you said less than a fucking year ago? How are we here now? Where's the grey? Fuck! Let's start talking about this. We were told that Sylvanas isn't good or evil, she's morally grey. What grey? Please explain to me the grey bits of Sylvanas' character. Dude, I'm getting triggered just thinking about this shit now. Because all of these things that's going back to me that they sort of threw at us. And they were like, yeah, Sylvanas is morally grey. She's not good or evil. And it's like, but is she though? Because it doesn't seem like it. It seems like she's being treated as if she's evil, but also turns out that everything she did was just evil. She was just literally following an evil dude. Well, according to them, it's an evil dude that wanted to destroy the universe. She had no grayness. There was literally not a single bit of grey. Grey, by the way, what morally grey means, Ian and Denuser, what grey means, if you have a morally grey character, this is a character that does evil things for a good fucking reason. So you look at what the character is doing and you go, oh my god, what are you doing? And then you go, oh, this is why you're doing it. I think that's too far, but I also get what the fuck you're doing it for, so I'm sort of conflicted by what you just did. I understand why you did it, because I understand the reason you did it, but I don't quite understand why you did that specifically, because it conflicts me. It's very evil, but not necessarily, like, it's not how I would have done it. That's morally grey. It leaves the audience with a sense of cognitive dissonance. I like this character because I can see that they were trying to save me, but I'm not necessarily sure if killing thousands of people in a tree was the right way to save me. That is a morally grey character. A character that is literally burning people for no other reason than the universe being dominated is not a morally grey character. It is just an evil character, or a stupid character, depending on what you look at. Because Sylvanas said that she will never serve, and yet she was serving literally up until the point that she said, I will never serve. So I guess at that point she decided, well, that's enough service for now. Now I'm no longer a servant. I will now be a trailblazer, if you will. Blizzard has no idea what they're doing. Their stories makes no sense. And now Sylvanas is sitting here with Anduin playing who's the biggest victim. Like, literally, this reads like a Twitter fucking battle. On Twitter, people constantly vie for being the biggest victim. You know, everyone is a fucking victim of everything. People have lists of mental illnesses and lists of fucking physical illnesses that they don't even know they have. They just think they have it because they read it somewhere on fucking WebMD, and now they must have it. The amount of people that has depression and social anxiety on Twitter is laughable, because everyone has it, even though none of them have actually literally been diagnosed with it, but, you know, they have it because they're a victim, and you should worry about their victim status. This is literally what what Sylvanas and Anduin is doing here. They're playing who's the biggest fucking victim. This is my Twitter bio. Your Twitter bio isn't as victim-y as my Twitter bio. I win. Therefore, fuck you. What am I reading? She goes, literally, listen to this last one. This is so cringe, dude. They stared at each other for a long minute. Sylvanas tamped down her anger. I will speak of that in due time, but perhaps you will feel better when I tell you all that happened after Illyria left Quel'Thalas. You might not envy me quite as much then. Let me tell you how I suffered once more. Maybe then you'll feel sorry for me. Like, what the fuck is this? What am I reading? What am I reading? Sylvanas is a character that would almost never share anything. She has always been tight-lipped. No one even knew that she was in love with Nathanos. That's how tight-lipped she has always been. She doesn't share shit. And here she's sitting sort of playing victim status with Anduin? No, I'm the biggest victim. No, I'm the biggest victim. No, I am. My daddy left me. Yeah, well, my sister left me. Yeah, but okay, so my mother died when I was really young. Yeah, well, my parents didn't die. My mother touched me in the wrong places. What the fuck? What am I reading? Is it going to come out that Sylvanas was sexually abused by her father at some point? Is that the trump card that makes Anduin go, oh shit, yeah, you really are. I understand now why you burnt the tree. The jailer must be right because your parents were fucking nutcases. What is the fucking point of this interlude? Christy Golden, fuck you. Like, fuck you. Steve Denuser, Christy Golden, Ian Denuser, fuck all of you. How can you do a story like this? What is the goddamn point of this? It's disgusting. Let's just fucking leave it. I don't want to talk about WoW anymore. Fuck this game, dude. Fuck this story. Fuck all of them. Blizzard may as well die at this point, because anything will be a mercy. Considering the way that they write this story, dude. It would be a mercy killing at this point. Oh my god. Dude, I can see the blood vessel is forehead bulging. Dude, it is disgusting. I don't know what to say. So annoyed. Oh. Thank fuck Steve Denuser doesn't write Final Fantasy. Yeah, they have to jump into the moat. True. We should have known we like FF, and we need a palate cleanser. Yeah, this is the interlude, Perpetrator. Can you guys imagine? This is the same universe that brought us the Lich King, Illid and the Burning Legion, Sargeras. Yeah, it seems so fucking long ago, doesn't it? Yeah, I still have to watch that video, but before we watch that video, I quickly wanted to watch this video. Josh Strife Hayes talks about there's not going to be another WoW again.
Would reputation grinds count on your MMO sins, Sloth? Look, it's never just a case of this is good, this is bad. It's a case of the way you've presented this is good, or the way you've presented this is bad. You can have a good system presented in a bad way, and you can have a bad system presented in a good way. It's about...
Dude, that is so true. Like, literally, Josh is saying everything that should be said about World of Warcraft. I said this at the beginning of the stream. World of Warcraft is good systems presented so fucking horribly. That's all World of Warcraft is. It's not that World of Warcraft doesn't have good systems. Their systems is fine. It's the way they're implemented and presented to the players that is just dog shite. And that is literally just down to direction. There's no one with any direction knowing where the fuck they want to go.
About the experience that the player has. When people say our reputation grinds bad, it depends what exactly you're looking at. If it's a reputation-based... as a bear. If it's a reputation-based system where you have to do the same repetitive task again and again and again over hundreds of hours and nothing changes and there's no real game...
Wait, Josh, can I just quickly comment on this? Why are you playing the game on that screen? I mean, I get it if you're sitting like this and the camera's over there and you're still looking straight, but why are you playing the game on that screen? Does your neck not get completely fucking wrecked by sitting like this the whole time? I would die. I would die. Josh, put the fucking game on your main screen, bro. Right in front of you. Holy shit.
Play there, then yeah, I can see why people would think that sucks. But if it's a case of you slowly become more well-known in a certain area by doing certain things, and this is generally a positive thing and you enjoy it, then yeah, cool. Grind does not necessarily imply negativity.
I will 100% agree with Josh here. So true. Grinds is not a problem. It's what am I grinding for? What is this grind supposed to represent? And does the grind lead to something? I'm always reminded in Final Fantasy XIV of the one and only Beast Tribe quest line I actually did and completed. It was in that area. What's the area called just before you go to Somal? Is it Somal? It's the area just before Somal. You meet those clicky people. You know the clicky people that click, 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 click the whole fucking time. They walk funny and they sort of click when they speak. Their Beast Tribe thing, the Vath, that's the one. You do that quest line, and after a while, it opens up. It literally changes their their enclosure, their encampment visually changes. It opens a adventurer's guild, if you will. So it actually opens up a place for you to pick up new quests to adventure on their behalf and increase your reputation. So there's a visual aspect to what you're doing for the VAT. You can actually see it visually change. If that is what reputations is in World of Warcraft, if you get a reputation with a faction or with an entity within World of Warcraft, and as you increase that, as you do quests and kills and play their story, which is actually the most important bit, reputation grinds in World of Warcraft generally do not come with stories. It just comes with a bunch of dailies that you have to do. Whereas from what I can tell with Final Fantasy's Beast Tribes, their reputations, their Beast Tribe rep, actually has stories. You're physically playing the story for the Beast Tribe, and through that, you're gaining reputation with the Beast Tribe. So you're becoming more well-known by the Beast Tribe. So fucking true. It's nothing is ever wrong if it's implemented correctly. It's gonna feel good to do. If it's literally just a grind that you have to fill the bar up for, and once you fill the bar up, you unlock some kind of power, that's not fun for anyone. No one actually enjoys that. The Vath were one of the first tribe quest lines I did. I love those critters. It was a cool fucking storyline.
Because grinding on RuneScape gets you woodcutting. It gets you fishing. But you know what? People like that. People say it's relaxing and enjoyable. It's about setting the expectations for what you want the game to be. If you want a slow, relaxed, enjoyable... I mean, is it grindy to play Stardew Valley? Is it grindy to play any of the...
I don't know. I've never played
Harvest Moon?
Stardew Valley.
Is it grindy to keep fighting in Final Fantasy VII again and again and again in order to level up? Some people would say yes. There's nothing wrong with a system inherent.
Nico Spider, Kdra Twitch, by the way, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Nico Spider, thanks for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. Welcome. 9 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's the way that you present that system to the players that can make it fun or frustrating.
So
progression
fucking
is fine as long as the actual progress itself is fun and the end reward feels like it's worth it. Any grind is good as long as the rewards are proportional to the time spent on it. See, that's your opinion, but someone else may think differently, and you're not wrong, and they're...
No. Why I would say that that person is wrong is because it's only one half of the equation. They're absolutely correct that any grind is worth the grind if the rewards is good enough for the grind. That's only one half of the equation. The other half of the equation is that the grind has to be presented to the player in an optional manner. So grinds has to be optional, not how can I explain this? Beast tribes, again, let's do the beast rapes in Final Fantasy XIV. They are completely optional. There are incredible rewards at the end of doing them, but the rewards are also optional. There is a visual progression that happens with beast tribe rape, so you want to do it because you want to see the world change and adapt to everything that you've done, so you can actually physically see how you're impacting the world around you, which is always fun. Visual changes in a game is always fun, but it has to be meaningful. I think that's actually the best way to put it. The first bit is fine. There needs to be rewards. No one is going to do a grind if there's no reward at the end of that grind, and the reward has to mean something. But it has to be meaningful in the way that you do it. That's the first bit of it. So it's a two-parter. The first part is the meaningful progression of your character. The second part is the rewards that you get after the meaningful progression of your character. If those two parts, if one of them is missing, it's broken. Because now it becomes a chore that you have to do rather than a decision that you make to do something.
They're not wrong. The problem with the MMO is that everyone thinks that there needs to be one MMO that everyone plays globally. And the reason this is such a prevalent attitude is, for a long time, there was. There was World of Warcraft, which took over. And then before that, there was EverQuest. There was Ultima Online. There was Legends of Future Past. There was the Island of Kesmai. There were these old ones, things like that. And I even made a video a while ago saying, have too many MMOs ruined it? There's Meridian 59. Have too many MMOs ruined the entire genre because it's a genre that succeeds when one or two games are popular because it's about bringing the community together. So the more you have, the more spread out it becomes. It's almost like football is an incredibly popular sport in England. It's probably one of the most popular sports. There are lots of other sports, but football is so big. If more sports kept being introduced and it slowly started taking the community away from football, would football fans say, oh, other sports are ruining football, other sports are ruining sports? Because what it's actually doing is breaking...
I don't I don't know what he's gonna say, right? If Josh says here that yes, that is true, I would say no, because it's not obvious to me that with the introduction of every new MMO, it steals players from other MMOs. What is more obvious to me is that every MMO will have its own audience and will therefore find that audience. So a new MMO could appeal to people who previously have never played MMOs in such a way that they start playing the MMO. They have no interest in ever playing any of the other MMOs, but they do like this MMO. The gaming audience is simply growing. It's now the biggest entertainment industry in the world by a mile. I believe the gaming industry is actually larger than the movie and music industry combined. In terms of pure revenue, the gaming industry is massive, and it is going to continue to grow. More and more people will start to take part in video games over the course of the years to come. So, more games is not bad. There are bad games, and there are definitely bad MMOs out there. We've all seen it. There's basically every new week a new MMO coming out of Asia that is basically a copy pasta of a bunch of other MMOs. And those are bad, but most of the time, those games don't do well. They don't really keep an audience. Most of those games on Steam is completely dead. You sit in queues for tens of hours just waiting for something to happen. Most people quit before they even get a fucking queue going for a group. So at the end of the day, I don't think more MMOs is a bad thing, because the only way that would be a bad thing if there was a predefined MMO community and all MMOs can only draw from the singular predefined community. Look at what Final Fantasy is doing now with their major updates to single player elements within Final Fantasy. They're targeting single player games. Yoshi P is going, look, we already have the MMO players coming over to our game. We want single player people to come to our game as well. So we're going to make the game more single player friendly so that those people can try it out, and eventually they'll also get sucked into the MMO part of our game. It is an MMO that is thinking forward. It's an MMO that realizes that the MMO community is not at saturation point yet. More people can always still join.
Breaking down the market dominance of that one thing. You don't need millions playing your game, but MMO players think that you do. People look at an MMO and say, this needs to be everything I want it to be forever. And if a new MMO comes out that's slightly better and takes away the player base, they say, oh, that's ruining it, that's killing this is dead. It's very binary. It's very black and white.
It really is. It's so annoying when you meet these people that say, well, I have played World of Warcraft for 16 years. I'm not going to stop playing anything else. All those games have come and gone, and World of Warcraft is still here. It's like, so what? If you're not having fun, move on. Like, there's a world. We want sprouts in Final Fantasy XIV. You're allowed to leave World of Warcraft and come try another game. You're welcome to try another game. You don't have to be stuck in the same game because that's the only game you play. We wouldn't say this for any single player game. Why do we say this for fucking MMOs? I don't get it.
Right, isn't it? People either say
I know so many
this
people
MMO
refuse to
is
play
either an objectively good
FF11
or an
and FF14
objectively
because
bad
they're online
thing for the
games.
genre. When actually,
Kedra, very
it
true.
can be both. It can be in the middle. And that's part of the process of finding the nuance of it. I mean, people are saying New World's dead. No, it's not. It's not doing as well as we all thought it would do, but it does still have a player base.
It has enough of a player base that they're bringing out more content for it. So it clearly does have... Look, an MMO, the majority of MMOs survive on 100,000 to 200,000 player base. The majority of MMOs survive on small player bases because that is still a large enough player base to actually have the game flourish. You remove a lot of the servers, so you don't have too many servers that sort of spread the community too thin. You make sure that most people are playing on 1 or 2 servers within the game, and the game can still do relatively well, even with a very small community. Look, Final Fantasy was an incredibly small game for a very long time. I think so many people don't even know this. But if you go back 4 years, Final Fantasy was barely a game worth mentioning in the MMO space. And I know this is going to sound harsh, because Final Fantasy was already then really a fucking good MMO. The problem was that World of Warcraft, this is literally what Josh Stryface is saying in this video. World of Warcraft was the problem. People were, when you said MMO, people were thinking, WoW. If you told people, yeah, I play MMOs, they would go, oh, so you play WoW. No one would go, so you play Final Fantasy XIV. Because that wasn't a game worth mentioning. It was all about WoW. Now, with WoW doing poorly, people are starting to realize, hey, this is actually so fucking good. This is, Jesus, this is so fucking good. You know? It's actually worth playing. And I think a lot of us, especially the ones that moved over to Final Fantasy and found a new home for ourselves there, do, like, oftentimes think, I wish I made this move sooner. I'll be honest, I wish I made the move sooner. I wish I started playing Final Fantasy round about the time of Heaven's Ward, or even round about the time of Stormblood. But I was too into my WoW space to ever think that Final Fantasy could compete with World of Warcraft. But this closed mind that so many MMO players have of this is my game and this is the only game I will play, and then calling people sort of out if they betray their games. It's ridiculous to me. Like, you're a betrayer, you're a traitor if you quit playing my game. I mean, I get that. My comments. Let me just see here.
As Mungold and other old WoW streamers touched it and brought all of their viewers. It forced FF14 to get bigger servers XD.
To call me very, very true. Thanks for the 100 bits. I really appreciate it. What was I saying again? What was I talking about? I completely lost my train of thought. I was trying Final Fantasy XIV and Stormblood already. Oh, I get comments about this all the time. I told you guys about this. People basically coming up to me and saying, dude, I know that World of Warcraft is in a good space right now, but please make videos on it. Just don't focus on Shadowlands because we don't want to lose another content creator. It's like, dude, how about you just watch the videos that I make that I'm actually having fun making? You know?
People complaining that these other old WoW players went to another MMO and calling them traitors.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous, Ukami. But that is what I'm getting right now. My comment sections are filled with people. My DMs are filled with people going, dude, can you stop being negative about WoW and just make positive videos about WoW? And it's like, dude, I'm not making negative videos about WoW because, you know, I'm just trying to be negative. I'm making videos that's honest about World of Warcraft and my experiences within World of Warcraft. If you want to watch me be honest and positive, watch my Final Fantasy videos. They are honest and positive. I am liking that game. I am enjoying making videos about that game. So, you know, if you want to see me positive, then watch the videos that I make that's actually about good games. Don't watch the videos and don't ask me to lie and be fake and pretend like I like World of Warcraft when I know I do not.
People are saying, oh, this is dead and that's dead. No, until it actually shuts down, it's not dead. It's just very, very, very quiet online. Yeah, people say that a game is dead when they don't enjoy playing it or it's not the heyday of it anymore. People say, oh, this game is dead because it's not as popular as it once was. Even Guild Wars 1 is still going and doing relatively well for it, to be fair. The problem with a lot of
Guild Wars 1 is still on?
Is the MMORPG is no longer one game forever. It's no longer every player finds their forever game. We are now in an audience kind of era where people will play different games. People will enjoy different experiences and have different adventures. And one of the big problems with that...
Aaron Gee, you're very correct in what you're saying. I said this before I even made a video on this. Final Fantasy figured out what World of Warcraft still hasn't. People don't have time anymore to play games like they used to. A game like Lineage 2, a game like Dark Age of Camelot will not work in the modern landscape. These are games that require immeasurable amounts of input. You basically have to make it a job. And if failing that, you have to make it a second job. It's what those games were designed to be. And that worked for a really long time. When MMOs were in their infancy, that worked. People wanted more games to play. Back in the days of Dark Age of Camelot and of Lineage 2 and what's the other one? EverQuest, there weren't that many games on the market. So most of the time, you would have Baldur's Gate 1 release. As soon as Baldur's Gate 1 was played through, you would have nothing else to play until another big publisher came with a game to market. So games or gamers weren't spoiled for choice. We basically had to take whatever we could get. And so people loved the idea of an ever-on or always-on game, a game that just never ends and you always have something to do. That was what was required then. The MMO market have since moved the fuck on. You now have millions of games to choose from, most of them dirt cheap on Steam, that can take you anywhere from 10 hours to 1,000 hours to complete, depending on how you want to play it. People no longer want games that become a second job. They no longer want games that sort of bog them down and just try to hold them in that game. And Yoshi P figured this out. Fundamentally, I believe it's because he is an avid gamer himself. He self-professes that he doesn't just play Final Fantasy XIV, he plays other games as well. So he designed the game in a way that he gets to play other games as well. He doesn't want to be playing his game and his game only. He wants to be able to play other games, so he made the game so that there is time for him to leave Final Fantasy and go play a little bit of something else, and then come back when there's something else to do in Final Fantasy XIV. I believe that is the future, and any MMO right now that treats their game as if it's supposed to be a second job is going to go by the wayside. People are going to give up on it as they stop maturing and as the gaming audience continues to mature and the gaming industry continues to mature. People are going to realize that, hey, I don't want to play just one game. There's so many other games to choose from. And WoW right now is in the worst space that they could ever have been in. I can say with relative certainty that about 70% of the WoW audience left World of Warcraft for other games. So they have experienced what other games have to offer. Very few people are now going to return to WoW and be okay with making that their only game again. It's just not going to happen. Nico Spider, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate. Take care of yourself. People are going to want something else. And so WoW from now on will have to design their game knowing that they're never again going to get the engagement metrics that they were hoping for. They can't design the game for 100% engagement. It's just not going to work. Delia, how you doing?
Is when someone makes an MMORPG, especially a new developer, and they say things like, oh yeah, it's going to take you 5 years to max out your skills. Yeah, I get how that sounds cool to the really hardcore players, but you have to understand that most people...
Wait a second, did he just have someone called Anal Extract?
But it's hard to not be negative about WoW. FF14 has been relaxing so far and the story is actually good. I even got my dad to join my FF14 and he's been playing WoW since it was first launched and was a beta tester until Wrath, and he's enjoying FF14 better than WoW. He definitely wanted something else.
Okami, thanks for 100 bits, and I know so many people that is in the exact same boat that have moved on and is just enjoying their time away from the game and experiencing something else.
To understand that most people aren't going to find that an attractive thing anymore. Saying
True.
that it's going to take you hundreds, in some case thousands of hours, isn't necessarily an appealing...
Dude, it's actually one of the reasons I think Ashes of Creation is going to tank. Is because they are making their game for that super hardcore, always on player. Now, the one thing that they have going for them that might save them is the fact that they themselves know that their game isn't going to be for millions of people. Steven actually said this straight up in almost every interview. We know that our game is never going to be a mainstream game, and we're not shooting for a mainstream game. We are shooting for a fun game that I want to play, because this is the kind of game that I want to play. He wants that hardcore Second Life Lineage 2 kind of game. But the second I heard how many thousands of hours I'm going to have to spend in that game, I was turned off. I'm going to be honest with you. You no longer win me over with the promise of thousands of hours of enjoyment. I'm not going to enjoy myself for thousands of hours. Give me a good game that takes 20 hours plus to finish, and I'm happy. You know? I'm happy. That's a good game. It lasted me as long as I needed it to last. No more, no less. And if you're going to give me an MMO that I can play at my own leisure. So when I finished my 20-plus hour game, I can go play the MMO again. But don't try and bog me down into a single fucking game.
Thought to a lot of players. And a lot of MMO newer designers, especially when they're trying to recreate hardcore old games, use this idea of, oh, it's so hardcore. And most people don't have that much free time anymore. A seriously long game does not mean a seriously good game. I mean, you can finish every quest in RuneScape within a couple of weeks if you really try. And if you say to someone, hey, yeah, you can get a quest cape in RuneScape in a couple of weeks, it's just tough. They go, oh no, I need a hardcore game, a longer game. Length to do something does not necessarily mean direct levels of enjoyment with it. Yeah,
no.
The Dying Light 2 completion time.
It's what we spoke about yesterday with, does hard raids automatically equate to good raids? And the answer is obviously no. A hard raid is not automatically a good raid. It's enjoyment. And enjoyment is very difficult to quantify. You can't quantify enjoyment by the amount of hours that someone's been doing something. You can't quantify enjoyment by the amount of effort that someone had to put in to get it done. You can only quantify enjoyment by what people say. I am enjoying this. Right? And that's ambiguous as fuck. Because you don't necessarily know why they're enjoying it, but they are enjoying it. So I get that it's very difficult. It's easier to do something that you can actually quantifiably look at. So a hard raid will take longer to finish, therefore you know it was a hard raid. But that doesn't automatically mean that it was a fun raid for anyone to do. And that is true for games as well. What Josh is saying here is so fucking true. Just because a game can be finished in 2 or 3 weeks doesn't mean that that game is worse than the game that needs months in order to finish. Because if I had 95% fun in the 2 weeks that it took me to finish the game versus the game of 4 months that it took me to finish, but I only had about 25% of fun, and I realize I'm using weird quantifiable or quantifying numbers here, which one do you think is better? Which one do you think is better? Because I would almost always go for the shorter amount of time to finish the game, but more enjoyment while I was doing the completion of the game, versus the opposite, right? And Jamalman, your argument is only true if we exclude all the facts. Your argument is only true if I pay no attention to the facts. It's a choice, though, because this is what you said. It's a choice. No one forces you to play World of Warcraft. You can play World of Warcraft if you want to, and then you play, or you can play Final Fantasy if you want to, and then you play. That is only true if I ignore all the evidence. Because that's not really what we're talking about, and that's not really what happens. If you play World of Warcraft and you choose to be a mount collector, that's true. Now you can choose to play the game whichever way you want. If you play World of Warcraft and you choose to be a crafter, that's true again. You can do basically whatever you want. You can play whenever you want. You don't have to play all the time. Crafting's not going anywhere, and crafting doesn't really go anywhere. So you can play as much or as little as you want, and you'll still be able to play the game. If you play World of Warcraft and you choose to be a raider, ding, 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 in comes the game that now says, oh, excuse me, If you want to be a raider, you will have to do Mythic Plus. You will have to do Torghast. You will have to farm gold. You will have to have professions. You will have to do dailies. You will have to collect all your covenants or max out your covenant. You will have to collect all of your conduits. This is all the chores that you will have to complete if you wish to be a raider. Suddenly, there's no choice. I made a choice. I want to play the game because I want to raid. The game then said, fuck you, now you will have to do this before you can do the thing that you actually wanted to do in the first place. So the choice has been made on my behalf. If I wish to continue to choose to play the game as a raider, I will have to do a bunch of other shit. So the choice has been removed. The only people that get to choose in World of Warcraft how they want to play World of Warcraft are the people that's not actually playing World of Warcraft. They're playing a small part of World of Warcraft. Those are the only people with the freedom of choice to play the game the way that they want. What we're talking about here is that even if you chose to raid in World of Warcraft, you must be able to simply choose to raid in World of Warcraft. You must not then also be forced to do a bunch of other shit that you do not care about.
Tweets. Oh yeah, didn't they say Dying Light 2 would take hundreds of hours to finish or something? It's ridiculous. They were like, oh yeah, to finish this game it would take you 500 hours. Okay, I mean, if it's 500 of the most amazing...
Look, an MMO is fundamentally about choice. When you walk into an MMO, this is why I always use the example of a theme park, right? Or a carnival, whatever you call it. I don't know. Do you guys call theme parks? Is there a difference for you between a theme park and a carnival? What do you call, in America, what do you call the thing with the rides? The roller coasters and the shit. Is that a theme park or is that a carnival? Or I don't want to use the wrong word here. An amusement park. Okay, so let's say amusement park or theme park. All right. When you walk into a theme park, you get a choice, right? There's a bunch of rides and you buy tickets for those rides. A lot of theme parks in South Africa has an entrance fee at the door and then all the rides are free inside the theme park. You pay the entrance fee and you can go in and ride as many things as you want. Yeah? Some of the more traveling theme parks in South Africa, they'll have this ticket system where you buy tickets for all the rides. But at no point do they say, sorry, sir, you can't buy a ticket yet for the roller coaster because you haven't been on the swings and the teacups. First, you have to buy 2 tickets for the swings and 2 tickets for the teacups. Then you can buy a ticket for the tornado, and then you can buy a ticket for the roller coaster. And if you want to go on the roller coaster again, you'll have to repeat the whole process again. They don't do that. They say, right, you want to go on the roller coaster, buy all the tickets you want for the roller coaster and go on the roller coaster until you fucking puke. That's your choice. That's what a theme park is all about. I choose which rides I wish to go on. That is what an MMO should be fundamentally. I choose what I want to do, and I refuse to do the things that I don't care about. The second I choose something, and then the game starts making decisions on my behalf, something is broken within the game. The game is fundamentally flawed at that point. Because now, I'm not making decisions. The game is making decisions based on my decision that will now lock me into specific ways of playing the game. That is the problem within World of Warcraft. That is what we're talking about when we say that World of Warcraft provides players with no real freedom of choice.
Amazing gameplay hours you've ever experienced. Okay, cool. But I teach drama, and I've taught acting for a long time, and I've taught drama for a long time at every single level. And what happens all the time?
Hey, I also have a degree in drama. That's interesting. I don't teach drama. I couldn't be fucked. But, I don't know. He was a drama teacher, actually.
This is a big thing for me. I will set whatever class I've got a task to create a short scene. And I'll say, create a short scene based on this improv, based on that improv, based on this idea or that idea.
Improv is so much fun,
dude. They often come back to me and they say, how long does it have to be? And I say, it has to be long enough to be good, but not too long to be boring. Would you rather go to the theatre and watch a 1 hour play that is absolutely brilliant and polished and fantastic and dense, or would you watch a 10-hour play that's 1 hour's worth of content stretched over 10 hours? I'd go with the 1 hour play, because I would place quality over quantity. So,
obviously.
I mean, yeah, the Goes Wrong show. Absolutely perfect example. So when people say, oh, this game is 500 hours, okay. I mean, Uncharted was 8, and that was fantastic. That was 8 hours.
Senua's Sacrifice was about 10 hours. Is there anyone here that's played Senua's Sacrifice? Don't like theme parks, except for the scooters in there, and some fun rifle shootings for gifts, but that's all. I haven't been to a theme park in decades, but I remember them. Senua's Sacrifice is arguably one of the greatest story games. It's not really an RPG because you don't really get choice much in the game. It's a story game. It's literally a game that you just play for the story at the end of it. It's an insanely good game. It's the best 10 hours I have ever spent in a video game. It's only 10 hours. You finish the game and you do feel like, fuck, I wish there was more. But at the same time, you think to yourself, this was perfect. This was perfect. I don't need it to be more. It's one of the reasons I'm so, like, almost always standoffish when it comes to open world games. Because open world games tend to be 8 hours of actual story padded by a bunch of bullshit. Missy, take care of yourself. Thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Have a fun evening. It's almost always. The open world pads you with a crap ton of bullshit that no one cares about, but you have to do the bullshit in order to actually play the game. So I usually, whenever I hear something is open world, I tend to be like, oh, okay, never mind. I'm going to give this one a skip. I'm one of the few gamers that don't like open world at all. The story ends at the end of the story. There is no need to add more story for the sake of having more story. Once it's done, it's done. Paranoid's so fucking true. And if it's a good story, it's a good story no matter what. Never have that feeling. I want more. It destroy only the ending experiment if there is more. True, but you sort of want the story continued because you had so much fun playing it. Another game that had the same effect on me was Plague Tale. A Plague Tale Innocence. Very much the same feeling. Short game, like 10, 12 hours, maybe. Brilliant game. Absolutely phenomenal story, phenomenal game. Gameplay is awesome. But again, you know, it's a short story. It's meant to deliver a really impactful, in-your-face fucking story that makes you think, and then it sort of tapers off. And by the way, I'm just saying, Witcher, like, I'm not saying that open world games are inherently bad. It's just whenever someone says that they're making an open world game, my mind is immediately like, oh my God, this is going to be another one of those. Especially when Ubisoft says it. Like, as soon as Ubisoft comes out with an open world game, I'm always like, oh, okay, fuck my life. This is going to be very little story and a lot of busy work. So I'm usually like scared. But there are games that have open worlds like Witcher 3 that is phenomenally well done. Because in Witcher 3, the world is optional. The world is open and it is there for you, but it's optional. You're not forced to go into the open world if you don't want to. There's a lot of markers on the map and you can go visit the question marks and exclamation points on the map, but at no point does it say you have to. In fact, the very first time I finished The Witcher 3, I didn't collect a single thing on the map. It was only at, I think, my 4th or 5th playthrough of Witcher 3 that I did a full playthrough. Like, collected every single marker on the map, bar none. Because I wanted to be full completionist on it. But that's fine. If the open world simply exists to give that feeling of exploration and freedom, but the story itself is its own fucking story, that's perfect.
Hours of brilliance. Baldur's Gate is maybe 30 of brilliance. If you can condense your gameplay experience, Portal takes an hour into a small but really enjoyable.
Oh, Portal was also fun. Dense. Jesus. Josh is just hitting all my favorite games, like all the sweet spots. God.
Fast moment. You're going to go down. Yeah. God of War. The first and second God of War were not great. No, sorry, they were not long. They were great, but they weren't long. They were really good.
Oh my god, I almost disagreed with him because the first 2 God of Wars were insane. But he's right. They weren't long. They were just really fucking cool.
They weren't long games. They didn't need to be. They wouldn't have been made any better by stretching the same amount of content.
To be fair, God of War 3 isn't that long either. And it's not as short as the first 2. True, but it wasn't that long either. It was just more jam-packed with story.
Over a longer time period. Portal 2 is 6 hours. Yeah. So when someone says, oh, this game is going to take thousands of hours of your time, do you understand how valuable my time is? Anyone's time. Your time is remarkably valuable. If someone wants to...
I mean, is my time valuable? I spend most of my days streaming. So I'm going to say my time is maybe less valuable than most people's. But still, I don't like it wasted. You know, I'll waste my own time. Thank you very much.
To get 1 hour of it, they need to work for so long. If someone expects 500 hours of your time, how long do they need to work for that? It's a real shame. Your time, your free time, is limited and valuable. And when companies think that they can put out a game, it's almost arrogant of companies to put out a game and think that you're still going to be playing it after 500 hours.
True.
If they haven't made it the best they could possibly make it.
I have to stream. You know, if I don't stream, I can't buy hookers and coke, which is obviously not a good thing. So in order to have fun, I have to sit here and watch videos and play video games.
Constantly, forever. I find that a very arrogant way of looking at it. I mean, Bo Burnham
What's Pot W?
You know, Bo Burnham said he works for hundreds of hours to get the audience's attention for 1 hour. Engagement metric. Yeah, engagement. It's MMO players want a good online adventure. And there are many good online adventures out there. And MMO developers need to convince players that their adventure is the absolute best. But MMO developers are also aware of how difficult and complex MMO games are to make and how expensive they are and how much money they've got to claw back quickly. If a game is not good immediately, I judge, and I think this is crazy, but I judge games by a very similar metric to films, TV shows, and books. If it doesn't start well, that isn't a case of, well, it gets better. It's a case of it's actively chosen to leave subpar material into it. This
is one of the reasons I have said that if Yoshi P and his team wants to really make Final Fantasy the #1 hands down MMO and everyone will start playing it, they have to go back and fix ARR. Like, fix the pacing issues of ARR. Now that I'm in Stormblood, you know, I've had the opportunity to play Heavensward. I've moved into Stormblood. I can honestly tell you the pacing issues of ARR. It's not that ARR is bad. It's not that ARR is horrible, especially once you get through it. So if you get through it, you start looking at ARR very differently. But the pacing of ARR is really bad. You're constantly at a point where you think, God, can we just get this over with? This is so drawn out, and sometimes the pacing feels a little bit too quick. Other times the pacing feels a little bit too slow. It's just it misses the mark every single time with pacing. So they need to go back and figure out, how do we fix this pacing? And if anyone can do it, it is Yoshi P. But figure out what exactly is this pacing and how do we make this pacing work in the game. If they do that, Final Fantasy destroys every other MMO hands down. No questions asked.
First half an hour of a film is shit. Cut it out. Find a way to get the information that it was giving to you in a better way, in a different part of the film. If the first 5 paragraphs of a book are boring and terrible and badly paced, change them. Find a way to do it.
The best thing I've ever heard was a YouTuber that gives advice to other YouTubers on how to grow their channels. And this is actually one of the channels that I follow that makes good content around that. So most of you won't know these people and most of you wouldn't care. But for me, you know, obviously as a YouTuber, you're constantly looking at how to be better and how to do different things. This was actually Harris Heller. Yeah. As soon as someone turns on your video, they are actively looking for a reason to stop watching. Like, the second someone turns on your video, they are actively looking for a reason to leave. And that is so true. There's so many options of things to do on YouTube that, how often have you done this? I do this so often, where I'll start a video. So let's say we start this video, and then I'll scroll down and I'll be like, all right, what else is there? I'm already looking for the next video. I haven't even watched the first minute of this video, and I'm already looking if there is a different video that might actually be better than the video that I'm watching right now. So you have to, from the first minute, grab the attention of the audience so that the audience goes, whoa, what's going to happen here? What is this all about? You have to keep the audience engaged, and you basically have to do that every 30 seconds, get the audience's attention back into the video, because you need to trick them to keep them watching, okay? There are some videos where you do that, Mike. There are videos where I know the content creator and I'm already invested in the topic before I click on it. I'm talking about when I'm just browsing YouTube. I'm just sort of looking around for a video because I'm bored and I don't know, I don't want to work at the moment, or I don't want to write scripts, or I don't want to record anything. So then I'll just browse YouTube and look for something. The same is true for movies, video games, and books and series. From the moment someone starts watching a video or watching a movie or watching a series or reading a book, they're looking for a reason to go spend their time elsewhere. You must grab their attention immediately if you're going to make sense of this. One of the best examples of this ever being done so well is the movie Inglourious Basterds. Everyone here should have seen Inglourious Basterds, right? The opening scene of Inglourious Basterds is 17 minutes. 17 minutes of pure dialogue between two characters. That dialogue is so perfect. The actors are so perfect that you can't stop watching. Most other movies will use a massive action scene or a stormy romance scene, you know, something to get the audience sort of invested. The film Inglourious Basterds uses dialogue in a way that the audience cannot peel their eyes away from the screen. You can't stop watching. This German actor is delivering the lines of a Nazi soldier in such a chilling way that you're captivated by it. You are absolutely captivated by the performance of these actors. And every game, every movie needs this. Something huge to get the audience involved, to get them right there, so that now they can continue and explore the story.
Bit better if the opening of your experience, no matter what it is bad. You really need to ask yourself why you want this to be the first impression the audience has. The opening is more important than the ending, because more people will see the opening than the ending. 100% of people who attempt to experience your media will see the opening. Very, very few people will ever see the ending. So if you put the crap bit at the start, all you're guaranteeing
it's such a good scene.
Everyone who ever experiences your media gets to experience the crap bit. Only a few select people get to experience the good bit. Why don't you just put the good bit at the beginning? True. And then why don't you make the middle also good, and then the end as good as you can? People always go, yeah, Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones started great and then got crap, which I think was great because everyone got to experience the good bit. We all got to love the good bit together. Can you imagine if Game of Thrones...
I would say in this instance, I would use Heroes as the perfect example. You want to know why Heroes may be one of the greatest series that has ever aired on television? And I mean all 4 seasons. All 4 seasons of Heroes is the greatest television ever. You want to know why? Usually, when your favorite series ends, you are left feeling empty. But Heroes became progressively worse with every single season, to the point where when season 4 was announced, most Hero fans were like, can this just end, please? So by the time it came to an end, it almost felt like they were doing us a fucking favor. Like they were listening. They were finally listening, and they were ending our torment, because everyone kept watching because they were like, fuck, I just want to see how this ends now, but I really want this to just end. I can't keep watching this. This is so bad. So it's actually brilliant. It's brilliant. They didn't allow themselves to go out with a bang. They went out with a whimper.
Thrones started the first couple of seasons as it ends. The same quality of writing and acting and directing and whatnot. It wouldn't have got a 3rd season. Game of Thrones started really strong season 1 to 5, and we all enjoyed it, and we all loved it, and we all have that memory.
Yeah.
We can all laugh and we all joke. Do you like Game of Thrones? Oh, only seasons 1 to 5. Yeah, we all loved it. It was great. Hey, what's the best part of World of Warcraft? Oh, Wrath of the Lich King was amazing. Oh, yeah, we all loved that. Can you imagine if World of Warcraft's very first expansion was Battle for Azeroth? I don't think it would have done well. You know what starts really strong? The Witcher 3. What a great start. Killing the Griffin in that massive tutorial area, White Orchard. All of White Orchard is a massive tutorial. Brilliant start. Hey, you're a Witcher. Here's a sword. Here's another sword. Here's how you kill these guys. There's some potions. Put some potions onto your sword. Use your spells. Quick, flashback to when you're training with Ciri. Flash forward, go and hunt a griffin. Once you've hunted... You know, when I hunted the griffin, I thought that's got to be like half the game done. That's like 5% of the game.
Yeah.
It's a tiny amount. And then all of White Orchard in The Witcher 3 is just a tutorial. The tutorial of The Witcher 3 is better than some full games. That's how good that bit is.
So
it's
true.
Brilliant. The Witcher 3 DLC is better than entire games. Like, Blood and Wine is fantastic. Heart of Stone is amazing. The Witcher 3 is a good example of make every bit of your game the best bit.
Yes.
Every bit of your game is the best bit.
I told you guys. You don't fucking believe me? Believe the posh Brit. Like, I don't have his accent, so you're obviously not going to believe me, but believe this guy. If you have not played Witcher 3, go fucking play it. It is insane. All of that game is fucking insane.
It's a card game with a massive RPG tacked onto the side of it. That's what it is. Gwent. Gwent wasn't just a random afterthought. Gwent was a freaking great game.
Man, I enjoy Josh. I really fucking enjoy this game. If I play it, I'll miss your stream. Probably. Because that is really not a game where you can have something on the second monitor. That's posh to American ears. I don't know how that's possible. But, okay. Wasted so much time on Gwent. I never played Gwent, actually. Moon to Crest, how you doing, brother? I never played it. I should probably, because I'm a huge fan of the Witcher universe. So I should probably at some point give it a go. No, we're going to do the pint reaction in a minute, because everyone have asked me for that. And then after the pint reaction, we're playing some Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, Story, I did not play Gwent in the game either. Gwent just doesn't... Like, I'm not a big fan of card games to begin with. The thing I like about Josh the most is why he doesn't even acknowledge that why WoW exists. What do you mean? Version, he doesn't acknowledge why WoW exists? What do you mean? I love the world of Witcher, but avoid the games so I don't sink too deep into it. Do not avoid the games. For the love of fuck, do not avoid the games. The games are so well done. They really are. I'm quickly going to go pee, get some more tea, and I don't know, I want that to rhyme. and then we'll be back. When I get back, we're gonna be watching Pint's new video because everyone have asked me to react to Pint's video, and then we're going to jump into Final Fantasy. So if you've been looking forward to the Stormblood stuff, it's coming soon. System in the first Witcher. I never played the first Witcher. I couldn't get past the graphics was just too bad for me. The graphics and gameplay was just too bad. So couldn't get into it. But yeah, I'll be right back, guys. I should stay. Dude, the wind is fucking disgusting. Oh, there we go. Blazing Star, how you doing, brother? Why are you in a weird mood? All right, so Pint's new video is what people wanted me to react to, and then we're off to Final Fantasy XIV. Oh my god, where the fuck are we gonna... Okay, I found it.
Black.
Okay, we'll give it a minute because we're just playing ads quickly. As soon as the ads are done, we'll start reacting. How's the foot doing? The rocker of the foot is great. Thank you very much for asking. My wrist is fine, Wolfman. As I explained before, it's like a mild case of carpal tunnel that I'm basically just keeping on. Probably going to do it for another week, 2 weeks, maybe. And then it should be fine. What happened to your foot anyways? It's an old wound that wouldn't heal, and it just got fucked up again. And then that caused muscle death, or like mild muscle death that had to be sorted out as well. So, but I should be back in the gym tomorrow, so I'm not too worried. Is South Africa a good place to live? Do you like it? Paranoid? No. It's not a good place to live. It's a beautiful place to visit, but it's not a good place to live. No, Mike. Don't you think if it was amputated, it would be a much bigger operation, a much bigger fucking story? No, I still have my foot. I'm not losing my foot. It's just a wound that needs to be sorted out. South Africa has a lot of issues, and we have a government that is largely inept and unable to deal with the issues. And so let me put it this way. If you have the money to take care of yourself, to get yourself off the government's systems. So in other words, you have the money to set up solar panels on your roof, which, let's quickly look. For a good, for a system that takes you completely off the grid, you're going to pay around, you're going to pay around $16,930 for a system that takes you completely off the grid. So you don't care about the power grid at all. Then you're probably going to need, let's say, to drill a well. And for that, you're going to need about $6,700. If the well is very deep that you're drilling to get you off the water system. By that point, I would say South Africa is a great place to live, because you're not reliant on the government at all. You get yourself a security company. That's probably going to be about, let's say, maybe at most $150 to $200 a month to get private security. And so you're not reliant on the police. You're not reliant on the government or the municipalities to provide water or electricity. Then South Africa is perfect. It's beautiful. The weather is nice. There's nothing wrong with the country. But if you're reliant on the government for anything, it is a horrible place to live. If you could pick anywhere, where would you pick? Alaska. Alaska or Texas? One of those two. If I could choose anywhere in the world to live. But I don't know now. With the world being in the state that it's in, maybe not now. You know, I'm happy with Germany. I wouldn't live in Europe. I don't have anything against Europe, but your taxes is a bit more than what I'm willing to pay. So, yeah, wouldn't live in Europe. Okay, here we go. So we have Pint's new video, 10,000 hours of Black Mage. Let's Let's see.
Black Mage is the highest damaging class in Final Fantasy.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to fucking hit record. Sorry. Wait a second. Can I just ask, before we even continue, I want to ask, what type of content does Pint actually make? Because I see him making a crap ton of different type of content. So this is 10,000 hours of Black Mage. I remember him doing another video about like many hours of something. Is it just more general Final Fantasy stuff? So he doesn't really do one specific thing. He does more just generalized fun stuff within Final Fantasy. Started similar to Internet Historian, entertaining ones. Yeah, he is entertaining. I wanted to know, is he like a class guide creator or not really a class guide creator, more just like he does fun stuff? Okay. Let's see.
Black Mage is the highest damaging class in Final Fantasy, but it's also the most difficult. Its reputation is so insane that many high-end raiders are too scared to even try it. But not me. Black Mage is in my blood. It's actually quite a serious medical issue. And without me, you're not gonna last a second out there, buddy. But worry not, my friend. I will teach you everything.
Wait, is Black Mage actually that difficult? Because I picked up Black Mage and I'm having fun with it. Is it really that hard for people to play Black Mage? That is fun for him. He puts effort in his own perspective and passion. Depends on the fight. There's a learning curve. Yeah, depends. Okay.
Everything. Leveling for a Black Mage is a rite of passage. It tests the limits of the pain you can take, because if you can't handle this, then you won't survive a suboptimal ley lines. Either the pain, it breaks you, or you simply live with the pain. But always remember, kids, no matter how bad it always gets better at 50, 60, 70. Now, do you think you're ready to level a Black Mage? Think again. You have to prepare your weak mind and body. Steer.
I will say new fights on Final Fantasy XIV with a Black Mage is rough. New fights is very rough. Because everything is... You kind of have to know the fight with a Black Mage. It's not really a good class or job to play safe. By the way, thanks for the Prime sub, dude. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most generous chat on Twitch. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But yeah, if you don't know the fights, it's a bitch. Because a lot of Black Mage is planning ahead. A lot of your... like even buff mechanics, like ley lines, for example, is laid down. So it doesn't move with you. It's not a thing that you pop and then it's on you all the time. You drop it and then it's at the point where you dropped it. So if you then get interrupted with a bunch of movement stuff and a bunch of mechanics being thrown on you, that is a wasted cooldown that's now going to take almost 2 minutes to come back online for you to use it again. So it can be really difficult. I don't agree with the leveling bit, though. I find Black Mage to be the easiest to level. So far, at least. Because I'm effectively smashing things before they even get to me. The only time it gets troubling is when there's too many things attacking me at the same time. That can be an issue.
Fill yourselves with passion and fervor. Prepare for the hellish quest that lies before you.
My first class was a Black Mage, and it is true what they say. No mobility, an awful rotation, and worst of all, bad damage. But every class struggles with something. Ninjas don't get AoE till level 38. Summoners kinda suck till they get to like 80. I don't know, I don't play Summoner, they're like a fake mage class. Fuck Summoner. And yes, Black Mage might just be the worst class at low levels. But you have something that they don't. A giant hat. And a future. A destiny. A promise, if you will. A promise that you will become a god. A promise that you will become a being of pure violence. Oh, My, have I said too much?
Oh my
Kinda.
god.
People keep telling me it gets better at level 50, and then at 60, and then at 70. When will it actually get fun? Perhaps the most taxing thing about leveling the Black Mage is not the gameplay, but
The constant reminders that 10 levels from now it's gonna be so much better.
and you know what?
Lol.
It does get better. Like a hangover gets better if you keep drinking. Now, most jobs start out quite simple, get a bit more intricate as you level up, before at the high end becoming rather confusing. But Black Mage kinda neglects that middle bit, which means you sorta go from, oh, this is pish-posh,
This job is simply too easy.
to some random point in the future where your once unbridled confidence has now turned into... Which can put a lot of people off as they level up. But I think the very point of Black Mage is to welcome that challenge, and you do well to remember that on your journey. Face the challenge head on.
I mean,
Savor
I have to say, even now in Stormblood, there's a clear, there is a marked ramp up with Black Mage. There's definitely, like, you can tell it sort of ramps quickly to many buttons, many rotations, many things that have to be kept in mind. I actually find the hardest thing to do for Black Mage is keeping in mind all of my abilities that can make movement easier. Like, for example, your True Cost ability. Keeping in mind that you have that available, specifically when you're about to drop your flame stance or you're about to drop your ice stance and now you have to move. So often I will let it drop even though I had True Cost available. Ley lines, for example, remembering to pop ley lines on cooldown or at least whenever you've just finished moving, things like that can be quite daunting. So there's a lot. That's why I said it's a very plan heavy class. If you don't know the fight, it becomes very difficult to plan because you don't have the ability to shall we say, you can't really play the class as a willy-nilly, fuck it, I'll just do it because it feels good kind of thing.
that feeling of ignorance, because you only get it once. I believe in you. Now go!
That flare cost. Yep. Oh my god, dude. I remember that happens so often in every single dungeon you do. Nate Draws, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. In every single dungeon, that is it. You see that flare, it's going, and then they kill it. And you're like, for fuck's sake, I just want to get a single flare off. Let me just see some good damage come out of my fucking... Because otherwise you're not doing anything. If you don't get flare off, you're basically doing no damage.
And now you can finally enjoy the class. Until you drift off to sleep at night, and in your hazy nightmare you queue up for a level synced duty. Ooh, look at all of your shiny new abilities. Now, before you can start using that, you have to know your basics. Enochian. This is the beating heart of your class. It's a 15-second buff that you have to constantly refresh, because if the buff falls off, your most potent spells are disabled. You do 20% less damage. And I'm pretty sure you become infertile too. Yeah, I think it's in the tooltips. Well, that doesn't sound so hard. Just refresh the buff.
Oh, well, you're right. The difficulty of Enochian comes with the unexpected.
Yeah.
Oh, no. You just started a 3-second cast with 4 seconds remaining on Enochian, and the boss is charging its ass clapper 9000 right at you. It would take 2.5 seconds to refresh Enochian, but do you have time to finish this cast before the boss kills you? Or do you just run now and waste all of your burst window? What do you do?
Well, the answer should be to sacrifice your pride, take the DPS loss, and move out of the mechanic. Now we can refresh Enochian.
And now for my second ass clapper 9000.
Oh no, we didn't plan for a second one. What do we do?
Don't we just move again?
But then Enochian will surely fall off, you imbecile. Don't you understand? Alright, boys. Little old Pint's got some bills to pay, and I love money.
This is your last chance. Tell us where the greatest mobile game of all time is.
I'll tell you. Have you guys ever heard of
Raid Shadow Legends?
Yeah, maybe I have. Maybe I ain't.
fuck's sake.
Who's asking?
Well, I just thought fine gentlemen such as yourselves would enjoy building teams of champions to take on challenging bosses.
such as Kuldarth, the Magma Dragon?
And
Dude, really?
Spider.
Hey boss, don't you hate spiders?
And I haven't even started talking about the PvP arena.
Where you can fight other players?
Uh-huh.
Hey boss, that does sound pretty cool.
Yeah, it's my favorite part.
Hey Frankie, shut up. Look, I'm a busy man. I'm always on the job. I can't be playing no games.
Well, that's the best part. You can play it anywhere.
Oh yeah, like where's?
Well, I'm glad you asked, because I'm under contract to tell you my top 5 places to play Raid.
Holy crap.
Number 1, on the bus. Number 2, in the bathroom. Number 3, at the movies. Shh. Number 4, walking home. Number 5, in the trunk of a car.
He's gotta be lying. No game can be that good and portable. Next he'll be telling me it's available on PC too.
It's available on PC too.
That's it.
Wait. I can give you a free champion. Bullshit.
All right, I have to say, of all the Raid Shadow Legends ads I've ever seen, this is perhaps the best one. I still don't like Raid Shadow Legends, and I don't like when people take any sponsorship from them, but, you know.
It's true, I swear.
It is at least
click
pretty
the link
good.
in the description below or scan the QR code.
Has that been there the whole time?
The package is worth $30. You'll get 200k silver, an energy refill, 1 XP boost, an ancient shard, and a free champion, Aina. You'll find your rewards here.
Aina,
Aina.
I ain't about to let you out of this alive.
Then you leave me no choice.
No, money is obviously important, and yes, you have to take money. YouTube's ad shit is bonkers. I just can't fucking do it. I can't do it. Every single offer I've gotten from Raid Shadow Legends to get a sponsor from them, I've turned down. Could I ask you why you don't like Raid? Like, I don't enjoy the game at all, but it's fine that people get sponsored. I don't like mobile games. It's nothing to do with Raid Shadow Legends. I hate mobile games. So, for me, it's sort of like a principle thing. Because I don't like mobile games, I can't accept sponsorships from mobile games, no matter how much money they want to pay me. And I had a sponsorship last year from Raid Shadow Legends for $1,000 for one video. They wanted one video for $1,000, 45 seconds. And I said, no, I don't want to. Because it would be pretty, as someone who spends my entire life riling against the mobile gaming industry and how scumbag they are, it would be very hypocritical of me to go, all right, never mind, I'm also going to be taking sponsorships from them now, you know? So I only take sponsorships from things that I will actually use myself.
Choice. I'll have to end.
It's not about being weak. It's just about different people care about different things. For me, that's what's important to me. If I believe in something, I won't do anything that sort of defeats or that goes against that principle for me. On a principled level, I hate mobile games, and I can't do anything that defeats that principle. I don't want to betray my principles that way. Like Internet Historians ads, how he can low-key make fun of them in his bits. I don't love RNG games. I'm sorry, chat. Echo Morals. Time for me to get going. Have a good day. Paranoid, take care of yourself, bro. Thank you so much for hanging out. And thank you so much for the sub as well. Really appreciate it, bro.
The ad.
Wait.
I
no,
wanted
no,
to say it's
The only
ethics.
way to truly
Everyone has
master
different things that they
Enochian
focus on.
is to master the very fight itself. You have to know exactly how much you can get away with. More than any other job.
And that makes you better than them. And it's only after you've mastered this that you can truly begin to use
Ley lines. Ley lines is the big dick damage cooldown of your class. It makes you cast faster. Of course, you have to play 15% faster, but also, if you step out of this funny little circle, then ley lines is no longer active. And I
Yeah.
mean, sure, you can walk back in, but we know what happens to naughty little black mages who walk more than they have to. Don't we? Truly the
Oh,
deadliest
shit.
Mr. Beast challenge. Because only when it's perfect is when you have the knowledge of when you can sit in a circle for 30 seconds. And you do have to plan what you're gonna do.
Yeah, you can
Your
never
cast
sit in that
times are
circle. I
long.
think it's impossible. I think it is entirely impossible. I don't think there's a single black mage ever that can cast ley lines and be in the ley lines for 30 seconds. It's just not possible. It can't be done. By the way, I don't know if you want to talk about that, but I have seen a bunch of your lore videos on YouTube, and I wonder, who do you think was the jailer afraid of? Ignore the question if you don't want to talk about WoW again. Wacko, we can talk about it after the video. Let's just finish reacting to the video, and then, yeah, I'd be happy to talk about it.
Your entire burst window can be shut down by just a poorly timed attack. It's a lot of pressure. The apex of perfection, down to every step you take. But with the biggest room for failure. And you will fail. It's the ever-present threat that claims Black Mage after Black Mage. And no matter how cracked you think you are because of your high pass or mythic boss kill, you will fail. But when everything comes together, it is
Glorious.
ecstasy. And
It
just
really
like
is.
when you fail, when you succeed as Black Mage, you are just as responsible. And everyone around you
That
knows
song, dude. Fuck.
No way! He's doing it!
His damage is so high.
And every victory you earn is because of your skill.
And your skill What? Why would you do that?
You were gonna die. I was helping.
No! Don't leave me! Don't leave me! My friend, meet the one part of the encounter you can never research or prepare for.
Human error.
From pulling you out of your ley lines because of mechanics, to placing down AoE effects on you, or worse, inside your ley lines, and even pulling mobs out of range, forcing you to move.
If there's a Black Mage in your raid group, allow me to send this message on their behalf.
Not that it's any of your business, but fuck you and fuck off. And leave me to my ley lines. Oh, the floor just cracked. I believe I might fall.
Black Mages tend to have a complicated relationship with their raid group. Black Mage brings absolutely no utility.
Except for big damage.
You don't bring the reses that a Red Mage can bring, or the defensives and mobility of a Machinist. But being a selfish class is nothing new.
Look at all those Reapers and Samurais. What do they have to offer? They do everything you can do, but they are easy to play.
But it's not because they're evil. They just simply don't understand your struggle. Black Mage has weaknesses and strengths that no other class has.
Big fucking
It's a
damage.
deeply personal experience, an inner conflict, unique to you and you alone. And being the hardest class with such a unique flaw can leave you behind your peers, especially since, if you're not very good at Black Mage, they'll probably resent you for it. Who the fuck are you? I'm a Red Mage. And who? A Red Mage.
Asked. Laugh all you want, but you're wrong. You expect everyone to play around you. Oh, healers, heal me. Oh, DPS,
True.
stay away from me. And I am sick of it. Playing Black Mage optimally is a team effort. Everyone has to do their job and get along. Bossing people
No.
around isn't the way to do it.
No.
You're the one deciding to play black.
No. I mean, it is true that if you're the biggest dick DPS, then everyone else should play around you. Like, healers should absolutely heal you. DPS should stay away from you. Tanks should know that you're standing there and they shouldn't move things away from you. This is the sacrifices that you all must make so that we can play Black Mage. I fully agree with this.
Black mage, so it's your responsibility. And if you're
Look, it's all about compromise. You guys compromise so that I can play Black Mage. That's fair. Reaper, they aren't really selfish class. They do have a buff for the whole group. If you get hit, it's your fault, no heals. Clean, that's not true. If I get hit in the middle of a cast, that's my cast's fault. You'd have to take that up with Yoshi P. I have nothing to do with designing the class. My cast still needed 2 seconds. I was standing and finishing my cast. You can't expect me to interrupt my cast. I do not ask you to interrupt your heals. I am standing perfectly still in range of you so that you can heal me. If anything, I am the one helping you out. I could be running out of range. I don't do that. I am standing there asking you to fucking heal me. Now heal me.
you're not ready for that, maybe you should try 10,000 hours of Red Mage instead. Wait, no. That's right, bitch. This is my show now. Red Mage has everything. A simple rotation, but it's incredibly fun. It's splattering time. The only DPS with a heal. Unlimited instant cast reses. Oh, your raid members will love you. My utility has saved countless raids. The damage is lower than Black Mage, but it's still one of the highest in the game. And Black Mage is so difficult, it's actually detrimental to the group. And because of that, it's arguably a bad class. I don't mean to tell you what to play, but if your goal is to have fun and be successful, you don't have to go through all the trouble, all the pain, and all the anguish of a suboptimal ley lines, when you could simply play a Red Mage. And not summon a fuck summoners.
Why do people hate the summoners?
Go ahead. Play whatever you want. What's the point in being the top class if I can't even play it well? No one would turn away a good player in favor of a bad player just based on their class. Nobody would do that, so why do I bother? I could get good at a different class. I could play something easier. I fell in love with Black Mage the day I first saw it, but it is the lowest played caster for a reason. I guess sometimes you just have to know when to throw in the towel.
Wait a second. That was the... It's the lowest played class for a reason, and yet they don't start at the same floor. Like, look at that.
I guess sometimes...
So is it really the lowest played caster? Because it feels like if they all started at the same floor, it would be pretty equal.
Sometimes you just have to know when to throw in the towel. And you have to know when to pick it back up. You're back. Of course I am. I am a Black Mage after all. Sure, it's not the easiest. Sure, you might quit from time to time. But as they say, failure is not the falling down. It's the staying down. You might take a break, you might switch things up.
It's the staying down, lol.
But as long as you keep coming back, that's what counts. But why? Why do anything difficult? The thrill of accomplishment. The joy of overcoming an obstacle and saying, I did it. I won.
True.
I have mastered this thing
Enoch.
I set out to do. Because as you prove that you can climb these mountains that you set for yourself, you prove to yourself that you're capable, that you matter,
Exactly.
and that maybe next time you think to yourself, I can do this, it's worth listening to. And that, my friend, makes this world a much less scary place. Whether it takes 10 hours or 10,000, that is what it means to be a Black Mage.
What's up, my little gobbledygoos? I'm gonna be playing Shadowbringers on Twitch, so if you're interested, follow me there. Also,
This was a cool video. It'll get a like. It'll get a like. This was good fun. So now it's fair to say Philadriel has bigger booms than you, Akko. Actually, no. You guys have seen my playthroughs. I have constantly been regarded as the savior of Eorzea. Without me, none of this would be possible. I have video evidence of this. So, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you know. But I don't remember seeing videos of you being called the savior of Eorzea. So, excuse you. But you should really be bowing down to me, if anything. You want to say you are the champion of Eorzea? I'm the hero, dude. I'm the hero, I'm the champion, I'm the warrior of light. There's only one warrior of light, and I have it on good authority that that's me. Dude, my ley line, I don't need... That's the difference between me and other plebs that play fucking Black Mage. I am so good, I don't need 30 seconds of ley line. 5 seconds of ley line is all I need to be top DPS. If I had 30 seconds of ley line, people would argue that I'm cheating. Like, people would be screaming for the class to be fucking nerfed. I'm doing you all a favor. Astro's walking ley lines? What the hell's a walking ley line? Raven, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lead Div means Black Mage. It'll never be nerfed. Well, you can't say that. Because I'm pretty sure they're not going to make decisions like that just purely based on... Because I'm sure everyone in the game, everyone in that company plays a class of some kind. Prashal, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Schnibbly. How you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How you doing, bro? Sorry, guys. I'm just logging in here. There we go. 924. What the fuck? What? But it was... Oh, my love. Is this thing gonna give me shit now? Like, seriously? Why are you doing this? What official launcher states? What? This thing is fucking pissing me off, dude. Why is it being difficult? It's all done. What are you talking about? Oh, okay, never mind. Let me see if this works. Sorry, guys. It doesn't want to do anything. Big fan of YouTube videos and theories, dude. Love you. Raven, thank you very much. Very happy to have you, dude. Thanks for the first time chat. I'm trying to log into Final Fantasy, for those of you that's wondering. It doesn't want to let me log in. It goes, you have to link your game to the main launcher. And it's like, but dude, it is linked to the main launcher? What are you talking about? And now it wants me to what? Am I gonna have to do this whole thing again? Okay, now I have to look for my Square Enix password and ID and shit. Steam is open. Steam is open. I don't understand this. I'm using the launcher, but I am playing through Steam. And now the lodestone is saying it has no... What the the fuck? Why are you being difficult? Sorry, guys. Let me just... Let me just get this sorted out. I don't know if this is going to work. It may not, but let's see. Let's hope.
You look like you've lost
It wants my Square Enix ID. That's probably not
They
going to
made an
fucking work.
obligatory link between Steam and SE, so you can't use third-party launchers on Steam anymore.
Yeah, the problem is logging in with this ID doesn't want to work either, which is so fucking annoying. Now I have to figure this out. Yeah, guys, give me a moment. Let me... An obligatory link between Steam and SE, so you can't use... Okay, so the third-party shit won't work anymore. I mean... This is, genuinely speaking, the most annoying thing in the world, trying to get Final Fantasy, because I don't know which... It wants my Square Enix ID, but the problem is that which Square Enix ID is it actually looking for? Fucking God knows, right? Because it could look for any of them. It doesn't actually tell me what the... No, I have two. I don't exactly know why I have two, but I have two. What was that ID? Hold up. Let me quickly see. Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem right now, is I'm on the Mog Station one. The Mog Station doesn't have the ID saved. It has... So the Mog Station doesn't have my ID saved. It has my email saved. So I have to figure out why it doesn't have my... Okay, there we go. For some reason, it doesn't save the fucking ID. I don't get why it doesn't want to save the ID. I'm gonna have to do that manually now. Okay, that logged me in. Okay, we're logged into the Mog Station. That's fine now. But before we can do anything, I need to go in and update this. I need to edit this first. Hold on. Okay, hopefully that works now. Now let's try logging into Final Fantasy again. I'm a little bit appalled at the fact that I can't use a third-party launcher anymore, because the Final Fantasy launcher from Steam is such a bitch. It really isn't that much fun. It's an extra step that is largely unnecessary. Against the OS? Yeah, but then they should make the fucking, they should make the launcher and the launching experience from Steam better. What do you mean it should be linked? It was linked. Okay. I mean, I've launched Final Fantasy from Steam before. Why does it want me to link it again? No, I don't play on PS4. I don't play PlayStation games. Oh, I have to renew the link. Okay. Anyways, it seems like we're on the right track now. It seems like we're getting there. So we should be fine. Let's just quickly do this. MSQ. No spoilers. And then Final Fantasy. Online. That should do. Okay. Play. Do not start with bullshit. There we go. Good job. Very loud. It's a recent update where they had to redo the interactions with Steam. Once you relink it, everything goes back to normal. Can you use third-party launchers again? After it all goes back to normal? Plugin by... Yes, it is against TOS. Well, my question is it against TOS in such a way that they will ban you for it? Because I don't exactly see how it's going to change anything. All right, it's good to be back. For kids, why are you standing there with no clothes on?
Victory fanfare music.
Saya, thanks for the 500 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you walk around bragging about it, if you don't talk about it. Yeah, of course. Of course, but that is true for most things. Dude, it's so good to be back. Look at me. Back in the action. Back in Kugani. Oh, boy. Red for Angel, thank you for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. King Julian, I see you lurking outside. Sorobon. All right, here we go. Back to it. I'm still annoyed. He tried to deceive us, but at least we were prepared for it. Wait, who tried to deceive us? Was it Sorobon? Oh no, the little fuckhead thingy. I know plenty of streamers who openly use Final Fantasy XIV launcher and they've not been penalized for it. People tend to make mountains out of molehills. Carbuncle, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. I want to believe that Final Fantasy XIV's developers would act more on the spirit of their rules rather than the physical application thereof. So why did they make third-party launchers against TOS? So that people don't cheat. Because a lot of cheating systems and hacks and stuff for games comes from the launcher. Like, you build a launcher that allows you to launch into the game and then change the base code of the game in such a way that you can now do things that you're not supposed to do. So the official launcher will also probably have programs running to sort of monitor whether or not you're using something that you're not supposed to be using with Final Fantasy XIV. But I want to believe that if you're just using a launcher and you're clearly not cheating, they're probably not going to do anything. Even so, next time we should probably try to avoid running around Kugani in the middle of the night with half the city guard snapping at our heels. Just wonder why the city guard decided to move on. You'll not be banned if you don't talk about using add-ons. You'll more likely get banned for behavior than third-party add-ons. Just don't talk about it in-game. They can't know what's on your computer. Well, technically they could. I'm a streamer, so it is possible for them to know. Yoshibi is very much aware of third-party apps. He doesn't care as long as people are mature and don't harass others using those tools. I love the way they sort of implement that. I still don't have any gear upgrades. Right then. Giro should be coming around soon. I think it's time we had a little chat, don't you? Yeah, let's go talk to the bitch. Dude, it still felt so good to see him be punted. It's not as good as it would be punting a Lalafell, but, you know, I'll take what I can get. Rise and shine, little fishy. I know you can hear me, so stop pretending to be asleep, or I'll give you another ride on my boot. No, 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 more boots. All my secrets are yours for the taking. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gusetsu. Every last detail. Wild Tenchi, how you doing, bro? That's Lala slander? Yeah, but Lala's deserve it. Like, look, I'm against racism in all forms, except when it comes to racism against Lalafels and gnomes in World of Warcraft. If you hate Lalafels and gnomes in World of Warcraft, you are welcome here. And if you are a Lalafel or a Lalafel co-conspirator in this chat, that's fine, but keep it to yourself. Lalas are the best. The best to kill, yes. Carbuncle, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. I love the Mazu. Tell us what you know about Yugiri and Gusetsu. Every last detail. Are you sizist? Yes, I am sizist. I am the equivalent of a size queen but it isn't about dick size. It's about physical size. And if I find out later you lied to me... No more lies. The clear, unvarnished truth. You have my word. Only the samurai did I meet. Yes, only him. He asked after a ship, so I provided an introduction to the Ghanaians. You mean you led him into a trap? As you did us, because you are an Imperial spy. No, I am no spy. It was just business. Fewer ships pass through Kagani these days, and we have struggled to make ends meet. So when the Ghanaians offered a bounty for any domans found in Kagani... Oh, my mistake. You're not a spy, but a common cutthroat. Not that I'm surprised. You need half a brain to be a spy. So what happened to the samurai? Here's a size queen who will suck a hobo's dick. Yeah, probably. Catfish by a catfish. Such a cruel and vicious tongue you have. He would not go quietly. No. Blades were drawn, men were cut down, and the Sexugumi came. They took the samurai away. Hold on a moment. You mean to tell me that the Asian they arrested the other day was Gusetsu? Oh, had I but known. If he is in the custody of this Sexugumi, I need only see to it that the requisite funds find their way into the right official's hands, and your friend will walk free. Good old corruption. Cruel and vicious tongue. Yeah, but that is true. Alisei is probably the most bitsy character in this entire game. As it is in Ul'dah, so it is in Kugani. But given the circumstances, it seems we have no choice but to resort to morally questionable means. We'll make a pragmatist of you yet, Master Alphino. It's interesting to me that people who are embroiled in corruption call themselves pragmatists. Shinjigumi are cool in Final Fantasy XIV. They're scary as shit. Alright, Hancock, what do you have for us? You are free to wait here while I speak with the relevant official. But if you would rather wait for Gusetsu outside the barracks, we can go together. I wouldn't put it past the Imperials to try something again, so mayhap it would be best if Lys, Akalon, and I joined you. Alright, but what about Gyodun? I will keep an eye on him for the time being. We can release him after you return with Gusetsu. He will doubtless have some choice words to say to the little fellow. Saraban, mayhap it would be prudent to prepare your ship for our immediate departure. As you wish. Everything is in order, then let us be off. The Sexugumi barracks are to the north. Okay, the jailer is a pragmatist. Is he, though? Remember when you avoided the Popo the night before to just walk up to their office the next day? Yeah, there's a couple of things that bother me here. And that is, the Popo just stopped bothering us as soon as we ran into this embassy here. Well, how do you pronounce it, Petty? It feels like it should be pronounced Sexigumi. I can't remember the fucking pronunciation now. Wait, that's not how I go over here. Fuck. Where's the travel link thingy? I have to be there. Look, it's called the Sekisegumi. Sekisegumi. Dude, come on. Fucking hell. That's a weird word. No one can say that word correctly. It's a hard word to say. What is language anyways? You don't have money, the police will just leave you alone? Yeah, that seems to be true in real life as well. I must ask that you wait here. You may be assured that this will not take long. Shinsengumi in other name? What? Sexy Segumi? Sexy Segumi. Yeah, but now, look, everyone has a different way of saying it. Sekesi, it's Sekisegumi. Sekisegumi. Oh, I have to wait. Is it really going to be as simple as he says, do you think? No. It is never as simple as it says. So I'm assuming at some point we're gonna meet up with Yugiri. Hey, I just finished your FF-based MMO video. You mentioned there that the story for players has to be the same. Do you think that there could be a story in MMO which could be more single player like, different small variables or evil ending? Raid for Angel. There are MMOs that make use of this to some extent. So ESO has a number of quests where they will provide you with alternate choices that you can make. Most of the time, though, these alternate choices are not, as it were, important to the story whatsoever. So this will usually happen with more side content, a quest that isn't going to influence the major or main storyline plots. I believe Star Wars: The Old Republic makes a lot of use of this sort of exact same storytelling technique where side stories can have choices that you make that doesn't influence the main storyline at all. But for the most part, if you look at an MMO, so you asked there about evil endings, for example, I doubt that you're ever going to get a game like an MMO that provides players the opportunity to make a different decision for the end of the game. Right? Because the ending of a game is going to have to be canonical for the story to continue. If you have an ending to the game that breaks the canon, how are you going to tell the next expansion? Because whatever you do in the next expansion, you're going to have two different player bases looking at the next expansion and being confused. At least one group of the players are going to be confused. So you're limited. It's not like with RPGs in single player where the choices you make are purely your own choices and it doesn't affect anyone else. In an MMO, the choices you make is literally the choices you make, and if you make a choice, other people will be affected by that choice, or other people's choices will affect you. Calm down, Lise. Everything is going to be all right. Much as I hate to admit it, I share Hancock's dim view of government officials and their supposed incorruptibility. You could have an evil section with story and good section with story. But then, okay, so what are you talking about, Raid for Angel? Because effectively what you're saying is you could have... So what you're saying is you have the same ending, but one is approached more evil and one is approached more good. But the ending is still the same. So that still goes into, by the way, Bargain, thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Aircon, thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Welcome to both of you. That still goes to what I said in the video. What MMOs will oftentimes do is they will offer you what is called false choice. So let's say, for example, we were in a fight with this Ishizuki. Yeah? Now, I had the choice to kill Ishizuki. You made the choice to spare Ishizuki. We both make our choice. In mine, Ishizuki dies by my hand. In yours, Ishizuki lives. Now, a cutscene 5 minutes later, Ishizuki gets killed by someone else. It was a false choice. You did make a choice that you wanted to spare Ishizuki's life. Sedaris, thanks for doing something, really appreciate it. 3 months in a row. Thank you, thank you, thank you. But because the canon required Ishizuki to be dead, Ishizuki still died. The only difference is he didn't die by your hand, he did die by mine. You can have choices like that in an MMO, but you'll never be able to save Ishizuki if, for the purposes of the story, Ishizuki must be dead. Does that make sense? So you can absolutely make use of fake choice, or false choice. Fake choice is perhaps a bit of a strong word. Rather false choice, where the player still feels like at least I didn't kill them, right? But it is still, for the canon to work out, the choices won't matter to the end result. It's not like Mass Effect. So in Mass Effect, you can make a decision that allows the entire universe to be completely destroyed. That's the end. The game ends with a decision to destroy the whole universe. Or you can make a choice to save the whole universe, but sacrifice yourself for the universe. That's your choice. That is the ending. You make that choice and that is what will happen. That's what the world will be. So MMOs can mimic choice. They can make it feel like you were choosing, but they can't really make you choose. What if you choose to kill her, I to save her, and then one of us win? Then you will get exiled as that was evil, and I stay in Kingdom as that was a good choice. Well, Raid for Angel, okay, so what do you do with the future of the game then? So all players that made the choice to kill her is no longer allowed inside Kugani, which means they can't do the dungeons here, they can't access the content here. And then maybe in a different city, there's another choice where you make the wrong choice, I make the right choice, and I get to stay there, but you do not get to stay there. So now our entire player base is completely divided. You and your friend want to play together, you tell your friend, come meet me in Kugani, and your friend goes, what do you mean come meet you in Kugani? I get killed in Kugani. I'm not allowed to be there. So your player base is now divided amongst however many choices you've developed within the game. No one really gets to fucking play together because everyone is missing from somewhere. You can't really have that. You don't want to divide your player base because it's going to feel weird. Let's imagine there was a choice, okay, for us to destroy Kugani. Like, we could right now make the decision to destroy Kugani, burn it to the ground. Some players make the choice to burn Kugani to the ground, other players choose not to. That means that some players can now see some players when they're in the area of Kugani, while other players cannot see those players in the area of Kugani, because for some people, the city of Kugani exists, whereas for other people, the city of Kugani is burning rubble. It would never work in an MMO. It would be a mess. And very soon, players would start to probably ask developers to stop building quests like that. From what I've gleaned, or of the Far East, they're probably exchanging lengthy pleasantries. There seems to be a correct way to do everything here, bribery being no exception. I say we leave them to it. Right, Akalon? Continue waiting outside the barracks. Alright. False problem, just don't make available choices which lead to such ramifications, or give later the explanation why it is not so impactful to let you reach some content. Pity. Then we are right back at false choice. Red Angel, yeah. Look, you could do it. I'm not for a second saying that it's not possible. I'm saying, why would you? You could absolutely look. Let's be fair. If I make a video game, I can do whatever the fuck I want in that video game. Right? I can make that game so full of choices that by the end of the game, players can see no one else because everyone made a different decision, and therefore everyone's world looks different. And everyone is phased into a different world than anyone else. You can absolutely do that, but you run into the issue of just making it so complicated for people to actually play the game that you just you opt not to. This is why most MMOs do not even try. The ones that offer choice tend to offer personal choices. So Swatter is a good example of a game that offers a lot of personal choice, things that will have no impact on anyone else in the game bar your character. That's the only choices that you get to make. And there's tons of choices that you can make around your character there, but they will only ever affect your character. You can have that. That's perfectly fine. But most MMOs, when it comes to the canonical part of the story, they're going to make you make choices. Well, they're not really going to make you make choices. And if they do give you a choice, they're going to make it false. So the character will still die. It will just not be by your hand. Kind of thing. Why it is not a choice. You can choose to kill a character, which later should give you an object to progress the story. Just letting that character give you this project. Pity, because now the character is alive for some people and dead for others. And what happens, you're basically referring to a character that is somewhat important to the story. Or at least not important to the story at all, they're just another quest giver. That again is a very personal thing. I literally just said personal decisions wouldn't matter. Personal decisions would be absolutely fine. Why did my sound break? Hold up. Can you guys hear me still? I think the stream sound just fucking went apeshit. Alright, that was weird. Alright, yeah, that was very weird. Like, shit just completely fucking... Like, all the sound just went... No, it wasn't Alt-Tab. My literal sound program, Elgato, just stopped working. Just shut itself down. Okay, as I was saying... You'll again, that would be part of a personal choice. But let's imagine in Final Fantasy you got the opportunity, you gave people the choice to kill Minfilia or spare Minfilia's life. That's no longer a personal choice. Because Minfilia isn't merely just a quest giver. Minfilia is part of the Silence of the Seventh Dawn. She is an important part of the story. That choice will have canonical reverberations. Which is literally what I said. I don't know what this fucking argument is about. Like, why are we arguing? Because it seems to me that everyone is going, it doesn't matter, dude. You can give choice as long as it's not really big canonical choices. And I'm going, yeah, exactly. And then you go, but no, you could. You could give choices as long as it's not big canonical choices. And I'm going, yeah, exactly. No, but you could give choice as long as it's not canonical. Yeah, fucking exactly. That's what I'm saying. You can have choice as long as it's personal choice and it doesn't affect the canon of the game. If it affects the canon, then you can't give that choice. Because now that choice has canonical implications. And if one person has one form of canon and another person has another form of canon, we have a problem. Because now we can't even... You know what canon means, right? Canon means truth. It means what is the truth? And if you have one group of the player base whose truth it is that Minfilia is alive, and another group of the player base whose truth it is that Minfilia is dead, there's no truth. Now you have no truth. Everyone has their own opinion on what has happened based on their own choices. So you can't make choices matter when it comes to canon. So you'll never have true choice in an MMO. You'll have the illusion of choice. What if you give them a choice as a pool on web, and then that decision would be implemented? I'm sorry if I seem arguing. I'm just interested in possibility. No, I don't view it as arguing per se, but you can immediately start thinking about, postmodern MMO, Pog. Pretty much. Stillian, thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it, bro. Welcome to the channel. So to that regard, Zick, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. there's another problem there. So in the beginning, this is exactly what Star Wars The Old Republic tried to do. I remember watching the very first ever sort of developer notes on on Star Wars The Old Republic, where they would, in dungeons, give the whole party the ability to vote on the outcome that they want, and then majority vote would win. This ended in madness, because the people who didn't get the choice that they wanted didn't just go, well, you know, I lost democratically, it's fine. They were unhappy because the choice that was made wasn't the choice that they wanted. Choice is important. If you give people a choice, but then they don't get to do what they want to do because democratically it was decided that everyone else wants to do something else, you're not going to go away from that thinking, well, you know, that's democracy, it sucks. It caused arguments. Many arguments, people getting angry and screaming and yelling at each other because they want their choice made and you're making a wrong choice according to them. So that wouldn't even work. It would just create so much infighting within your community. It would be a mess. Snow, how you doing, bro? Ignore chat play, please. Snow, I would never do that. Never. I realize that many of you want to see me play the game, and that's perfectly fine. We are here playing the game. Okay? But I stream for chat. If I ignore chat, I wouldn't stream. I could play this game on my own, and I would probably have more time to spend on the story if I was playing it on my own. I stream for chat. So if I'm going to sit between quests and talk for 2 hours with chat, that to me is a job well done. I've streamed. I'm not here to finish Final Fantasy XIV. I'm here to play Final Fantasy XIV whilst chatting to chat. Them be the rules. So I will never ignore chat just to play the game. It would also break continuity. If a majority opinion shifted over short times, this would make some decision feel really random. That is so true, Frat. There's so many fucking weird things that would happen. We are not worthy. I know, but I still give you guys a shot. So you don't have to apologize. I'm just saying. I do this because I love hanging out with chat. Remember Savannah's Loyalists? Still didn't get anything from that? Yeah, no one even knows why the fuck that was even a thing. Choice works in some games, but not others. If you want an overarching story that involves the community, you can't splinter it with branching storylines. It's a communal experience, essentially. Auto lock-on, so fucking true. May I repeat my question? I am full for personal choices. I just don't understand why there are false choices. You chose to kill this person. He will never give you that object. And it is a canon. You killed that character. He is not in the game anymore. Just for overall story, it wasn't that significant. Yeah, but that's only if the character wasn't significant for the overall story. Which still makes it a false choice. In that regard, it would be a personal choice that doesn't really affect anyone else. So, again, I'm not saying those are false choices. You can, in an MMO, you can do two choices, okay? In an MMO, you can have one of two choices or both, okay? You can either have personal choices, which is a choice that you make that doesn't affect the overall story, it doesn't affect anyone else. Or you can have false choices. Personal choices are choices that's made in side content that doesn't have any canonical effect on the main storyline or stuff like that. False choice is something that you can implement in the canonical part of the game. As I explained already, if Ishizuki is an important character that will eventually turn into the main bad guy of the game, yeah? And we got an opportunity to kill Ishizuki. And in order for Ishizuki to turn into the bad guy in the game, he has to die now. Because Ishizuki dies, becomes a Void Lord, and comes back as a Void Lord. Yeah, or a Void Creature in Final Fantasy XIV. Now, if you wanted to make players feel like they have some kind of choice in the game, from a canonical standpoint, you choose not to kill Ishizuki, I choose to kill Ishizuki. Me choosing to kill Ishizuki makes no difference. Everyone goes on. Ishizuki will come back as a bad guy. You choose not to kill Ishizuki, okay? And then Ishizuki dies 5 minutes later in a cutscene by someone else's hand. The end result is Ishizuki ended up dead. Therefore, canonically, Ishizuki still died. You just didn't choose to kill Ishizuki, but that is a false choice. The player still feels like they had a choice, okay? But it was a false choice because they didn't really have any influence over the future of Ishizuki. Ishizuki's future was already predetermined by the need for the story. So I am not saying that a choice that you make that doesn't influence anyone else or the canon part of the story is a false choice. That's a personal choice, and many games have those. Many MMOs have those. I'm saying there's two types of choices. The choice that you can never give the player base, never, in a million years, you can't give the player base this, is meaningful, canonical main choice. Like, true choice can never really exist in an MMO. But I feel like you're just arguing for the sake of arguing now. Right. Everything's fine. Probably. I mean, it couldn't be as bad as the last time we stood around waiting for something to happen. It's absolutely a false choice, choosing to drink water or wine at an event that doesn't actually affect anything, but serves to foster a sense of full-power player agency. Yeah. Those are false choices. It affects nothing. It's not going to affect the outcome of the story, but you do it so that the player feels like they had some kind of a choice, you know?
How about you?
Oh my fuck. Okay, here we go. Are we fighting the sexy Gumi now?
Was that?
Believe me, oh my god. We're in fights the whole time with this fucking place. Everyone wants to kill us.
That was Kazetsu. I'm sure of it. He's in trouble.
And what's he doing now?
Lise, wait! I suppose we should follow her then.
Dude, I love LSA's character. What the fuck?
Victory to the samurai!
He's training with the Sexumi? Huh.
How many is that now? 10 in a row?
Fucking bro, Sexu, bro. What the fuck? By the way, Pixel Frenzy, thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you. Johnny, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, bro.
Oh, this is a surprise. What in blue blazes are you three doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. We've been looking all over for you, and then I suddenly heard you screaming.
Alphinaud is fine. Just
allow me to explain.
I'll explain. I'll tell you now what I think of Alphinaud. Why didn't he explain so that I could fucking hear it too?
So, in summary, you started a brawl with some off-duty Imperial soldiers and were subsequently arrested by the Sekisukumi, whom you somehow befriended and convinced to set you free if you could defeat a given number of them in single combat.
Okay. Interesting.
10 bouts for my freedom, aye. 'Tis but a pity you came too late to witness the last one.
He's too big for a samurai, though.
And with that, I'm free to go, yes?
Our word once given may not be broken, but we pray you make every effort to avoid future altercations. Circumstances notwithstanding, my lord, we are honored and grateful to have witnessed firsthand the skill of a Doma samurai.
Mm-hmm. Lotus, how you doing? Scream, he lets out manly roars. Sure he's massive, Echo? Saya, of course he is. He would probably break a couple of people in half. I'm assuming we're talking about sex, right? Is the new gym training well? But I expect samurais to be nimble, not massive fucking bodybuilder-like people. It's always sex. Do we ever speak about anything that isn't sex here? King Julian, you can fuck right off. What makes you think someone like Lise would want an Australian down-under criminal fuck as her boyfriend? She looks far more like a nice South African fucking girl. She's gonna want a nice South African man to take care of her. Not some fucking, like, scurvy dog from down under. Like, shut the fuck up, Lisa's mine. Thanks for your mixture of ninja and samurai. I am not a criminal, by the way. Dude, you're from Australia. We all know that you're criminals. The wrong one, thank you for the first time chatting. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You think Lise is a lesbian? What makes you think that, Johnny? Shut scurvy balls. Oh, shit. I must apologize that you endured such trials and tribulations in search of me. There's no need for that. You had no way of knowing if we would come looking for you. You were after a ship to take you to Doman, yes? It just so happens we have found a willing captain. Truly? What fortune! We will tell you all about it back at the company offices. Alphino and Tataru are waiting for us there. Sounds like a dreamboat. Oh my god. You horny fucks. This entire chat is just filled with horny little teenagers. The lot of you. Since Final Fantasy XIV have released, Pornhub has taken a fucking beating, bro. I'm an adult, thank you very much. Okay, a horny adult. If we get another dungeon, sure, Lotus. Gesetsu. Thank the 12 you are unharmed. Oh, so here's why I actually like Alphino as a character. Because Alphino gives Alice an opportunity to shit on him a lot. And I really enjoy that. Like, the amount of shit that Alphino has had to take since Heavensward. Actually, since Master Matoya. Like, Master Matoya fucked him up, dude. Like, crazy. And Alice does not stand for his bullshit. And that back and forth between them is just fucking perfect. Kha'Zix, you take that back. No one speaks that way about my mistress. Poor Alfie, I can respect that logic. Dude, so I will say one of the most amazing things in the sort of evolution of Final Fantasy XIV has been the interpersonal writing of the game. So the dialogue was always good and the story was always good, but there's a lot more sort of personal quips between characters. They're giving each other a lot more shit. It's sometimes a lot more lighthearted in a way, you know. It's becoming so. It's almost like a television series where the first few episodes is usually a little bit unnatural, you know. If you go back and watch the first season of Friends, like the first 10 episodes of Friends is really sort of, they haven't found what worked for them yet. And then as soon as they figure it out, it just becomes a very natural, almost they're part of you kind of thing. And that's what happened with Final Fantasy. You can feel in the beginning they were sort of not sure how they wanted to figure, like how they wanted their dialogue to go, how they wanted the playstyles to go for these characters. And as it's progressed, they've come to a point where they now go, okay, We figured it out. We think we know exactly how we want each of these characters to present themselves. It's insane. Why would you pass on Friends, Go-Kart Motard? Friends is arguably one of the greatest sitcoms ever on television. There's no way you can pass on Friends. It is brilliant. My personal opinion on Lise is a monk main. Thank God you're pretty. Dude, she is gorgeous. As you can see, Master Alphino, I am the very picture of health. You, vile fiend, malevolent trickster, how kind the kami are to grant me vengeance so soon. But first, I demand you return the coin you so villainously embezzled from me. You have every right to be angry, good sir. Gladly would I return your coin, had I not been forced to repay certain gambling debts beforehand. Setting that matter aside for the moment, where is Lady Yuguri? Was she not traveling with you? Friends is group, but I'm loner. Easy pass, never liked it. Oh my fuck, I love Friends. Actually a nice honest guy who works hard, Akko. Not all a criminal, so you're wrong. Lise would like me, and she is mine, end of story, Akko. Yeah, you're wrong. For a time, aye. But we parted ways some while ago. The better to improve our chances of finding Lord Hayne. Lord Hayne? Forgive me, I have yet to explain. Lord Hayne is heir to Doma's throne, and our master. His was a passionate voice for the cause of Doman liberation, and when we learned of the Emperor's death, it only grew louder. So, you seized upon the opportunity and rose up to reclaim your freedom, only for your hopes to be dashed when Xenos led his army unto your lands. The Crown Prince was a merciful foe. Against him and the might of the 7th. We had no choice. Of the 12th, actually. We had no choice. No, it's Hein. I don't care. Look. Chat. I don't care about the pronunciation anymore. Kernan, how you doing? I have had enough of trying to figure out the pronunciation of this fucking game. It doesn't work. The words are too fucking hard. They speak a language most of the time that I barely think is English. So I will say whatever the fuck I want to say. If it's wrong, it's wrong, but there's no way of trying to figure this out. There's too many weird shit here. There's just too many weird words. Once Lord Hayne understood this, he bade Yuguri take to the sea with as many of our people as possible. He, however, would stand and fight, that they might have more time to escape. I remained by his side as well, and together we carried on our doomed war. And then, one day, in a fierce battle, we were separated. I knew not what became of him, only that he was beyond the Empire's reach, and that to find him, I would need Yuguri's aid. The situation grows more perilous by the day, for the new viceroy, Yotzio, is a black-hearted villainess who delights in the torment of our people. There is naught she would not do to further her pursuit of Lord Hayne. Horny chat. Spiffing mate, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Yotzio? Oh my god. Here we go again. Chat being horny as crap. Thank you. I believe that makes matters a good deal clearer. It should please you to learn that we are come to aid the Doman Liberation Front in resuming their efforts to overthrow their imperial oppressors. Then allow me to join you. My inquiries here bear no fruit, hence my desire to return to Othard. Once there, I can lead you to our headquarters in Yanzia, where we shall all be reunited with Yuguri. Mayhap not all. Alphino's talents would seem better applied here in Kugani, working closely with Tataru and Hancock to feed us intelligence. There is a Galean embassy just down the road, after all. I love how she's now giving him orders. We need an Akko Bonk meme. Weeb game, weeb names. It's not Japan, not China. I swear your voice is good as Alphano. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I literally choose the most elegant male voice I can do for Alphano. I would pay Lisa's OnlyFans. Who here would pay Lisa's OnlyFans? Let's quickly hear it. Come on, chat. Be honest. If Lise made an OnlyFans, would you pay? Because it is Hancock. No, soon. Why she wants Alphano to stay? Well, they don't. But they're twins, but they clearly don't like each other much. They have that brother-sister rivalry going. Me to pay her OnlyFans? Why? The $25 tier. It's your OnlyFans hands down. Jesus. What's OnlyFans? Oh, don't lie. You know what OnlyFans is. Spiffing mate, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I spent my entire funds on her OnlyFans, to be honest. Jesus. Then what's your type, Crispy? Are they twinks? The only twink here would be Alphano. Alisaie can't be a twink. Alisaie is a girl. Like, Alphano would be... If there was ever a femboy in a video game, it's Alphano. Let's be real. Like, Alphano would be the femboy of the game. Only if she does sleep streams. Grandma Matoya's Fansly. Yeah, I would not be anywhere near Matoya's Fansly. While I appreciate the vote of confidence, I should be glad to accompany you all. As a soldier in the field, so to speak. Come now, brother. A competent commander assigns his soldiers the task best suited to them, as you of all people should know. And you are so very good at espionage and intrigue. Oh my god. This is the... So I used to do this to my brothers when they were little. Like, you want coffee, but you don't want to make your coffee yourself. So you tell your brother, go make me a cup of coffee. And your brother's like, no, I don't want to make you a cup of coffee. And you're like, dude, you make the best coffee in the world. And then they feel so good and they go make you the cup of coffee because they make the best coffee in the world. This is literally it. Alisaie is going, but brother, you're so much better than the rest of us at dealing with espionage and intrigue and, you know, all this boring stuff. You can't possibly want to join us as a soldier in the field. Emmerich can be a fanboy too, to be honest. I don't know if Emmerich would be a fanboy. He's got too much masculine energy. Like, Emmerich has too much masculine energy to really be a fanboy, I think. For we all must serve, each in our own way. Very well. It would seem my place is here. Fucking Tataru. Potato bitch. Soroban is waiting at the pier. Have fun, you lot. Oh my god, I'm really looking forward to seeing this new world now. Alright, so where are we going now? We're going to the pier. Tataru is why would you say Tataru is the real Euro? Tataru is potato as fuck, dude. What are you talking about? What do you think about Lalas? Dude, fuck Lalas. Alright, Ninja Turtle Boy. I have been waiting for you, my friends. All preparations have been completed, and my ship awaits its passengers. Shall we depart without further delay? After you, my shelled friend. Hold that thought. If you insist. With me, everyone. The Ruby Sea awaits. Why are you guys... I don't think it is a spoiler. If someone would approach you to help on MMO project, would you consider joining? To help? Are they paying me? Because if they pay me, yeah, sure. If they offered me payment. I've received people who wanted help with work on MMOs before. But they wanted me to help. Just like help out, you know? Read the script, help write shit. And I was like, no. Well, not MMO projects. I received a couple of people asking me if I would help out on RPGs and stuff.
I remember the water. How it turned crimson in the morning sun.
The fuck is that? Why do they just have a big-ass tower? Okay, you can see Gollum Alders. Fuck this place.
A shimmering sea of rubies, stretching from horizon to horizon. You could almost believe it went on forever. But beyond that red expanse lay a land in turmoil. On the shores of Othard, our Doman brothers struggled in vain.
The hell is that tower? Who would build a tower that large? And it seems to be a tower of just bricks placed like that. If that's another jumping tower, I'm gonna kill myself. That can't be a jumping tower, can it? It can't be a jumping puzzle. There's no fucking way. That is very, very fucking high. It's Arban. How wide and beautiful she is, the Ruby Sea, filled with promise and adventures and treasures. Many wonderful treasures. A jumping puzzle, Heaven on High, same as Palace of the Dead. Oh, is that Heavens on High? All right. I haven't done that yet. Now, in order to reach the shores of Othard, you will need to cross the resplendent waters you see before you. However, this is easier said than done. To set forth without making the necessary preparations is to invite the Confederacy to claim your vessel, and your life should you resist. But this fate can be avoided by paying the Ruby Tithe, thereby earning you the blessing of the pirate lords. So, let us go and greet them. Our destination is the Isle to the west. That doesn't look very far to me, Akamon. Why don't we jump and swim for it? I've had my fill of boats. An excellent idea. I think you shall find the water to your liking. I will use my ship to deliver those less inclined to the Isle. Wait, she's making me fucking swim? The Isle to the west. Well, Lise, I'm not gonna lie to you. It would have been quicker by fucking boat. I mean, it might feel like not that far, but why are we swimming when we can go by boat? Right. This should be easy, and a good way to loosen up before the next fight, whenever it comes. 20 kills says I beat you there. Yeah, because you get a fucking head start. That is so unfair. Let me engage you in quest dialogue and then fuck off before you can even go. Yeah, you can finally swim in FF14. I never even noticed that you couldn't swim in the previous ones. What's your swimming animation, Echo? I mean, it's fine. They kind of overdid it with this song. Wait, the swimming. Ah, there you are. I trust you enjoyed yourselves. Follow me, my friends. The one with whom we must speak is a man named Tansui. It is special water. It's water that you can swim in. It's not as special as the World of Warcraft water, granted. You know, that's water you can fucking walk on, but you know, beggars can't be choosers. Lozy, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So we got introduced in FF, only at Stormblood, so only some old zones got it. Take one brick away from the bottom of the tower, I dare you. Dude, that tower is astronomical. Why would you build a tower like that? Why would you say, why is the Ruby Sea the base zone in the expansion? If there's going to be a fuck ton of swimming in the Ruby Sea, I don't think it's going to be that good. I fear you have the advantage of me. Of course. Fucking smiling again. Here we go. Most honorable and esteemed Accolon Lacronium. I am Tensui, a humble mate who serves at the pleasure of the Confederacy's captain. As you are in the company of the Shellback, I presume we have business to discuss. Now, this is probably going to lead to a bunch of quests because he's not going to give us the ability to just go. You wish to pay the Ruby Tithe, yes? With your gil, perhaps? It is just as well. Foreign currencies are in demand these days. I would pay for their passage to Othod. Does this sum meet with your satisfaction? The sea has been quite tempestuous of late. I cannot say with confidence that you would reach your destination safely, unless you tripled it. Do you take me for a fool? I know the price, as do all. Alas, we live in interesting times. As you came from Kugani, I should think I need not tell you that. The shadow of war looms. The wise and the cautious shirk our waters and our custom, and the foolhardy sharpen their knives in anticipation. Meaning? Actually, we didn't unlock diving ability yet? Wait, you can unlock diving? How the fuck do you do that? No, I don't think so. Sir, you've got to come quickly. The bastards are at it again. I tried to convince them to stop, but they weren't having it. Very well. I will be there shortly. A proposition. Your comrades strike me as a worthwhile investment. I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban. What? The fuck does that mean? I would not hear men name me a cat before Koban. So I shall consider their tithe paid, not for what they have done, but for what I expect they will do. Who's spoiling what? I'm not sure what to make of that, man. But at least the matter of our tithe is settled, for now. What was that he and the other pirate were talking about? Maybe we ought to go and have a look. Koban is currency. That's a weird name for currency, though. Let me break out the Oriandre milkshakes meme. Dude, that is such a good meme, though. I mean, where the fuck am I supposed to go? Oof. That's Howl's Lid. So this island is the result of volcanic explosions, it would seem. There's a gold coin of Edo period in Japan. The music in this zone doesn't match the zone as well. I mean, the zone is full of volcanoes and shit, and yet It gives you the sense of just chill out. I'm not yet sure how I feel about this music. A volcano, why not? Yeah, why not? I would not feel at all comfortable being on an island filled with volcanoes. What are they fucking up to? Oh, it's more of the Ninja Turtles.
I'm told you were most unreceptive to my associates' requests.
Alright, so are we gonna see the pirates finally in full
You
swing?
do not look kindly on the Confederacy and her ways, but if you refuse to pay the ruby tithe, your safety in these waters cannot be assured.
Spare me your concern, pirate. Your feeble attempts at extortion will not work on us.
Oh shit. The Garlemald Empire does not take kindly to threats.
You remain at large because we allow it. Because you are such insignificant little pests that we see no need to swat you. But if you wish to risk the ire of the Viceroy, by all means, fire upon an Imperial vessel. Give us a reason to bring the full might of the Garlean Empire to bear against your pathetic fleet.
Dude, these
bastards!
Fucking Garlemald guys are so annoyingly full of themselves.
Gentlemen, surely the fact that you have such limitless resources at your disposal gives you all the more reason to spare some few coins for the less fortunate.
All talk, just as I thought. Come, let us away. I have no time for this rubbish.
Please tell me they're gonna get fucked. This is an Imperial vessel, a small little sailboat.
We're all the same to them, aren't we? Savages to be ruled or slaughtered.
I'm not Ellison. Lotus.
They've always
I'm
balked
human.
at paying the ruby tithe, but they were never so eager to pick a fight.
Spinmate, really? You like the
problem,
fucking
you see, is that
Empire?
many of my comrades in the Confederacy are of Doman descent, and the acting Viceroy, well, she's none too fond of Domans, to say the least. If we take any action to hinder the safe passage of an Imperial vessel, she'll accuse us of attempting to foment rebellion and brand us enemies of the Empire, which we can ill afford to be. Like the man said, we're all talk.
But we have to
And
pay
where
you?
do the Kojin stand in all this?
With the winning side, of course. They're mercenaries to a fault, eager to offer their services without coercion. The Shellback could tell you more, though something tells me he would rather not.
He's gone, of course.
I don't understand. If the Garleans are causing the Confederacy this much trouble, and if so many of you are Doman to begin with, why aren't you willing to fight back?
Good question.
Spoken like a true friend of the Doman Liberation Front.
Oh my god.
If you're planning to rouse us with noble words and grand promises, don't bother. We all know what the Imperial Army can do.
Serious, thanks for the follow,
Compared to
dude.
them,
Really
we're
appreciate
boys
it.
with boats. Besides, what ties a man may once have held to his home are forsaken upon joining the Confederacy. We look out for none but our own.
If they could only stand together, this fight would be over so quickly.
Be that as it may, our livelihood is under threat. And the captain will need to decide soon whether we're to go down in a blaze of glory or bow and scrape for crumbs from the Emperor's table. All while our friend the Viceroy continues her purge of Doma's radical elements. I believe she's holding court in one of the fishing villages even as we speak.
Oh, can I see the Viceroy?
That she-devil! Her perfidy knows no bounds! She must be stopped! Come, let us find Soroban and put us here at once!
Wait, we're gonna kill the
Tell
Viceroy?
the others that these ones have paid. We all have places to be.
Not ready to see her yet? What do you mean you're not ready to see her yet? Have you not seen her before? My church cleric of a wage mage aura begs to differ. Alright, good. Just looking out inland for some reason. Alright. Wait. Well, what are we waiting for? Come, come. Soroban cannot have gone far.
Mine milkshakes bringeth all yon gentlefolk to mine yard, and lo they reply, 'Tis better than thine, verily, 'tis better than thine. I could apprentice thee, but I would levy a fee.
Oh, I love that. This is my least favorite zone in the game. It's not as good looking yet, but I'll have to wait and see until I've seen some of the other islands. Though now that I think on it, it is passing strange that he left without warning. Mayhap he did not wish to be seen by his Kosian brethren. I doubt he thought to leave us behind, but nevertheless, it may be prudent to return to his ship, or at least to the Confederate encampment. I feel like I'm being fucking punked by chat at the moment. Like, what's the general feel of the Ruby Sea? Like, it's not spoilers. If you just tell me what you think of the zone. Oh, the general feel is fucking smiley face, okay? This sound sucks. At least someone is honest. Oh my god. A pain in the ass to get around till you have flying. Oh shit, I completely forgot. I have to probably look for these things. 164 yards southeast. So somewhere in the camp? It is actually a very interesting zone. I can explain someday. Well, we'll see now. I'm already liking the story bit of the zone. Oh, here we go. I'm not going to be able to get it, am I? Nope. Get my geisha greens. I love this new Pyre Monster emote. You can tell the smilers are getting to him. There is a lot of people that use... I should probably get a smiling emote as well. Like, we should probably get, like, a similar emote just to stop people from using the smiley face the whole time. I don't really think of that, though, because we only really make emotes in this channel when people ask for it. Like, every single emote in the channel so far was inspired by one of the viewers. Eterius, by the way, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. It's one of my favorites from Stormblood. Very atmospheric. Oh, my friends, 1,000 pardons. As you may have guessed, I was reluctant to be seen in your company by my red brothers. Ours is a complex relationship. I pray you do not misinterpret their actions as a reflection of our allegiance as a whole. You understand. Kami be praised. Too often us Shallus quick to judge all Kosian for the deeds of one. Right then, now that our business with Tansui is concluded, we can traverse the Ruby Sea without fear. Holy fuck shit, dude. So yeah, he needs emotes, emote only. Wait, Pyromancer only turns on emote only chat. No, don't do that. Here we go. Not always know when things are happening in the story, yes. So far, I've not really had anyone ruining the story, to be honest. At least not, like, that I've seen. I shall return to the ship and prepare for our departure. If you have any remaining business to conduct with the pirates here, I pray you do so now. Ah, that reminds me, Aklon. Would you be so kind as to inform the Confederates of our plans? The more they know of our movements, the less like we are to be mistaken for another vessel by their comrades. Doesn't Eastmods do when important lawbirds occur? The problem is, most of my mods, I don't think, know the story of Final Fantasy XIV. So, I don't think they'd be able to control it. Plus, we don't have, you know, that many viewers. That most people here don't stand for spoilers anyways. Oh, you're one of the Idjin from the beach. Leaving us already? No need to pay the tithe like Tansui said. On the other hand, if you were to peruse our wares and find anything to your liking, we should be glad to sell it to you for a fair price. Mods are a bit parasocial as well. Trying it, Pyro? I mean, to be fair though, I don't know if you can actually stop parasocial behavior from happening. I realize it's something that it's become a massive topic over the years, but I think parasocial behavior or parasocial relationships are sort of part of streams. Like, I don't know if you can actually I don't know if you can actually change it. 9 times out of 10, if Final Fantasy gets spoiled, it's an accident. The community are scary anti-spoiler. You. Yes, you. Do you know of the Ruby Price, the fortress in the middle of the Ruby Sea, from which the Bakufu soldiers survey the surrounding waters? The other day, we found one of their men stowed away on a ship we confiscated. With a bit of coaxing, he eventually confessed to doing some underhanded trading with the Red Kojin on behalf of his superior. Seems he thought he could avoid paying the Ruby tithe by hiding aboard someone else's ship. But no one gets away with crossing our waters free of charge. As such, I am looking to track down the superior of his and have him compensate us. If I try to sail to the Ruby Price and look for him myself, however, I'll be blasted to smithereens before I even make it halfway there. Do you think you could go in my stead? There is a man by the name of Ikaruga there. He is an old friend and should be able to identify who our captive's superior is. For me, 1 Endwalker, 2 Shadowbringers, 3 Heavensward, 4 ARR, 5 Stormblood. But I really love Stormblood dungeons and raids. I'm not really far enough in that I can have that opinion. The price of betrayal. Wait, I have to swim? North. Alright, I'm assuming there's fucking no way for me to do this any other way. I'm just gonna have to swim everywhere. This reminds me of the Sea of Clouds. Because this was a sort of... The Sea of Clouds had a similar sort of thing. So far, I'm enjoying the story of Stormblood. It's far more political. It's like, it's much more political than any of the previous expansions. Like, much of what we're doing here is almost purely political. At least the swimming isn't really that slow, so it doesn't really bother me too much. Here we go. Ah, yes. Just the other day, one of the soldiers deserted base. I suspect he is the man Yasui is after. Trade with foreign countries is strictly prohibited in our nation. The man, upon learning his subordinate disappeared, feared he would be caught and turned tail and ran. If what you told me is true, he likely went northwest of here to seek asylum with the cohesion of the raid. I am tempted to go after this man myself. Alas, that would require me receiving the necessary authorization, which could take days. Please track him down and arrest him in my stead. If he resists, feel free to kill him. Okay, so where am I going now? Dude, there's no fucking way. Where am I supposed to go? Why am I not seeing... Oh, there's the raid marker. Okay, never mind. I'm still not quite used to, like, the way they do quest markers in this game. For some reason, I'm constantly looking for quest markers like this. Not realizing that a lot of the time they just have these little red circles on the map. That's actually fucking cool. They have 2 different swimming animations, depending on whether or not you're sprinting. There's so much effort put into this game. And this really is the kind of effort that you didn't have to put into the game. It would have been fine if you literally just did this and you just swam faster like this. I'm not hating the swimming. It gives me an opportunity to hang out with the chat. So, yeah, right now the swimming really isn't a problem. The fish swimming outside the water might be a bit of a problem, but that's a whole different discussion that we would have to have about Final Fantasy's application and the physics of the game. It's in the water too, but that may be later. I definitely can't mount. As soon as I run into the water as a mount, I get kicked off. Wait, that's a quest, isn't it? Level 70. I don't think I can kill him yet, can I? I'm level 66 right now. I'm assuming he's gonna fucking destroy me. Kicked out of the mount? When you get flying?
You get kicked out of the mount when you get flying.
Yeah, but I don't have flying. Wait, what? Is it maybe inside? Oh, there we go. I see you there. Wait, what's the... Okay, what is a B rank hunt? And what different hunts do you have? I would have to be a fool to agree to go with you. I am so close to the Red Kojin settlement, so close to freedom. Well, you would have to be a fool, wouldn't you, sir? But I am about to fucking wreck your shit. So take this. And death be upon you. It's a unique monster that spawns all across a certain map. Certain quests will have you finding them and killing them. Yeah, but if it's a B rank, are B rank hunts just useless? Is that why they're called B rank? So you don't really get any loot from them. And then A rank is like the better ones. Is there a symbol in front of the name? Different for aggressive, passive, rank B, and rank A. Yeah, I see those. I still don't understand what these letters behind, like, Flying Shark E, Flying Shark F. I still, to this day, do not understand what those letters mean. I've been playing now for how many fucking months, and those letters mean nothing to me. They just seem to be, I don't know, fucking window dressing or some shit. See, here we go. Two people giving me two different answers. One says letters determine amount of said currency, and someone else says order of spawning, I think. Does anyone know anything about those letters? Has those letters ever been explained to anyone? Pay attention to it, but it's useful in raids where you have multiple ads and you want to tell your group to kill F. Deathan, how you doing, brother? If you know, why won't you say? Let's say you have 5 mobs of the same mob type, then it's a way to tell which one. This is spawn order, another thing you can use to identify a specific mob. But wait a second, you play FF14. Aderi, how you doing? Thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Yeah. We've been playing FF14 for quite a while. Florian, how you doing, brother? We're just now in the beginning of Stormblood. Lotus, it works in FF14. Like, look, Final Fantasy is so high fantasy, and there's so many things in this game that just in general doesn't really fit the time period, that it almost becomes part of the time period. Because you have the Gauleans, which is sort of this technologically driven group that makes most of their most of the stuff they do is technology driven. How do I put this? It makes sense, you know? Maria the Pigeon, thank you so much for hanging out. Really appreciate it. Take care of yourself. A rank, spawn multiple times a day. Need a group, give bigger rewards. S rank, greater rewards can only be spawned when special conditions are made. Need a big group to kill. Heavy Metal Wolf, how you doing, brother? Yeah, they use tech, so all the cars and stuff in the game can be explained by the Gauleans. It's not the car from FF15, but said basically reverse engineering. Noctis's car with Gaulean tech. Ah, so it seems he forced your hand. Perhaps his death was for the best. I will send word of all that has happened to Yusui, though I am not sure he will be happy to hear it. Ah, you are curious to know how I will inform him. That, my friend, is a secret. Up in their zone, but they may spawn in different points. I mean, that's still, like, I at least have my answer. B rank basically give no rewards. A rank gives good rewards, and you need a group to kill it. S rank gives great rewards, and you need a big group to kill it. That's basically all I cared about. Like, why would you make different decisions for different... why would you have different hunts? What's the purpose behind them? Yeah, well, I don't even know what the fuck a hunt bowl would be. Alright, here we go. Off to the other islands now. You have spoken with the Confederates up above. Then, excellent. If you are ready to depart, we may do so at any time. All aboard. They've been available since ARR. You would just have to grind 100 times the B ranks to get 1 S rank reward. So it's basically a game. Fuck, I'm missing all of this shit. So it's basically its own system within the game. Wait. Tansui said that the Viceroy was holding court in one of the fishing villages, did he not? Should Isari chance to be the village in question, we could instantly find ourselves surrounded by Imperial soldiers. I think it's safer to come ashore some distance away. Very well. I know just the place. He is like mid-level. His hunts are their own. What kind of rewards do you get from a hunt?
B rank is basically a replacement of ARR hunting logs. You get the bill on your GC, you kill it, get the reward. For you to get the quest to unlock, you must be second lieutenant on your GC.
Yeah, I don't even know yet how to fucking level up my GC, so we'll just leave that as one of the quests I have not yet done. Here we are. I am reasonably certain none bore witness to our approach. And with this, I believe I have fulfilled the terms of our agreement. Aye, that you have. You have my deepest thanks, Soroban. Truly, we are blessed to have befriended such a clever and industrious merchant. Oh, you are much too kind, good sir. I know not where your path may lead, but I wish you the very best, and hope that we shall meet again. Hunt token, which you can turn in for rewards, pets, emotes, glamour, etc. Ah, everything in this game is about glamour, isn't it? So, we finally arrived.
Have you ever seen a flying lion mount around? That's a mount you get from hunts. Specifically, Shadowbringers hunts.
Dude, I'm gonna have to get to max level and then try all this other bullshit in the game. Right now, I'm so stuck to literally just the MSQ. I have no idea what the rest of the game is all about. Like, none. I've done so few things. I've done Palace of the Dead. I've done, what's the fucking place called again? Gambling place? What's it called again? Oh my god. Golden Saucer. I've done the Golden Saucer. And I've done everything else story-driven. So everything that's part of the story. But all of the other things, like the giant fucking, the hunts, the glamour stuff, the housing systems, I know none of that shit. The content never die or run away, so you can always go back to it after you finish MSQ, or you can put MSQ aside and do other things. We'll probably get into other things before we reach max level. For now, I'm literally just trying to at least get the story to like a good place, where I feel it matches the amount of months that I've already spent playing the game. Because I feel like after... How long have we played this game now? Probably 7, almost 8 months. I feel like to play the game this long and still only be in this area of the game is just wrong. So we finally arrived in Othard. All we need to do now is liberate Doma. Ah, yes, that. Look, daunting though it is, we do have one thing in our favor. The element of surprise. Unlike in Garabania, the Imperials don't know we're here. Admittedly, they may be our only advantage, considering how few of us there are. Well, I expect the Doman Liberation Front will even up the odds a bit. But before all that, we need to see if this is the fishing village Tansui was talking about. Most people get really sucked in to the game, Shadowbringer Endwalker. Just get to Shadowbringers. Remember as well, each expansion is bigger than the last one, so you'll be stuck for some time. I don't really view it as stuck. Came late to the chat, but let the man enjoy the game in his own pace. Well, no one's really pushing me forward to play the game. I think everyone has already figured out that that's useless. I play the game at my own speed. And that's just how this goes. You're looking at a rock, Brosetsu. It may well be. I smell ceruleum on the breeze. It's a nice rock, though. Yeah, but he is looking straight into a fucking rock. Ceruleum? What's Ceruleum again? Okay, they're gonna kill the fucking villagers. Are you serious?
Even accounting for the rebellion, such indiscriminate shows of force seem pointlessly excessive.
Oh, the Ceruleum mines. We did an ARR. I remember now.
Are we too late?
No.
Someone's coming.
We can kill them. Oh, that fuck again. Here we go. That's the Viceroy?
It is she, sworn enemy of
Oh,
Dom.
she's quite hot, though, isn't she?
The traitor who sold her homeland to the Garleans. Yotsuyu.
Yotsuyu.
The Viceroy herself. And look behind her. Isn't that...
Wait, she's one of them? The Viceroy is also a Doman.
Filth and squalor everywhere I look. How very Doman. What I wouldn't do for a drink.
Why is her voice so quiet?
Come now. You've no reason to look so afraid. You have lived through a quarter of a century of Garlean rule, remember? 'Tis better to bend with the wind than stand tall and be broken. Therein lies hope. Therein lies freedom.
Okay, I already hate her.
I come before you today seeking affirmation. A heartfelt declaration. You are free to answer me as you see fit, yet even the least among you should know the correct response. Should.
That's not a choice. Oh my god. Yeah, I don't like this. I do not like her already. She's hot,
resident of
but
your
she's fucking
village,
evil.
One of your neighbors, mayhap your friend, was detained by the Kojin this morning. They say he was attempting to flee to Kugane. But we both know that simply isn't true, don't we? Have you anything to say? Bit slow, this one. Is there anyone more sensible among you? Have any of you anything to say? To swear?
My lady, I swear to serve the Empire, to do whatever is asked of me, and never disobey.
Oh my god.
Well said, that man. Of course, it wouldn't do to simply take you at your word.
Oh, she's gonna ask him to kill him. What the fuck? No. Oh, for fuck's sake. The evil knows no bounds. The Garleans, they turn their
Kill
own
him.
people against each other.
Surely you can do that much. He must be guilty of something or other, or he wouldn't have attempted to flee the Empire.
Kill her.
I have a family. Kami, forgive me. Kami, forgive me.
Dude.
Oh, very, very good.
Jesus, this
I've
is
always
rough.
had a soft spot for men like you. Next, I want you to shoot those two over there. Too old to work, you understand. A burden on the Empire. And we can't have that.
Jesus.
But they're my parents. You can't expect me to...
Dude, this is the most evil thing I've ever seen in my life. We will show them no mercy. Okay, she needs to be killed.
Think for a moment. If you go charging in now, every one of those villagers is as good as dead.
No, who gives a fuck? We'll kill her.
We must consider the wider picture. If we act recklessly, we risk alerting the Garleans to our presence here, making it that much harder for us to work with the local rebels. To say nothing of the reprisals ordinary civilians would be made to suffer.
Come on, don't be reasonable.
Open your eyes, girl. They are already suffering. Let me go. I am putting an end to this madness. I will approach the village alone and identify myself. As a former leader of the rebellion and a known fugitive, they will wish to detain me until they are certain they have learned all I know. Use this time to make your plans.
Oh, shit. Okay.
You saw what those monsters did to the villagers. Who knows what they'll do to you, assuming they don't kill you where you stand?
We live and die at the pleasure of the Kami. My fate is in their hands and no others. If it be of any comfort, I am no stranger to chains.
I'm assuming most of you love the evil mommy.
To stand idly by as a comrade goes marching off to his death. And this is nothing like Kugane.
Nor is it like the Reach, Lise, or the Wall. Let him go.
She is hot. I'm not gonna lie. She is
Hold
fucking
out for
stupidly
as long as
hot.
you can, but remember,
But-
noble sacrifices are to remain an absolute last resort. I wish I could say it won't come to that, but only the gods know how we're going to get you and the others out in one piece. A miracle, perchance.
You wouldn't want to marry her, would you?
A great tower stands to the north and east. Look to its occupants for aid and succor. Together, you may yet find your miracle. Now, leave this place. I must go.
What's the new Twitch policies?
Another idiot like all the rest. I'm beginning to think it may be something fundamental. Something intrinsic. Something quintessentially Doman to ignore the simple truth. You can't do a damn thing if you're dead.
Enough, Yotsuyu!
That fucking guy's face at the back. That's so good.
Well now, this is
Watch
a
this.
surprise.
I'll watch it in a second, Mighty Randon.
Hear me, Yotsuyu! Cease this farce, here and now, and I shall surrender myself to you. Refuse, and all shall answer to my blade.
Bring him to the tavern.
So I figure one of two things here. We'll just wait for this cutscene and then I'll tell you. She is hot. I'm not gonna lie. She is very fucking hot. And she's got, like, she's very sassy, which is always sexy. But her evil knows no bounds. Now, let's just quickly talk about this before we watch the video, okay? It's Asmongold's new video, people said. But okay, so here's the thing. We just made Yotsuyo. I think I'm pronouncing her name correctly. I'm not sure. I stand in awe every single time new characters is introduced into Final Fantasy in how well they establish the character, even really before the character has a chance to do anything in the game. The way she walked in, her entrance, the very first lines that she said establishes almost immediately that...
I linked the wrong video. This is the video I meant.
Brandon, thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate that. It's crazy to me how well they did this. the personality is almost immediately found within the character. And I've already decided that this bitch is evil and has to be slaughtered. No questions asked. But then as things go on, there's this moment of doubt that comes in. And I'm going to share with you guys now the doubt that I'm speaking of. What if she's not actually evil? What if she's doing this trying to rile her people up? Because she is Doman as well, from what I can gather. She is the Viceroy, but she's a Doman that turned and is now basically working with the Ghalayans. And what if she's trying to rile up her people in the hopes that her people will eventually take their home back, knowing that her disagreeing with the Ghalayans openly wouldn't do anything. She will just die. So, because she says to that guy before she killed, like right after she killed him, she says, "When will you Domans learn? You can't do anything when you're dead." Maybe that's it. Maybe she's trying to get all of them to join the Galayan army, because then they're well equipped to actually lead some kind of rebellion. And we're seeing an evil character, but it's maybe not an evil character. And I realize chat is throwing out smiles because no one wants to spoil the game, and I appreciate that. But this is Final Fantasy in a fucking nutshell. This is what if you're new to the Final Fantasy 14 streams, please know that this is what every single stream devolves into. Something happens, and then I spend about an hour trying to figure out if the thing that happened is actually the thing that happened, or perhaps it's not the thing that happened. Perhaps I'm not seeing the whole story. Because if ARR's ending or Heaven's Ward's ending have shown me anything, is that anything I expect to happen in Final Fantasy is usually not the thing that is going to happen. They're usually going to throw me with some massive curveball that I didn't even think about, and then that's going to make me think, what the fuck? How did I miss this? So it's a lot of fun to play the game because it keeps you on your toes and it makes you wonder. But that character progression though as well, because I know for a fact the character that I just witnessed is not going to be, depending on how long she stays in the game, obviously I don't know, she may come and go. It might be that there's a dungeon very soon and I kill the character in the dungeon, although I don't know. I don't know about that. But if the character remains, if Yotzio, or however the fuck you pronounce her name, if she remains in the game, by the time when it reaches the point where I have to kill her, she's not going to be the same character that I saw on the beach just now. She's going to undergo some kind of change. We're not going to care about that, Akko? Yeah, but I care about that. You guys can stop telling me how to say her name. I don't care. I don't know how to say the names. The names are fucking weird. The words in this game is weird. None of it makes sense. What I do know for a fact is that this beach just saw a massive fucking injustice happen. That should not have happened. We'll see. Right now, I like the evil mommy, but I want to kill her. I do want to kill her. But there is a part of me that thinks maybe she isn't as evil as they want me to think. It's the same thing they did with... So, the real thing is... Basically, from the beginning, I have had my doubts about the... I've had my doubts about the Empire. Because the Empire is clearly presented as this evil group that basically takes over everyone else. But, at the same time... The Empire doesn't... There's a... What's the word? There's a logic, a rationality, and a principle behind the Empire that strikes me as... It gives me pause. If that makes sense. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to hate the Empire. Especially after, what's the guy's name? There was that guy we met during the Arc. Not the Void Arc. No, I'm lying. The Warring Triad. The dude, the Legatus from the Warring Triad. He actually threw all my ideas about Garlemald completely out the fucking window. I mean, he sacrificed himself. Which is... You wouldn't expect that from the Empire. You wouldn't expect them to actually sacrifice themselves for the good of the realm. And yet, he did it. He had no worries to do that. Regular or Legatus. I don't know exactly how all the names were. But... every single enemy in this fucking game turns out to not be the enemy that you thought they were going to be. It's the same thing with the Ascians. While the Ascians do a lot of bad things, they also seem to have some kind of reason for the things that they're doing. We've already spoken about the Primals for so long. The Primals story makes a lot of sense as well. I'm just confused. I'm so fucking confused in this story on who my actual enemies are supposed to be. Who's the actual enemies that I'm not supposed to like? Dragon, that's literally what I'm saying. It's never as simple as this is your enemy, hate this enemy. Never. In Final Fantasy, every single thing is always more nuanced. Like, they present something to you, and then you figure, oh, okay, this is clearly bad people. I need to kill them. And then you figure out, wait a second, but actually, no, not really. There is nuance behind this enemy that I thought existed. It's brilliantly written. This game is a result. It should go down in history as the ideal writing exercise. If you want to write good villains and good stories, just look at this game. Just look at Final Fantasy XIV, because they do it so fucking well. Calties, how you doing, bro? So they're not the jailer? No, they're not the jailer. It's not as obvious as the jailer bad. They don't want to make opinions black and white. It's very fun to see that. All right, what was I supposed to react to? Someone wanted me to react to the new rules of Twitch. In love with a tyrant. All right, all up. All right, so I'm gonna see someone else's issues as well here.
And look behind her. Isn't that...
Yep.
Filth and squalor everywhere. How very dark. What I would do for a drink.
Please don't judge, but I'm in love with a tyrant. It doesn't irk me that she's bitchy and violent, and maybe one day she will notice me and gently tell me to remain silent. And I'd follow orders and be like a good boy. She may be evil, but she's also hot.
Come now. You've no reason to look so afraid.
Very true. Very, very fucking true. It is literally, I can fix her. Yep. I can fix her. That's literally what it is. I want to see it again.
Please don't judge, but I'm in love with a tyrant. It doesn't irk me that she's bitchy and violent, and maybe one day she will notice me and gently tell me to remain silent. And I'd follow orders and be like a good boy. She may be evil, but she's also hot.
Dude, she is hot. They presented her so elegantly. Elegant bad guys This is actually what we went back to right at the beginning of the stream. We were talking about one of the greatest movie intros of all time, Inglourious Basterds, and the German soldier. I can't remember his name right now. The name eludes me. But also, that extreme elegance just makes the evil seem so much more evil. Hannibal Lecter is another good example of this evil character, but the way the character is played so elegantly, so well-mannered, so well-received that the look doesn't judge the emotion that they're trying to give you. If that makes sense. Hans Landa, yeah. They don't look like evil bad guys. Imagine for a second if the jailer in Shadowlands actually looked more like the leaked image of him. This wise, bearded, Titan-esque kind of character. And the way he spoke was more elegant, intelligent. It gave you the sense. I believe actually this is one of the reasons people found so much resonance with Saidonathrius. Because Saidonathrius is a very similar character. He has this unbridled elegance to him. Let me quickly show you. Saidonathrius. Which one do I want? Let's just do cinematic. Normal cinematic. Listen to the way Saidonathrius speaks here. This is why people love this character so much. Now listen to his dialogue. Listen to how he speaks. This is what people found so incredible.
Was your valiant last stand? For so very long, you've punished arrogant souls. But instead of learning from their suffering, you've become one of them. You just needed to obey. How fortunate you are to witness the splendor of what is about to unfold.
I don't want to show you the whole thing, because obviously, but that's not what this is about. But you have this again. It all boils down to good storytelling usually creates cognitive dissonance. What you see, what you hear, and what isn't the same. So it leaves the audience in this moment of cognitive dissonance. I love this character. I love the way this character is presented to me. I realize that this character is an evil character, but I also love the character. Versus something like the jailer that is presented so obviously evil, right? He looks evil, he talks evil, he says evil shit. It's so on the nose that the audience has no way of really connecting to that character. It is exactly the same thing with Yotsuyo. She is literally the same kind of character. Just when you look at her, you think very sweet, innocent, cute, and then she opens her mouth, and you're like, oh, there's learnedness there. There's intelligence. There's a sense of sort of station. And then you listen to the words she says, and you go, "Oh my, evil as fuck! Holy shit!" And that's the turning point. It's incredibly well done. Truly is incredibly well done. I can only salute them for this. Yeah, she smokes classy. Everything is done with elegance and class, which is just well done. Really well done. So what's this video about Asmongold? Can someone link that? The Twitch rules shit. I can look for it. Hold up. Let me just quickly... No, I want to change something first, because we're obviously not immediately playing. Alright, now, let's see. It's on Asmongold's channel, right? Okay, here we go.
Grope.
Well, this is a very short video of Asmongold. Is it really this short of a video?
Right
Guys, what's the updated Twitch rules? I haven't seen those yet. Made into a full video, was it? I have no idea. I really have no idea. Well, let's just see this, because,
Fondling or caressing your own or another individual's breasts, buttocks or breasts, as long as such content does not progress into explicit, simulated, or implied masturbation. They're saying that in this context, it might be okay. Prolonged kissing. They're saying that in this context, it might be okay.
What fucking video is this? The video... Who's this? Twitch's new policy update. Hold up, let's just see here. Twitch new policy. I know there was a guy who made this. Here we go. I have this on watch later, actually. I have this on watch later. We can watch it now. Alright, so... Twitch teases sexy new content policy.
It's very important to know at the very beginning of this that Twitch... this is Twitch seeking feedback from the community using their research group to trial potential new changes to Twitch's sexual content policy. It appears to me that they might be considering launching a kind of Twitch After Dark and tying that in with the mature settings. Now again, crystal clear.
How do you guys feel about this? Like, how do you feel about a Twitch After Dark? Because I know, yada yada, you know, they're only trying to get feedback from the community, but this is literally me asking you the question. Do you think that's a good idea?
And tying that in with
Twitch
the
will die
settings. Now again, crystal clear. This is not confirmed, but it does come from Twitch, and it is them looking at the community saying, how do you feel about these changes? Okay? So I want to make that clear right off the top. To prevent any kind of misinformation that Twitch is definitely making these changes, they might not. They're seeking community feedback. Okay? Good.
Yeah.
Here it is. Twitch is proposing to prohibit nudity, pornography, and sexually explicit content, but allow other content that some users may consider to be sexually suggestive as long as the stream is correctly labeled as mature. We've talked about the mature setting on Twitch right now, where it really doesn't matter. The mature, you can set your channel to mature, and it doesn't matter. All it does is actually create a
So before we get into this, let me just say, I don't inherently have a problem with girls going on Twitch and, you know, being in hot tubs and things like that, but there is a problem that arises from making the content mature enough. So if you allow extremely mature content, even if it is short of pornography and short of nudity, so you don't allow people to be completely naked, but you basically allow people to be almost naked, there's a bunch of issues that can come from that. Some of those issues come from what OnlyFans themselves experience, because credit card companies tend not to want to be involved in shit like that. So you get a lot of people that just aren't capable of subbing anymore. Or, in some instances, it changes the culture of your channel, of the platform that you built. You know, you built a platform, and that platform was largely a gaming platform. Now, that's no longer the case. The platform is much more just chatting oriented. I believe just chatting is actually the biggest category on Twitch right now. So the culture have already changed a little bit, but by making the platform mature friendly, it can very quickly spiral out of control. There are a ton of light porn stars and porn stars on places like Pornhub that would probably jump at the opportunity to move to a platform like Twitch with its billion-plus users and get their content in front of more people's eyeballs. Once you do that, there's no going back. There's no going back. So as soon as you do that, your platform changes forever. And it can lead to a lot of your gaming streamers and your just chatting streamers, people who don't want to be associated with stuff like that, moving off your platform and eventually leaving your platform to be just a porn-esque kind of platform.
A kind of stepping stone that prevents people from consuming your content. None of the top streamers really do it, except for Trainwrecks. Amaranth doesn't do it. None of the ASMRs really do it. There's no real reason to do it because Twitch does not actually enforce it. Specifically, Twitch will prohibit sex and masturbation and content that is mimicking or implying sex or masturbation, as well as the outcome of sex masturbation, i.e. sexual body fluids. This policy update will be rolled out with product changes to the mature flag, okay? So they're saying that it's going to be released. I don't know if they are or not. They're seeking feedback. But related to the mature flag, so again, the mature flag currently says that your channel is mature content, but there's no reason to do it. There's no reason not to do it.
I think he's using masturbation because a lot of the ASMR and just chatting streamers these days will mimic masturbation without actually masturbating, but they will mimic it. So they'll do everything that makes it look like they are, even if they're not.
It's just not enforced. To make it easier to change the settings, to make the flag more impactful for discovery. What does that mean? To make the flag of mature more impactful for discovery. To me, that suggests the opposite of discoverability, and suggests that perhaps something that is a little bit more mature might be less discoverable, but
it could also be that it's more discoverable.
Create it with less confusion.
I would actually say if it's Twitch, and if I go off of what Twitch does these days, I would say they're probably going to end up making it more discoverable, not less discoverable. Streamers like Amaranth brings in fuck tons of money for Twitch. Fuck tons of money for Twitch. So Twitch, who nowadays only really give a fuck about money, are probably going to push mature content a hell of a lot harder, knowing that they're going to be able to make a hell of a lot more money. Amaranth, look, a girl in a like in a hot tub with 106 viewers will make double in terms of monetary, like, incentives every single night versus someone like me. I've seen it. I've seen streamers with 100+ viewers, literally just 100 viewers, in some kind of bikini or some like skimpy outfit, doing sexually suggestive shit, and people are throwing money at them. Donations, bits, subscriptions, because it sells. Sex sells. So you're on average going to make more money from mature content than you're going to make from just normal gamers or normal people sitting down and playing video games and talking about video games.
Fusion. All right. And to enable Twitch to turn on and enforce the usage of the flag, which they currently do not do. All right. So that's the context at which the rest of this has to be looked at through. So here we go. This is stuff that you cannot do on Twitch according to this potential new sexual content policy. Users are prohibited from broadcasting, uploading, soliciting, offering, and linking to pornographic or sexually explicit content. This includes, but is not limited to, explicit, simulated, or implied oral, anal, or vaginal sex, explicit, simulated, or implied self or mutual masturbation, including groping or caressing genitals.
Okay, so playing a pornographic audio on stream, posting a link to pornography in chat, simulating oral sex using a food item, role-playing oral sex in virtual reality, spreading or stimulating genitalia, extended mimicking of masturbation, fondling your own genitals over your clothing. Well, that is weirdly and oddly specific. Sorry, just I heard fighting and I thought, what the fuck? That is oddly specific. Posting detailed ASCII. What the hell is that? What is ASCII art? Of an erect penis in chat. Okay. Posting a fictionalized image of a character that obviously has an erection. Text art. Okay. Clearly deliberate positioning of a sex doll in the background of a webcam. Actively displaying masturbatory aids on stream.
This kind of makes sense. I don't think this is already allowed on Twitch as it is, but one of the things I want to point out, they made an update to their harassment and hate policy to provide actual examples of what those things would be. And they've done that here. Playing a pornographic audio on stream. Sharing or creating content with explicit or implied erections. And I'll point this one out for M60. Posting detailed ASCII art of an erect penis in chat. No longer would be allowed.
Well, it's not allowed now, I think.
Displays of sex toys in a non-educational context. Okay. Phone sex, chat sex, or otherwise engaging with other persons or chat to create new content related to sex or masturbation. Display of sexual body fluids. Performing, creating, or sharing violent, humiliating, or gore bodily fluid-related fetish content or content involving bestiality or incest. That includes any BDSM content involving more than one adult. Sexual violence and exploitation of sexually explicit content involving minors are strictly prohibited.
But why does this not sound like an After Dark section? It sounds like you can basically do nothing, even with the After Dark setting of mature enabled. Because so far, all of these examples basically say you can be sexual, but you're not allowed to be sexual at all.
See our policy on sexual exploitation for more details. That is the stuff that would be potentially not allowed.
So what would be allowed?
I think that's already the case on Twitch, if not a little bit pared back from what they usually have limited, and they've provided actual examples here. They've actually provided examples, so you can kind of get an idea of what is not allowed. As it relates to having the mature tag here, in that it looks like they might be a little bit more flexible, and they provided some options here. Mature content. While some content may not violate our community guidelines, it might not be appropriate for all Twitch users. to protect Twitch's younger users and to help all viewers make more informed choices about what content they watch.
The zoom or the blur on this triggers the fuck out of me.
We require creators to mark their stream as mature when a core aspect of the stream or its focus is on mature content. And this is where we actually get some answers here in terms of what would be considered mature content. And I gotta say,
it's not as simple as that, Yabby. So this is not really about puritanical movements or Twitch wanting to be Puritans or anything like that. It's not as simple as just saying, let's add an adult content section and there people can be 100% as like sexually active as they want to be, right? You could have videos there of people fucking each other in plain view and no one would bat an eyelid because it is part of the adult content section. It's about culture. Almost all streaming platforms or platforms in general have a culture that goes with it. And if you, as a content creator or as a content platform, do things that destroy that culture, everything very quickly moves towards it. If Twitch ever added, like you can take my money, I'll put my money on this. If Twitch ever added a mature content category where people can be like, you know, naked and shit like that, within a year, Twitch will turn into a porn site. The gamers will move off of it because most of the people that now come into your platform, so most of the viewers that previously didn't give a fuck about Twitch, now come into Twitch for that specific type of content. So more people move into the platform for that content because there's more viewers that want that content. And the viewers that don't want that content is now being pushed out of that platform, moving to other platforms where they can, you know, get the content that they're actually after. So soon you destroy your entire platform by making, and then eventually you just remove all restrictions and just become the next Pornhub, as it were. Doing that has some very serious implications. It has some serious implications for a platform like Amazon. Remember, Amazon is sort of, there's families that buy stuff off of Amazon. There's the, you know, family values is something that people have that make use of Amazon. And if it were to turn out that Amazon is actually, they own an actual porn site, they're going to lose a lot of business as a result of that. Because people will just be like, wait, I'm not going to support this fucking company that also owns a porn site. I'm going to be off of that. So it all boils down to money. It boils down to the destruction of your own company by trying to allow things like this to exist. Lotus, thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate it.
If this gets released, it definitely offers the ability for streamers to essentially create a Twitch After Dark category. It might not be visible. It might be removed from some sort of discoverability. Can't see the word. Discoverability might be removed because of the mature tag, but it looks to be a little bit more flexible.
I still don't see it.
Sexually suggestive content. While Twitch prohibits nudity, pornography, and sexually explicit content, content that viewers could find suggestive is allowed as long as the stream is correctly flagged as mature. We also require that creators mark their stream as mature if the content/behavior is very likely to elicit a more mature chat conversation. Examples of content that require a mature flag include, but are not limited to, sexual health education content, discussions of sexual topics or experiences,
using a phallic object to demonstrate the correct way to apply a condom. In comes every single ASMR streamer suddenly becoming, an educational, a sex ed channel. So guys, here is how to apply a condom the right way for the 100th time today. I'll show you guys 100 times and no more. Here is my phallic object. Here is my condom. And oops, I can't get it on, guys. It's struggling. That is almost guaranteed going to fucking happen, dude. Display diagrams and props in the context of teaching others human anatomy. So here is a picture of a completely naked girl. See, this is the vagina, and this is the titties. Discussing sex toys options in an educational manner without demonstrations. discussions of sexual topics or experiences, conversations related to sexual activities, preferences, fetishes, etc., reading erotic novels on stream without acting out the scenes in a way that would imply sex or masturbation, commentary that centers around making sexual jokes or innuendos, including brief instances of sex noises, performing or creating material that could be considered fetish content, body writing on top of breasts, inner thighs, etc., setting up a webcam that focuses only on your feet. Okay, that would be allowed. Groping, fondling, and caressing your own or another individual's buttocks or breasts, as long as such content does not progress into or applied masturbation, prolonged kissing, or repeatedly kissing the webcam. Repeatedly sharing depictions of facial expressions associated with sexual arousal, broadcasting content featuring a hago or similar expressions that imply orgasms, repeatedly making jokes with an O face. To be honest, I still don't quite see the after dark thing here. Like, this guy is obviously making a video saying that Twitch is teasing a new sexy new content policy. But how is any of this really different from what you can already do on Twitch? Because if you go back to the parts that isn't allowed, right? So all the parts that wouldn't be allowed, it basically disallows almost anything. You can't really do anything sexual here. I don't know, man. I don't necessarily know if I would class this as a after dark category. It seems to me like they're just basically updating their TOS to make it more clear what is allowed and what isn't allowed for the bathtub streamers or the hot tub streamers. That's basically what I'm getting from this. Maybe I'm wrong. Fuck it. I'm not going to watch the whole video because this is a long ass video with everything that's implied and everything that's going to come in. But yeah, you guys get the gist of it at least. What do you guys think? Do you think this is as bad as some people will almost undoubtedly make it? Or do you think, like me, I don't really see how this is different from everything that is already on Twitch? But yeah, but of course I would have to stop that. You are correct. Yeah, I don't really see an issue with any of this. I mean, look, people do worse things these days anywhere else in the world, so I don't see how this is really necessarily an issue. But hey, you know, to each their own. All right, I say, I hate this as much as you, maybe even more. Every fiber of my being was crying out to intervene, but what's done is done. Gesetsu's gamble has gifted us the time we need to find a solution. He bade us seek aid at the distant tower, yes? For want of a better idea, I say we do just that, while taking care to avoid the Imperials. People should just accept it's a streaming site, not a gaming site. True. I wonder, though, if I wonder how Twitch is going to do in the future with YouTube coming up strong nowadays. I genuinely wonder if Twitch is going to be able to keep fighting against YouTube, because it feels like Twitch is really feeling the heat from YouTube. The disco option, the difference was, in the past, you were forced to play a game. So, yes, they eventually added the just chatting section so people could, you know, just chat and they no longer had to play games. But in the past, though, you would have to be at least somewhat of a gamer. You are correct that it's never been a gaming site specifically, and that is fine. I don't think it should be just a gaming site. But should it be a softcore porn site is, I think, the real question. We seem to have evaded their patrol so far. That tower. What is that tower anyway? I've never seen anything like it. According to my map, we are on Onokoro, and the tower is known as Heaven on High, a mysterious structure built long ago by persons unknown. Oh gods, listen to me. I'm starting to sound like Alphino. Next thing you know, I'll be saying things like, as you are doubtless already aware. Over there. Do you see it? Doesn't look like it's been dead long. Whoever did this, they're a good shot. I can't see a single stray arrow. I'm something of a gamer myself. Wait. That wasn't either of you two, was it? Oh my god, look at the demon fucking spawn. Calm down. We had nothing to do... Wait, what am I doing? They can't possibly understand us. Probably not. No. Time to run, Lise. We save our strength for any that give chase. You too, Akamon. Dude, that is some demon-looking fucking otters. Or sea lions, or whatever the hell you call them. Oh, they run and I'm left to fight? What is this? Oh, no. Cooperation? Is it really cooperation though? They run away and I'm the one left to fight them. But bullshit if you ask me, but you know. I don't get why they get to save their strength for anyone that fucking give chase. Well, hello. Just imagine if they had taken us by surprise. What a fine ending that would have made to our story. Anyway, I think it's safe to assume that the people at the tower know how to defend themselves. You'd have to, sharing an island with these things. Now all we need to do is convince them to help us. I can't wait to see how I have to clear the whole fucking Heavens on High just to get them to help me. Incoming 4 hours of Heavens on High. Clearing content. They're cheering for you from afar. Fuck that. Absolute bollocks. Where's this tower, though? There we go. Jesus, this thing is fucking massive, dude. Oh my god. That thing is huge. Messiah, that is not your thing. So wow, Heaven on High is a non-mandatory system. Yeah, but I'm looking forward to seeing what it is. I enjoyed Palace of the Dead. Haven't gotten that far in Palace of the Dead, but I did enjoy it. As a black mage, I would think that it's probably difficult. Or do black mages have an easy time in Palace of the Dead? Heavens and I weekly for incense ash to make your legendary. Oh, there's a settlement here? And they've even got their own aetherite. Wait a minute. I've seen that standard before. It was when we met with Tansui, which means this place belongs to... Oh. It would seem we have found a Confederate settlement. Mayhap even their headquarters, judging by the size of the place. So, Ketsetsu bade us seek out the Confederacy for aid and succor. The self-same Confederacy that refuses to openly oppose the Empire. Well, nothing ventured, nothing gained, I suppose. At the very least, they're unlikely to ask us for the tithe. If you are with a party, it's alright, but solo BLM is not easy. I can imagine, because solo BLM, the cost times alone would make it near impossible to do Palace of the Dead. I mean, you have good damage, but you don't really ever get to a place where you out-damage the Palace of the Dead. Tansui, what brings you hither, of all places? Were you not bound for Othard's shores? I see. I trust you have not forgotten our previous conversation on this subject, no? Then what do you want? A second opinion? Very well. Come with me. I will take you to the captain, Rasho. Just like that? An audience with their leader? How very accommodating. We must needs choose our words carefully. You leave it to me. I've always been good with people. And this will also give me a chance to use the Eastern greeting they showed me in Revenant's Toll. Oh my god. Is she's gonna offend someone here, isn't she? Dude, this place is really fucking massive. I want to know who built the tower, though. Will I know who built the tower if I did the tower? Alright, Rasho. No, I have not gotten past floor 15. I didn't do it for that long. Greetings. You must be Rasho, leader of the Confederacy, and so on. I realize this is all a bit sudden, but the thing is, we have a little favor to ask. Oh, gods. I've probably broken half a dozen rules of Far Eastern etiquette already. Well, I'm sorry about that, but you have to understand that we're in a hurry, so I'm going to stop talking now. That was very helpful. Thank you, Lise. Men who revere manners and tradition can be found the world over, but not here. Your candor is appreciated. Speak your heart. I like this guy. Yosetsu, a former leader of the rebellion. I know of him. Why he bade you petition us for aid and succor, however, I know not. At the risk of repeating myself, to join the Confederacy is to renounce all other ties. We are beholden to none, allied with none. When Doma was invaded by the Empire 25 years ago, we did not rush to her defense. Knowing this, do you honestly expect us to help you drive the Imperial forces out of Isari? The Galileans have long maintained a presence in this region, and we would be fools to break the peace, fragile as it is. Besides, you are capable warriors, yes? With guile and preparation, you can surely resolve this matter yourselves. It is imperative that our presence here remains secret for as long as possible. For us to openly engage the Imperials at this time would endanger everything we have come here to achieve. You have told us why you cannot fight, not why we should fight in your stead. If you would speak to me of lives saved, I would speak to you of slaughter. How many will die when all pretense is lost and the Galeans declare war on the Confederacy? Hate is a luxury we cannot afford. You are free to come and go as you please, but you will receive no further aid. Thank you for your hospitality. If you would excuse us. Everyone seems to be, even back in, what was the first place called in Stormblood? Alamigo. Even back in Alamigo, everyone seems to be with their heads up their asses. Like, the Empire is here. The Empire is probably going to cause a lot of shit eventually. Like, as soon as they've taken complete control, they are going to go back and basically, like, come for you as well. And yet, everyone seems to be with their heads up their assholes. Like, well, they're not bothering us right now, and therefore they probably won't bother us again. So, you know, we're not going to help you. Hey, Aklon. I know that didn't go well, but I'm not prepared to give up on them yet. Kisetsu told us to come here for a reason. He must have believed we could convince them to help us. We just have to work out how. My thoughts exactly. I'm glad to hear we're of same mind. There's little wonder they refused. We have done naught to persuade them. The real work begins now. We need to learn more about the Confederacy, what their needs and weaknesses are. Once we know that, we will know how to earn their trust. They're tired of fighting? Well, the Confederacy never actually fought. As they just said, they never actually, like when Garlemald invaded, they did not join the fight. So, they can't be tired of fighting. They've not fought. Okay, so we have to talk to who? Am I supposed to just gather information around them? If you refuse to pay the Druid tribe, we will strip you of everything you have. Wait, who am I supposed to fucking speak to? Maybe over there? On the docks? Can't be on the fucking docks. What is it? Confederacy consternation. Maybe it is the docks. Frankie Nippleites. Thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, there we go. Yes. Speak to this dude. Bro, have you seen this rock? Here we go. What can you tell me? Taking an interest in the ship? Good eye. She's not much to look at now, but once upon a time, she was a beauty. The Confederacy favors flotillas of smaller ships to capture and board errant vessels. Larger ones, like this Sukabune, only take part in major engagement. Not that we've had any of those recently. What with those Imperial bastards throwing their weight around. If it wasn't for them, well, no use moaning about what you can't change, eh? So they are actually unhappy with the Confederacy as well. We just need to convince enough of them. It's time to fight. Frankie, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate that. All right, let's see. There must be someone else that we can talk to here. Sloppy! Dude, I want to do that fight again. It was such a good fight. Sloppy! A number of crates and barrels have been stored here. On closer inspection, however, most are empty. Alright, so they have little food or produce. You can convince a pirate to move without money. You just have to make the move or the lack of a move too costly. If you make it so expensive not to make a move, a pirate will move without money. Sloppy is the best scene. Dude, the way he says sloppy is so funny. The arms and armor have been piled up haphazardly. They display no signs of recent use or maintenance. There's even Rebel stream chat. Why? Go-kart? Sasaki. I convinced the pirate to move by selling my body, I think. Depends. To how many pirates are you willing to sell your body, Rose? I mean, if you're willing to bankroll this entire adventure, I'm not going to stand in your way. But are you willing to take on the whole camp? Because I think that's what they're going to need. Would you like to talk to Asmongold one day? Yes, Lotus. It would be an absolute fucking privilege to be able to talk to Asmongold. It would be a lot of fun. Some kind of chat action, and his chat started spamming it. Had a good look around. Then we just need to wait for Lise. Sorry to keep you waiting, but I wanted to talk to as many people as I could. It's just as Tansui said. They have no intention of standing up to Yotsuyo. I don't know if you two got a different impression. Under the right circumstances, they might help. I think the situation is coming to a head. Think they would lose? Yeah, but anything is better than living in fear and slavery. I agree. It's obvious that they are struggling to survive, and that they blame the Imperials for their recent troubles. Even if we do nothing, it is inevitable that they will come into conflict with the Empire sooner or later, and deep down, they all know it. The only thing holding them back at the moment is the belief that they lack the strength to survive the coming war. So we need to prove to them that we're not all talk, that we can be valuable allies in the fight. What you don't want? What? You don't want to get an apartment in Vichy, France? Are you crazy? In what France? What? The hell is Vichy, France? Itchy Buns, how you doing? Gregulus, how you doing, bro? Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Where the hell is Vichy, France? And what better way to demonstrate our worth than by seeking out people with mundane problems and offering them our expert assistance? Wouldn't be the first time we've had to earn someone's trust by helping them out with this and that, and you know it won't be the last. I'll look around the western end of Onokoro. You two take the east. Good luck. The music disappears during chat scenes for some reason. I don't know why. Like, the only time there's really music playing during chat streams, or chat scenes, is when it's sad times or important times to the story. Alright, here we go. Kajika. Fishy? Chore time. Rose, I remember you did not give me an answer. Are you willing to fund this expedition? Because we could go see the captain right now. What event? You strike me as a strong and capable individual. I have a job for you, Westerner, if you are courageous as well. On the beach far to the west lies the carcass of Gyuki, feathered with arrows. I would have you go and retrieve those which may still be of use. While you are about it, I should be glad if you were to butcher its tail for meat. Very good meat in Gyuki's tails, you know. But I did say you would need to be courageous sort, and I meant it. The beast was young. Do not be surprised if an angry mother mourns its child. Little Ladies Day event till 31 March? What the hell is the Little Ladies Day event? Do I look like a little lady, Clean? That's clearly for little ladies. You there, Have you seen a bumbling clod of an Aura? A new recruit I ordered to patrol the northern edge of Onokoro. He is late in returning. A strange boy he was, quiet and brooding, reluctant to speak and is spoken to first. Better that than a fool who never holds his tongue, perhaps. Much as I would enjoy dragging him back by the ear, I cannot. Duty compels me to remain. You, on the other hand, have no such obligations. Strange to the known sound effects appearing text. Devs always do it in such cases. Be it Persona or some indie visual novel. But here it is complete silence, though. Wait, there's a Blizzard dev bitching about Elden Ring? Where? Am I missing any quests here? I am. I have to go way up on the tower for that one. Celebrate Ungoro madness at my house. On his Twitter, Reddit on Elden Ring subreddit. What was he bitching about? Dragon Tamer, what is this?
Blizzard dev.
Okay. So a Blizzard dev tried Elden Ring.
Dev tries Elden Ring, goes exactly as you would expect. What is this? The guys, despite trying Elden Ring, despite not liking any previous FromSoft games, first impression, why does this game try so hard to make you not like it? Why do so many people like it for it? You're all mad.
I don't know, you work for fucking Blizzard. Why do you guys try so hard to make people not like your fucking game?
The tutorial teaches you buttons, showing the default keybinds, not what you've changed them to. Okay, now I'm really tired of this pseudo multiplayer stuff. Can I just turn it off somehow? Yeah, actually you can. You just play offline. First death. Saw the thing coming, studied its movements. Clearly did the thing it was testing to avoid it. One shot anyway, felt like it was bullshit. So everybody knows what he did, right? He went and he saw the tree nut.
Shadow Grove 14, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate that. Welcome to the most degenerate chat on Twitch. Thank you. Very much appreciated. No idea. I liked it. I've not played Elden Ring yet.
Right.
Dude, I inherently despise almost every Blizzard developer.
The tree sentinel. And he watched it do 3 attacks. He's like, okay, all right, let's see how this... And that was it. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. You know it, I know it, everybody fucking knows it. Imagine that Blizzard employee trying to tell other people what's fun, what isn't fun. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, again, like, I think that a lot of them are just in shock. And it's like the fucking...
What's interesting to me about the Blizzard developers right now, and it's not just Blizzard, by the way. There's a bunch of Ubisoft developers that also sort of spoke out about how bad Elden Ring is. Ubisoft developers spoke out about how bad Elden Ring was. Blizzard developers are speaking out about how bad Elden Ring is. Why do you think they're all speaking out? Like, they're all pointing out all the flaws and faults. There was a Ubisoft developer that said that the map in Elden Ring is a mess. There's so many things going on, it's impossible to follow. And then someone screenshotted the map from, I believe, Watch Dogs. And they're like, you mean like this one? And the guy happens to be one of the developers that worked on Watch Dogs. And it's like, wait, so you're saying your map is any better? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Your maps are a mess. They've always been a mess. And now you have Blizzard, like, these companies, dude, they're so because their games are not getting love, because their games are not being viewed by the player base as amazing and insane and forward-thinking and moving genres in the right direction, they're instead of catching up, instead of realizing that, hey, we have some work to do, we have to reconnect with our audiences, we have to figure out what our audiences want and then give them that, these companies are going, well, let's just bring the other games down. Because that's going to help. If I say enough bad things about the game, then surely people are going to believe it. It's like these fucking content creators that is currently, like all these WoW content creators that's coming out trash talking things like Final Fantasy XIV, trash talking Elden Ring. I saw a couple of content creators, I think yesterday, saying how Elden Ring is probably one of the worst games that has ever been released. And I was like, dude, you literally played Shadowlands 2 hours ago on stream, and you're saying Elden Ring is one of the worst games that's ever been released? Let's not fucking kid ourselves. You know, it's the tribalism, dude, and the inability to admit that maybe you're not doing everything correctly. Maybe there are people that's doing things better than you are, and maybe you can learn from those people. Because I don't think the developers of FromSoft are idiots or assholes. I think if you really paid attention to what they do in their game, and I'm not saying every game should be as hard as Elden Ring. Someone asked me in chat if I plan on playing Elden Ring. If enough people in stream want me to play Elden Ring, I will play it, of course. But I have no, like, it's not really my type of games. Let me put it that way. The reason I wouldn't play Elden Ring is I've never really played any of the Souls games. I didn't play Sekiro, so it would be weird for me to jump into something like Elden Ring, knowing that those games have never really appealed to me. But if enough people in chat go, dude, we want to see you play Elden Ring, I'd give it a go, and I give you my honest thoughts on the game. It's interesting to me how so many people have decided that instead of taking criticism, even if it's criticism that isn't even meant as criticism, it's just meant as this is a good game, focus on this game because it is good, do what this company is doing right. Instead, they go, let's just tear the game down. That's much better. That's gonna get us somewhere. It's ridiculous, and no Blizzard developer is in any position to tell any other company what's fun and what isn't. Blizzard doesn't know what's fun. They've never made anything that's fun in the last 6 years. So they should just shut the fuck up. If you watch you play it, but do what makes you happy. I mean, I don't really care. It's not really about being happy. I mean, playing games makes me happy. It doesn't really matter what games I play. Basically, any game I play is going to make me happy. Kami, take me. What kind of pirate cannot suffer the sway of the ocean? A new recruit from far-flung shores? Listen well, I have a task for you. Go first to Akumo below and receive of him medicine for men of the earth. Then to Quickscape Pier and the hapless Doman bemoaning his wretched fate. Quickly. I don't know what the fuck she just said to me. There's definitely a good starting game for new people. Helpful tip. You can change your settings so that the game's music doesn't play when you're watching videos. I mean, I don't really mind that the game's music is playing in the background. If it's annoying to you guys, I will turn it off, but it doesn't really bother me. Come at the behest of Ofumi for medicine. My very best is yours for the taking. How pitiful a lot of this Doman unable to stomach the sea. A true Confederate could raid a dozen ships while in his cups. Mayhaps this one should return whence he came. Wait, so we're helping a Doman that is afraid of the fucking ocean. How can you be a pirate if you're afraid of the ocean? Darkfaller, how you doing? The story so far, pretty good. I mean, for me, Stormblood is good because there's a lot of things I don't know and don't understand. And I like that. It's more political and definitely more slow burn than any of the, like, Heavensward that came before it. It's definitely more slow burn. But at the same time, it feels like it was kind of designed to be that way. So it doesn't feel out of place. It's not like an ARR where it's a slow burn, but the pacing is also very off. And so that can sort of make it feel extra strenuous to go or to play. It's more a case of it's a slow burn and it was planned as such. So it feels a lot more natural. In the history, not many could swim, even under pirate or marine. Funny that more pirates could swim than the elite of London. Ocean Man, take me by the hand, lead me to the land that you understand. Ocean Man, the voyage to the corner of the globe is a real trip. I don't know what the hell you just said there. Why does it shift and shudder still? Dude, just drink your medicine. Medicines? Give them here. They may look down on me for resorting to such measures, but I would do aught to render the world stable and motionless once more. You are kind, as is Afumi. You may tell her that I will return to my duties as soon as I am able. A pirate that is afraid of the sea. Very well. We shall pretend that this is normal for now. The best pirate in history is Blackbeard. He went out on his feet like a boss. How did Blackbeard die? If you're saying he went out on his feet like a boss. Is it just me, or is it a new trend for game devs to nag about other games on Twitter? Don't remember them doing so. No, for a long time it was actually considered not like couth. It was uncouth of you to bash other games. Like, for a long time, the vast majority of the gaming industry would usually either say nothing about a new game or praise the new game or sort of be bland about the new game, but they wouldn't trash it. But yes, I mean, look, we've moved into a time in our world even where people can no longer have differing opinions. How many people remove their parents and brothers and sisters from their lives because they happen to have a different political opinion? So we've obviously moved into a time now where if you're not with me, you're against me, and really the reasons is kind of whatever. You know, it's yada yada the reasons. If you're not with me, you're against me. He cast about the Confederate recruit, but see no one matching his description. And I get attacked. We skewed into a new time, like with the downfall of WoW. I think the world over, we've sort of moved into a new time. It's not healthy for society, but what the fuck are you gonna do, you know? People just do not seem to give a shit. After this, I avoided the seas also for a while. I mean, I don't need this game to make me afraid of the ocean. I'm afraid of the ocean anyways. I do not go in any body of water that I can't see the bottom of. It seems madness to me that anyone would. Switch timelines, like with Mandela effect. The post before is related to the avoiding of the waters in FF14. Huh? I'm lost. Every time From Software releases a game, there are always a bunch of people complaining. Yeah, because most people don't like the fact that the game is hard. And it's like, dude, of course the game is hard. It's a fucking From Soft title. What do you expect? Saya, wait, you never played WoW? Like, ever? No, everything I've heard is that it really isn't that hard. Most From Software games is just about sort of keep going, you know? Just keep doing it. It's more a game of numbers than it is a game of anything else. Unwelcome, but if you invest your time to understand it, you can cheese almost anything in FromSoft games. Yeah, it's a test of patience. That's a good way of putting it, this option. So it's time consuming, which is for some people hard because they don't have time. Like, most people want to be able to do fights almost most people want games that they can just run over. You know, you basically log in and everything gets handed to you on a plate. Which, should games really be like that? Who are you? You do not look like a man of the Confederacy. To be honest, FromSoft games are essentially rhythm games. The fights take time, and you will die a lot, but the feeling you get when you succeed is amazing. It's basically that nerd scream game, or that nerd scream moment at the end of a very hard dungeon fight. That's what I gather from Elden Ring fights. Like, after about 50 deaths on a boss, you reach that point where you know, you almost nerd scream as soon as you get it down. Forgive me, it was but yesterday we bid farewell to one of our own, and I worried that she might have lost her way. We laid her to rest in a boat and pushed her out till the current claimed it. For the sea is our home, now and ever after. But those sent thither with burdened hearts may drift back to shore, it is said. Out of concern for her comrades, she strove to earn far more than her keep. She hunted rare and deadly game in treacherous waters, and lost her life for it. But my vigil is ended. Her vessel has not returned to Onokoro. She has made peace with this life, and placed her faith in us to live on. Nerd Scream can also work, of course. True, also running away is a strange concept for them too, or to explore other regions if the boss is too hard. One thing I have heard, which I think is quite an interesting concept, but something I have heard is that one of the first bosses apparently that you face in Elden Ring is actually not a boss you should be facing first. It's a boss that you should be building up to. You're not supposed to fight that boss at level 2 or 3. You're actually supposed to fight the boss much later on. And yeah, I think a lot of people don't understand the concept of a true open world game where you are able to run into dangerous areas that you didn't think was dangerous, but now they are dangerous, and you're allowed to run away. Is this thing gonna turn away? Okay. Now I'm gonna be attacked. Jesus. Alright. Sorry, Mum. At least she dies quick. Is that the knight on the horse I saw Jesse Cox fight a horseman? I think so, yes. I think it's the knight on the horse. You're not supposed to. So there are people who do it at level 1, but you have to be so fucking careful when you fight him at level 1. Because you're not ready for him. Zuns, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Precinct is not the boss people are talking about. I know you run into the first boss like very early on, but it's not actually the first boss. It's just one of the bosses, and most people die like 130 times to the boss because they don't figure out that you're not supposed to keep. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I collected the meat, but I did not collect the arrows. So my question, how many people here have played Elden Ring? How often does it happen that you run out of stamina while you're playing? So you want to roll away, but you've run out of stamina before you could actually roll away? Not bad, actually. Easier to manage than the other FromSoft games. I can't remember what game it was. I once played a game where you also had, like, stamina to worry about. I'm gonna be honest with you. Oh, I remember what game it was. No, it wasn't actually that. What game was it again? It was an RPG, but one of the classes in the RPG also worked with stamina. The problem was that you basically... You had enough stamina to cast one spell, and then you had to wait for your stamina to return. And all of your spells, including all of your defensive shit, was also on stamina. And this wasn't a game that you could dodge. It wasn't Souls-esque combat. This was the kind of thing, as soon as they tried to hit you, no matter how far you are from them, you're getting hit. It was super annoying. I genuinely, as I played that game, I was just like, did anyone ever play this? Craigulus, thanks for the first time chat, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream officially. Enjoy. I'm assuming you're going. I really appreciate you coming to hang out, dude. I'd love to see you try Elden Ring sometime. Very interesting to see your take on it. I'll give it a go. You have been away for some time, perhaps in search of the young Gehuki corpse. Was it Ark Survival Evolved? I know you can run out of stamina on that game. I genuinely can't remember the name. I did not finish the game, and that's probably why I can't remember it. I see I did not much judge you. Thank you for your help. Would that I could have tended to my own kill. Such is life. A pity the meat is not as delicious as it is nutritious. Under normal circumstances, we would not bother hunting Gehuki as game. But as you may have heard, these are not normal circumstances. Arrows too must be reused when possible. A prudent measure become necessary, alas. With every passing day, our future grows more uncertain. But this day we shall have full bellies, and in that must we take solace. And wayward travelers need not risk the ire of vengeful Gehuki by wandering near my neglected kill. You think it's only lately? I don't think it's just lately. I think Blizzard developers have always been somewhat immature. They've always believed themselves to be much better than anyone else. And I think it's hard for them to realize that they're not as great as they may have thought that they were. Erastius, how you doing, brother? Play this, but on my legacy accounts, I handed those over to people I used to know. Very fun game to watch a stream of. So, what of my recruit? Did you find him napping on the beach or some such? Blizzard developers have always been immature. Literally count how many poop quests are in game. What? All this time he was standing watch for the funerary vessel. So rarely does he give voice to his thoughts. I had no idea our comrade's death had affected him so. Too quick was I to judge. It is good that you went to my stead, else I might have misspoken and made a fool of myself. Please accept this as a token of my gratitude. Thank you. First time over here watching you live, but I've been enjoying your clips channel for a while now. Keep it up, dude. Obama, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Very happy to have you here for the first time. We seem to have a lot of first timers lately. It's good to see you all here. Obama, thanks for the follow, dude. Really appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. All right, we should be done now. We should have their help to go rescue Brosetsku. Brosetsku? Fuck knows. Names, dude. Fumi, let's do this. I came from watching your YouTube. I'm very glad to see everyone here. It seems like a lot of people are coming from YouTube over to the streams. I'm glad to hear that you guys enjoy the video so much that you want to join us live, because it's always better when it's live. I believe it's because they hire people from Twitter. They fight all the time. Did they hire people from Twitter, though? I think that... Look, the Blizzard devs didn't need to hire anyone else. They themselves caused this shit. The Doman was raised in the mountains of his homeland. The first time he saw the sea was after he fled his homeland and came to us. He tosses and turns in his sleep, and when he takes to the water, it's not long before he can no longer stand. But he will grow accustomed to this life. He is hardly the first, after all. The captain, too, was once of Doma, though he cast all aside 25 years ago, when the Imperials took his land and the lives of his parents and brothers. Perhaps you two will renounce your ties and join us someday. Aye, I mistook you for a recruit before, but I know your tale now. Tansui unfolded all. Think of my offer, Westerner. You may find small joys in the land, but the sea holds salvation. I can't find the WoW cinematic must have been pretty bad, eh? Nowakas, how you doing, brother? Thanks for the first time chat, really appreciate it. Look, I've said this a few times. I'm pretty happy to be done with WoW. I found a lot of enjoyment in Final Fantasy XIV. The story is amazing. It really pulls me in. The gameplay is lovely. I love the classes. I can say very few bad things about Final Fantasy XIV. And most of the things I can say bad about Final Fantasy XIV gets fixed in the subsequent expansions. So I could say a bunch of like negative things about ARR, but then you go play Heavensward and you go, oh, okay, they figured that out before I even did. So never mind. They got this. It's nice to play a game where you feel like you're being respected. Just a really cool guy, and I wish I could join you on your server. I look forward to server visits. Hey, the second server visits are enabled, we're going to be doing some extreme trials and savage raids. You must take a look at WoW history of plagiarism. We'll probably react to that tomorrow, Plus X. I'd be happy to react to it tomorrow. Well, yeah, the game respects my time insofar as it makes me want to waste my time in the game, not forces me to waste my time in the game. You've been busy, haven't you? And now you're here to ask if I need help with anything. Now that you mention it, lately we've had trouble with ravenous sharks that's been leaping out of the water and making off with our fish. Damnest thing, I know, but you wouldn't doubt it if you saw it. We've got to call the thieving bastards regularly. So happens I sent 3 of my mates out there before you came along. Still, the more the merrier. If you can kill 2 or so, that ought to be enough. Take a few of those rotting fish as bait. I'll not be needing them. Oh, and maybe see if you can't find the other group. They've been away longer than I like. They're dead, aren't they? It's only a 3-minute video. I get that, but we're nearing the end of the stream. I don't want to fucking use what little time we still have left for the stream reacting to content. We can absolutely react to it tomorrow. I mean, the video's not going anywhere, right? Let's say the stream isn't going anywhere either. It is returning tomorrow, but I'm literally almost at the point where they will help me. Can I just get to the point where they help me? Have you done the Hildebrand quest? I have, but I don't like them as stream content. We did do the Hildebrand quest line. Yes. Okay, where's the shark? Alright, the sharks that can fucking swim. How does this even work? Like, I mean, this game is weird sometimes, but anyways. Sharknado, land shark? Yeah. Pretty much, isn't it? But, I mean, the Hildebrand questlines is good, but they're not for me. Not really my type of thing. I'm not into slapstick comedy, and that is a lot of slapstick. It was funny, like, the first few hours we did it, and then I got to a point where I was like, oh my god. The comedy is draining in this. So I'll probably go back to it eventually. Funny thing, everything is going to be explained, even flying sharks. I mean, I don't doubt that they're going to explain it. It is what they do mostly, so... I'm assuming the sharks just fucking left, because why wouldn't they? Fuck the water. I want to be on the land too, like the humans. Now I have to go look for the people. They have a comedy in this game. It's good, though, from all the things. I'm not saying that it shouldn't have existed, because there's a lot of people that love the Hildebrand quest lines. And that's all that matters. The nice thing is that it's not forced. So if I don't want to do them, I don't really have to do them. Which is sort of, I think, the good thing in FF14. Like, nothing is mandatory. Everything is completely your choice. Alright, industrious pirate. All your friends are dead, I'm assuming? Oh, come you be praised. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. My partners and I got separated when we fled. You haven't seen them, have you? Damn. Before the Cauldrons started chasing us, their leader asked us if we were Doman. They're Yotsio's catchers. I know it. First Asari, and now this. I've got to tell Rashu and the others. This is the thing that helps us. The fact that the Empire is now hunting down all the Domans within the Confederacy. No, I think... So a good example of my experiences with Hildebrand is, do you guys know the film Pineapple Express? It reminds me very much of the comedy in Pineapple Express. Now, it took me months to get through the whole movie of Pineapple Express. I would watch a little bit, and then I would move off, and then I would watch a little bit, and then I would move off, and so I did not watch that movie in one go, because I'm really not a slapstick kind of guy. Like, slapstick doesn't really do anything for me. So Hildy is very similar type of comedy to that. It's very slapsticky. And there's going to be people that love it, and there's people like me who's going to have to take it slow. You know, work my way through the Hildebrand stuff. But I do want to see the end, because I'm already invested in the story. Ah, there you are, Akalon. I heard you went shark hunting. We too did our fair share of beast culling, though I think Lise made a stronger impression when she bested a drunken pirate in a sparring match. Fastest knockout to date, I am told. I should like to think we have proven ourselves to be rather... Why do I get the feeling you have something important to tell me? Yeah, if you'd let me talk. Kojin mercenaries rounding up Doman Confederates? Surely Yatsuo has crossed the line now. We must go and speak to Rashu immediately. Even he cannot deny that this changes everything. At least I should like to think that he cannot. Am I the only one that hates signing into Origin? Had to redo my password twice. You still use Origin? Or do you mean just Origin, the EA launcher? Wasn't Origin discontinued? Yeah, the EA launcher, I know. Let me quickly see here, because this is the one I have. No, not that one. This one. This is the one I have. I probably called Origin Beta or some shit. But I never have to launch it at all. It launches alongside my what's it called? It launches alongside my Xbox Game Pass. So I don't ever really launch it. Are you going to be playing the new FF game? Yes, it will be my first ever non-online FF14 game. Or FF game. Alright, Rashu. You can't deny us now, bastard. Or will you?
Our most compassionate acquaintances return. For your deeds, we owe you many thanks.
You're welcome.
But something tells me our thanks are not sufficient.
No.
The strange thing is, I was certain you understood our position. And yet here you are with that same look in your eyes, and those same words upon your lips, I'll wager.
Drukits, what? Asmongold put on a maid outfit. What are you talking about? Wayne. No, I've not really done any of the treasure hunts. I've not really done much side
I speak
content.
only the truth. The Confederacy will not be spared Yotsu's wrath. You have always known this, that one day you would have no choice but to stand up to the Empire. I say to you that day is today, and come once more to ask that you join us in the fight.
How convenient that recent events should lend such credence to your claims. Tell me, do death and destruction always follow in your wake?
Yes. I can explain it, though.
They had no part in it, Tansui. You know this. We all know this.
I do bring a lot of distraction, though.
They came and took our Doman brothers. They will torture them for her sport. Murder them for her satisfaction.
Jesus.
So we attack and get butchered for our trouble, or do naught and let them have their pound of flesh. If this be our choice, I say we suffer the ignominy. We endure. We survive. There is no better path.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Until the day our enemy is grown weaker and we stronger, there can be no retribution. We will wait for a sign. Such is the judgment of the Confederacy.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What was the point of everything I just did?
So that's it then. You're just going to abandon them to her. They'd die for you, you know, for the Confederacy. They would die for you, but you wouldn't even think to risk your lives for theirs.
Get angry. Yeah, boy.
I have one last idea, if you will allow. I'm afraid it's not very good as ideas go. It's exceedingly reckless, in fact, and you may well come to despise me for ever having suggested it. Assuming we survive, that is.
It's Europe.
The question being, do you trust me?
Well, I don't really speak. Oh, I do speak. What will you say? Ask me again later. Let's have an awkward pause for a moment longer. Do you even need to ask? Do something stupid.
We can't stand by and let innocent people suffer, here or anywhere else. I'll do whatever it takes.
Then let us roll the dice. If it's a sign you want, we shall give you one. One rousing enough to make you drive every Garlean out of Isari without a second thought.
How are we doing that?
You are wary of invoking the ire of the Imperial forces stationed in Dome, correct? Know then that once we have rescued our comrade and freed Isari, we mean to liberate the nation as a whole. You will doubtless require assurances that we are capable of achieving this, and that is only fair. Accordingly, we shall demonstrate our seriousness by depriving the Garleans of a key ally, the Kojin.
What, the three of you, just like that?
I'm very strong, bro. I've got big dick. Look at that. My schlong hands
Actually,
on the floor.
my esteemed colleague here will attend to it on his own. But the how of it is not your concern, only the outcome. If we succeed, you help us liberate Isari. If we fail, you lose nothing. A simple enough wager, if you have the stones for it.
Do you have the balls?
The little miss does make it hard to refuse, does she not?
Words are air. We will weigh you by your deeds.
Of course. The music, dude. The music. So what now? So, alone you will deal with the Kojin. If you are set upon this course, I shall give to you a word of advice. Two factions have the Kojin. The mercenaries who serve the Empire belong to the Red. Those who belong to the Blue are the traitors. They have made no pact with the Imperials, and so may be willing to aid your cause. Seek the Blue on the Isles of Beko. There you will find a cave. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Captain. We shall endeavor not to keep you waiting overlong for your sign. Music is kick-ass. Right then, let us head off. Let us head for... Wait, where is Lise? We cannot leave without her. Where is Lise? Can I jump off here? No. Why won't the game let me jump off? Wait, who wanted to trade me? Oh, shit. Thank you very much. Holy shit. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Wait, what is this? Use. Oh, a fashion accessory. No way. Really? I can have things like fucking umbrellas and stuff? No way. Fashion accessories under the character from the main menu. Alright, character. Wait, where's the fashion accessories? Oh, here we go. Yeah, there we go. Look at me. It's always better. Feel free to whisper me anytime, friend. I'm off to go do my own thing. Thank you very much, dude. Really appreciate it. Oh, wait, no. Oh, glamour prisms. Thank you very much. Dude, I'm gonna have to glam. I don't have a choice. Wait, why can't I execute what? What do you mean? Cannot execute this at this time. You can't learn something when you have a fashion accessory going on? My good stuff is in my main. I can't show shit. You can't use while you have an umbrella. So how do I put the umbrella away? Oh, never mind. I did it. I hear people say that often. I don't think a suit of chocobo armor, typical for those used by the Bosian resistance. Use. Girl turban, ball mounted. A surprisingly accurate... Oh, I remember getting that. Jesus. Look at everyone here with fucking gear. Whoa. Where did you get the wings? Wait, hold on. I need to see this. Where'd you get the fucking demon wings? Chocobo. Chocobo. And butterfly wings. Okay, where do you guys get the wings? Look at that fucking bird. It goes down and bring my main. Dude, this looks badass as fuck. Look at the butterfly wings. Absolutely sick that you can do shit like this in the game. Diane, you went for the sort of... What is this? Church goal look? This looks badass, by the way. Oh, that's the Catholic schoolgirl look. Rift Dancer right there. Ah, these fucking... All of you glam fucks. Is this what you waste your time on in this game? There's so many good things you can do. And yet you decide to, what, glam your way through the game? Really? If you guys do realize there's a whole game to play, right? That isn't... glam. Like, look at me. There's my mount. You see my mount? And here's me going to do quests on my mount. Simple and yet effective. Have you done any treasure maps yet? No, I don't think I have. Fly as fuck. Well, you're right though. Of course. Look at my glam. I get you guys like glam, but none of you look as fucking snazzy as I do. Not a single one of you. That is what I call style. That is what I call a car in front of my style. Look at me standing right next to it. Hold up. Just keep your car there. Don't move the car. Leave the car where it is. Put it normal. The car is weird now. That's not going to be believable. Just look at this, right? You're my Instagram picture next to my fucking ride. Look at that. See that? That is what I call a good Instagram post right there. Just me living my best life, you know, being a millionaire and shit. Literally sneaked in Emmerich's bedroom to steal his jacket and he's bragging about these cam. Unbelievable. Bro, Emmerich gave this to me. Emmerich was kind. All right, Lise, what's bothering you now? What is it? Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to wander off. I just wanted to have a think. You worried? You're worried you won't be able to live up to our promises. No, it's not that at all. If anything, I'm frustrated that I didn't think of it first. Yida and my father had a way with words. They knew how to inspire people, how to bring them together. I always hoped I might have something of that in me too, but I'm starting to think I don't. What am I even doing here? Lise, you... Gods, listen to me. I don't know where that came from. Forget I said anything. We have places to go, Imperials to fight, and friends to save. And we're not going to get any of it done by standing around here moaning, right? You can go sit in the car or the well, by the way. Right? Before we first traveled to Garabania, I was in Limsalomensa visiting a friend. A young child who had been through a great deal. That's neither here nor there, I suppose. Anyway, on the way back, I passed a patisserie. What the hell is a patisserie? Eternal Knight, welcome back, bro. I don't know why people don't like Lise. I love Lise. Lise's character is grounded. What is a patisserie? Pastry shop. Okay, thank you. Which sold some of the most exquisite looking tarts I had ever seen. I've always preferred cookies, to be honest, but nevertheless I decided to stop and try one. A tart. I must say I'm also a very big fan of tarts. I'll treat you to one when all this is over. Akalon too, and I won't take no for an answer. Am I ever gonna get a fucking tart? I don't think things are ever gonna be over. What about your Stola? We'd never hear the end of it. I'm rich as shit, bitch. I'll buy the whole fucking group one. Alright, your Stola too. One, she's better. Deal? Don't remind me. Oh my god, why are we doing this? That line isn't there for no reason. That line right there is not there for no reason. Your Stola 2, once she's better. You mean once she's fucking dead? Because her eyesight is killing her. Dude, I don't want this. Yoshi P, change your mind, please. I don't need to lose your Stola now. We've lost enough. We've been through enough. Is this just gonna be the Game of fucking Thrones? Where, you know, everyone dies until there's literally just me standing, holding the fucking, the banner, like the final guy holding the banner, we are the Crystal Braves, or we are the fucking Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Good. Then let's hurry, shall we? We have a million things to do before then. Why did Rich hate Lise? You're the bearer of the torch? Yeah, I wish I wasn't the bearer of the torch. Lise is a good character. I don't get why people hate her. I think it's silly for people to hate on Lise. Watch Pine's Black. Yes, we have Watch Pine's video. That has been, didn't care much for her, but she's okay. I mean, so Lise is for the first time actually Lise in this game. She's coming to terms with who she is. I like the character progression. I like the way she plays, the way it feels when you're around her. She feels real. I don't know why anyone would dislike that character. She has a lot more sort of inner monologue and a lot more sort of inner story than Yida ever did. People are just expecting every character to be deep and stuff, which is a stupid concept. She is very She's sort of like that proper girl next door vibe, you know, the everyone's friend, doesn't really make judgments. She's just a nice girl. That's it. And she is not the focus, which hates her because he says he finds her annoying. That is one thing this game does not lack, proper character development and progression. Very true. She, as a character, is 7 out of 10. Nothing too crazy, but that's why, in comparison, makes it worse. Yeah, I get that you might say she's not your favorite character. But to say that you hate her as a character makes very little sense to me. Because hate implies that there's some kind of strong emotion towards the character. Why would you have a strong emotion towards the character? There's nothing bad about her, even inherently bad about her. So I just don't get the whole, the hate part of it. But what I do get, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that we're going to call the stream here. We've had 7 hours. I had good fun. I hope you did too. She's a bit derpy at the beginning, but she gets better. I liked her almost from the beginning, but I think that's because I liked Yida from the beginning. Mainly because she is the sort of don't ask questions, just punch everyone, you know? I like that as... I kind of like that, you know? This whole... Because while she was standing out there, I wish I could just say to her, look, you're not really... Yes, you're not someone that speaks very well, you know? And you're not really someone that's going to convince anyone through words. But you punch people, and that's just as good. You know, why not? Just punch people and be done with it. That's what Lise does. She's a puncher. She's not really a talker. And I like that. We need less talkers and more punchers in this game. So, who gives a shit? Let Lise be who she is. She adds flavor. Every character in this game, every important character in this game is different. And Lise is again a new flavor of character that some people might like and some people might not. Look in the car. What's in the car? Wait, everyone is hanging out in the fucking car. Lol. Just look at everyone chilling in the fucking car. I love how I love how Rift Dancer looks far too big for the fucking car. What am I supposed to see? You guys say look in the car. What am I supposed to see? Because I am looking. I see 2 cute girls and one guy that's about to do some very creepy shit to them. That's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing 2 girls in fucking distress. If they're not in distress yet, they're gonna be in distress soon. Because if you guys think that you can fight off that guy in the back there, fucking good luck. He's gonna have his way with you. He's gonna fucking roofie you is what's gonna happen here. I can see it already. Like, tell me this is not a JCS documentary waiting to happen. Yeah, you will. It's a future video waiting to happen. It really is. That night that that some big fucking dude had his way with us. This is either a future JCS video waiting to happen, or this is you guys are on your way to make one weird porno. That's actually, I think, a better idea. This is the OnlyFans waiting to happen. Like, these 2 girls both have OnlyFans, and they're doing a collab with this guy. And there's gonna be some fucking going on tonight. He's not flat out. Would he, though? I don't think he would. Old the pizza, Chris Hansen. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, enough of this bullshit. I need to go eat. I have some lamb that I'm having, lamb kebabs, which is gonna be fantastic. But I still have to make it, and it's already 12 a.m. I don't think Lulu would put this on her videos. I thank you all for coming out, for hanging out with me. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, to be with all of you. I will be back tomorrow night, same time, same place, as always. More Final Fantasy 14 streams, more just chatting stuff. And let me know if you want me to play Elden Ring. You can let me know on Discord if that is something you guys do want. We can always... I tell you what, I'll do a poll tomorrow to see if anyone wants me to play Elden Ring, and if enough people says yes, they would like to see it, I'll buy Elden Ring and we can give it a go. Right? Until such time, we'll be playing Final Fantasy 14. Y'all smell bad? Luna, you literally arrived at the end of the stream, so congratulations, it seems you're back. You're back. For those of you that don't know what that is, Luna tends to arrive either at the beginning of the stream or at the end of the stream. If he gets his way, it's at the end of the stream. But anyways, I really appreciate each and every one of you for coming out, for hanging out. It's been a pleasure, as always. I will see all of you tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, be kind to each other, be good to each other. Peace out, fam.